New Zealand, home of Zorbing, Flight of the Conchords and the Cinematic Middle-earth. I say the Cinematic Middle-earth because the home of actual Middle-earth is within the mind of Tolkien and he's, well, let's not go there. Also full of amazing scenery and a lot of sheep, seriously, so many sheep. New Zealand seems basically like the country of Wales on steroids. We're so used to hearing the name New Zealand, we forget what it actually breaks down into, New Zealand. So wait, this is the New Zealand? Where's Old Zealand? If a place is new in its name, it's pretty much guaranteed there's an old one. New York, the bustling city in America. Old York, the peaceful city in Northern England. New South Wales, the state in Australia. Old South Wales, the south part of Wales? You get the idea. Some old and new places are pretty close to each other, some literally within the other. Old Zealand and New Zealand, however, are 18,673.18 kilometres apart. So yeah, popping over to Old Zealand from New Zealand for a game of Connect 4 isn't going to happen quickly. Old Zealand is this far because it's located here, in the southwest part of the Netherlands. This is the province of Zeeland, spelled Z-E-E, land, meaning in English, quite unsurprisingly, Sealand. Sea is in the blue thing, land as in the green thing. It gets this name because the province is primarily formed of various islands connected by bridges over the sea. Well, actually it's a river delta, but it leads into the sea, and for namesake we'll call it the sea. How did a province in a windmill-covered tulip-loving nation become the namesake for an entire country on the other side of the world? Well, New Zealand didn't always have that name. The indigenous people of the land, the Maori, used the name Aotearoa, which means land of the long white cloud, for the northern island, but the name is now used for the entire country. The Maori use other names for the island, including Te Aka Amari for the northern island, and Te Wapunami for the south. Okay, no more hard words please. The first known European to sight the country was Dutch explorer Abel Tasman in 1642. Aha, a Dutch explorer, he must have named it after the Dutch province. No, he named it Staten Land, the same name as the landmass on the southern tip of South America Abel Tasman thought New Zealand was connected to. It's okay, Abel Tasman, your original name for New Zealand got changed, but another piece of land eventually gets named after you? Tasmania. Of course, New Zealand isn't connected to South America, so the name had to go, and in 1645 the Dutch cartographers, which is a fancy word for map nerds, renamed the land Nova Zealandia after the province, and subsequently British explorer James Cook anglicised the name to what we know it as today, New Zealand.
Japan, without doubt a personal favourite country of mine. Here is me in Japan. There are so many things unique to Japan that the land could be known for. The land of sushi, the land of video games and anime, the land of... oh honey toast, I miss you. But instead, it is known as the land of the rising sun, which isn't unique to Japan. So why out of every country in the world where the sun rises is Japan the land of this phenomenon? Because that is quite literally its name. At least to the Japanese. The word Japan is an exonym, which means its name in English is not the same in its native tongue. Another example of this is how we in English call this country Germany, while the natives of this country call it Deutschland. This means the name Japan in Japan is only really used for tourism reasons. So what do the Japanese call Japan? Well, they call it this in kanji, which can be pronounced in one of two ways, Nippon or Nihon. For the rest of this video I will be using Nihon. These two kanji characters break down to the two syllables of Nihon, Ni and Hon. Ni translates to sun and Hon translates to root or origin, meaning when the two are put together they translate to sun's origin, which the West has adapted to land of the rising sun. Okay, so I haven't answered the question yet. I've explained that in kanji Japan's called the land of the rising sun, but not why. Japan gets this name from their neighbours, China. Ancient China for its time was a hugely advanced civilization, pioneering so much while Japan was in its infancy, meaning China and its culture had a huge influence on Japan. In fact, the earliest known mention of Japan in history is from the Book of Han, a book of Chinese history from 111 CE. In this book we find out the first ever recorded name of Japan, Wa. The origins of this name for Japan remain unclear, but ideas of its origins come from the Chinese character for the name that can imply a variety of things. An early Chinese dictionary defines the character as meaning submissive and obedient. There's even a second etymology of the name meaning dwarf and pygmy. It's safe to say that the Japanese people were not too fond of this name. They even changed the character from what it was to this, which means harmony, peace, balance, which let's face it is much nicer than submissive dwarf. But hey, no offence if you like that. Other names for Japan used internally within the country grew in popularity too, one of these names being Yamato, a name for one Japanese clan that grew in power and eventually became synonymous with the whole country. The coining of the name Nihon, however, is accredited to the Prince Regent of Japan, Shotoku. When writing a letter in 607 CE to the Sui dynasty, a dynasty in China at the time, he signed it as the Son of Heaven in the land where the sun rises, to the Son of Heaven in the land where the sun sets. FYI, Son of Heaven is a term used for Chinese emperors, so Prince Shotoku calling himself this didn't make the Chinese very happy. How the Japanese finally shook off Wa for Nihon, however, comes from two different stories. Story number one revolves around a Japanese envoy to China in the 7th century disliking the name of the country and changing it. Story number two states that Chinese Empress Wu in the 8th century ordered that the Japanese envoy change their name. Whatever way it got the name out of these two ideas, the reason why Japan is the land of the rising sun is certain. Japan, relative to China, is in the east. And what else happens in the east? The sun rises, making Japan, first to the Chinese and now for the rest of us, the land of the rising sun. Chances are, if you're a fan of my videos, you are probably a fan of this guy's videos, so I don't need to explain to you the differences between Great Britain, the United Kingdom and so on. So when I say Great Britain, you know I'm talking about this piece of land, and you know what? It is great. Well, most of the time. But so are a lot of other places in the world, yet you don't hear Finland calling themselves Great Finland. It's funny, as a Brit myself I hear the name Great Britain constantly and always presumed it was just us the British being big-headed, arrogant, self-absorbed snobs. While yes, now the Great in Great Britain is associated with great in the high quality sense, it actually originated with great in the large in size sense, meaning the land should really be called Greater Britain. So yes, there are Lesser Britons. At least two places have been honoured with this title, most noticeably the French province of Brittany. Both Britain and Brittany have been referred to as Brittany Major and Brittany Minor respectively by various authors. The oldest naming of a Greater and Lesser Britain comes from the writer Ptolemy in his writings Almagest, written between 147 and 148 AD. He referred to the larger island as Great Britain and the smaller island, Ireland, as Little Britain, which, let's face facts, is adorable. Okay, size aside, to properly explain to you what makes Britain great, I need to explain to you what makes Britain Britain. In the same way the United Kingdom and Great Britain are two different things, so are Great Britain and plain old Britain. Greek explorer Pythias was the first person to use a written form of the name Britain when he came across the land on an exploration in the 4th century BCE. Pythias referred to the land under two different names, Britanniae and Pretanique. Variations of these two names led to a quite interesting name for the land, Britannia, which of course is very similar to Britannia. I had no idea about this name for my country, but it makes a lot of sense as Pythias in his manuscripts did use P instead of B a variety of times. The etymology of Pretanique makes more sense, referring to the tribe of painted people he came across on the land, the Pretani, and Britain, as far as I could tell, just kind of turned up. Yet of course when the Romans eventually came, saw and conquered, the area of the island they claimed was named the province of Britannia, which only covered modern day England and Wales. This means that just Britain on its own only refers to the countries of England and Wales. So what about Scotland? The land area we now know as Scotland was never truly conquered by the Romans and stayed as its own independent nation. As time went on, the entire island became known as Britain, and the plain old Britain I mentioned earlier, which covered the areas of modern day England and Wales, became known as the Kingdom of England, and north to the Kingdom of England lay the Kingdom of Scotland. While these two kingdoms were their own separate countries, they shared some things. Most noticeably in 1603 they began to share a monarch in the shape of King James VI of Scotland. He gained the English throne for a branch in the family tree that makes no sense at all to me. From 1603 till 1707 the kingdoms shared a monarch, meaning that whoever was on the throne technically had two crowns on their head. It was only until the Act of Union 1707 the parliaments of each kingdom agreed to join together to not only create an awesome flag, but officially become the Kingdom of Great Britain. So, in summary, Great Britain could have been called Great Britain. It became great not because of its quality, but because it was the greater in size Britain, and it officially got the title Great Britain when Scotland joined the kingdom. So, technically, what makes Britain great is Scotland. Perceive that as you wish. This video I'm treating you all to two kinds of explains. Name explain, as you all know by now, and geography / border / history / general explanation explain. So what lucky landmass gets the honour of all these explanations? This one. The names this island has and the way the land is split is something I find fascinating, and hopefully you will too. To start with, we have the geographical name for the entire island, New Guinea. Before having this name, the island had another name, Papua. The name Papua lacks one clear origin, yet a popular theory, and the one I like most, is it's two words from the Tidal language, Tidal being a tiny island near New Guinea, combined. Papa meaning to unite and Ua meaning negation, coming to mean not united. This is because the name Papua was only used to refer to parts of the island. It's interesting. New Guinea is one of the largest islands in the world, but the land has never been united. In the 1500s, the island first began being explored by the West. It was Spanish explorer I'm just going to call this guy Fred. Fred named the island New Guinea, and yes, of course, there is an Old Guinea. Fred named the island after the Guinea region of Africa, as he felt the natives of the island looked similar to the natives of Old Guinea. A tad racist? Yeah, but unfortunately a lot of things were in the past. It was also when the West came to the island it began getting divided, and for a time it was completely under European control. In 1828, the Netherlands claimed the western half of the island as Netherlands New Guinea. Then in 1883, the British colony of Queensland in Australia annexed the southeastern part of the island. However, the United Kingdom superiors in Queensland revoked the claim and took direct responsibility for the land in 1884, naming it British New Guinea, when Germany claimed the northeastern part as German New Guinea. The state of the island remained relatively like this until 1905, when the British government gave some power of their southeast territory to the recently formed Commonwealth of Australia, and in 1906 gave the rest of their power over the land to Australia, and British New Guinea became the territory of Papua. Then again, during World War I, Australian forces seized German New Guinea, which eventually became the territory of New Guinea. Collectively, the eastern part of the island claimed by Australia became known as the territories of Papua and New Guinea. Man, those Australians really wanted that island. So by the 1920s, we have the west of the island under Dutch control and the east of the island under Australian control. Yet with foresight on our side, we know things don't stay that way. First off, in the west with Netherlands New Guinea, their closest country neighbour, Indonesia, which had earlier become an independent nation breaking free from Dutch control, wanted to claim that land as their own. They launched an attack against the territory, which didn't go too well. Yet despite a loss, pressure from the United States and fear that the Indonesians would invade again, the Dutch agreed to re-enter negotiations, and after a lot of dull talking, the land was given to Indonesia in 1963. On the Australian side, however, things aren't quite as exciting. No war, no pressure, no Dutch. It kind of just happened really. The land eventually became known as Papua New Guinea. It became self-governing in 1973 and achieved independence from Australia on the 16th of September 1975. This is how the island is split to this very day, except there's a tad more to it than just separate country in the east and region of Indonesia in the west. For the region of the island that belongs to Indonesia is actually split a further time into two separate provinces, Papua and West Papua. Not only that, but the country of Papua New Guinea is too split into four regions: the Highland region, the Island region, the Mamasi region, and yes, of course, the Papua region. And yes, each of these regions in turn split into smaller provinces, but let's not talk about those. So we have one island that consists on the east of four regions that create a whole country, and on the west two provinces that create one region that adds to one whole country, giving us a lot of interesting names and a very interesting history. Well, I think so anyway. It's most likely you know this country as Japan, and so do most other people in the world, yet in Japan, Japan isn't called Japan, it's called Nihon. A while back I made a video about this and teased a follow-up video about how the country of Nihon became known as Japan in English, and here's that video now. Sorry it's a tad late. The name Japan comes from a huge mixture of places, and it's hard to pinpoint an exact step-by-step history as how it became known as Japan in English. A good place to start would be with everyone's favourite explorer, Netflix series and swimming pool game, Marco Polo. During his Asian travels in the 13th century, Marco heard of a far-off island of immense gold and wealth. This was of course Japan, yet he never actually got there himself, instead only hearing about it through Chinese people he met on his travels, so his impression of Japan may not be dead on. Despite this introduction of Japan to the West, Marco Polo recorded the land's name as Shipangu, which derives from Raibunguro, the Chinese pronunciation for the characters of Kingdom of Japan, though the internet tells me Raibunguro fits more with Country of Japan. Chinese is hard. While Shipangu has some phonetic similarities with Japan, the Malay and Indonesian words Jepang, Jepang and Jepan are much closer. Portuguese traders encountered these words during the 16th century, which then led to the country's name being recorded in English for the very first time as Japan. This, along with Mr. Polo Shipangu, led to the name we all know today, Japan. Of course, none of this is 100% accurate. Japan and its surrounding countries are ancient, with ancient history that we can only guess at times, and the sad fact is, we are one blue box away from knowing the full truth on questions like this. But nevertheless, this lifts the weight off my shoulders for a video I promised all that time ago. Australia, the home of big rocks, black stumps and chaswazzers. Austria, however, is the home of Freud, Mozart and slow motion. It would be a safe assumption to say that these countries don't have the most in common, yet they have one thing very much in common: their names. How do two countries in different hemispheres end up having names so similar that even certain world leaders can get them mixed up? The name Austria is a Latinization of its native German name Österreich. This derives from the Old High German word Österreichi, which means Eastern Realms due to Austria being east to Germany. The earliest recording of this name comes from the Österreichi document dated 1st of November 996. While this doesn't mean that the country of Austria is just over 1000 years old, it does mean that the name we all know it as in the English world laid its roots just over 1000 years ago. The area of land that covers Austria has had an interesting history, from belonging to the Celtics, the Romans and the Germans. However, I'm just here to explain the names and am nowhere near qualified to discuss the fascinating history of Austria. So let's go back to that old High German word for the Eastern Realms, Österreichi. Of course, modern German is different to Old High German, but some similarities are still there. East in modern German is Osten, which matches with the Os at the start of Österreichi, which of course became Österreich, which in turn became Austria. As we all know, this name has led to some confusion. It's the very reason this video exists. And that's because of the similar sounds Osten has with another compass direction in another language, which brings us nicely to our next country. Notos is the Greek god of the southern wind. When this god came to the Romans, however, they came to call him in Latin by a different name, Oster. When the Greek wind system was adopted by the Romans, the name Oster became used for the south wind. This name evolved into the idea of Terra Australis. Terra Australis was the idea of a continent on the southern hemisphere of the Earth and even appeared on maps between the 15th and 18th century. There was no clear evidence that Terra Australis actually existed, but people just presumed that if there was a huge amount of land in the north, then it must be balanced in the south. The actual name Australia has its earliest recordings from 1625 in A Note of Australia del Espiritu Santo, written by Sir Richard Hakluyt. This came from a corruption of Australia del Espiritu Santo, which means in Spanish, Southern Land of the Holy Spirit, a name for an island in Vanuatu. Matthew Flinders popularised the name in 1814 when he circumnavigated the continent. The name subsequently was used in official reports, and in 1824 the name was officially adopted. So there we have it, two countries with very similar names and rather similar origins, both related to compass directions but different directions in different languages, which however sound somewhat similar in the languages they're spoken. So why do Austria and Australia have such similar sounding names? A pure coincidence, albeit a coincidence revolving around the same subject. There's got to be a name for that. Why don't you guys tell me what it is down below? Or if that word doesn't exist, why don't you guys coin a word for it and tell me down below? I really enjoyed your ideas for Gangagoo last time. Slovakia and Slovenia have perhaps the most similar sounding names of two countries. In fact, they are so similar, SlovakRepublic.org have a page on their website explaining the confusion between the two nations, and the staff of the Slovakian and Slovenian embassies have to meet once a month to exchange posts sent to the wrong address. Surely, with names so similar, there must be a connection between the two. Both countries exist from bigger countries breaking up, with Czechoslovakia breaking into the Czech Republic and Slovakia, and Yugoslavia breaking up into Bosnia and Herzegovina, Croatia, Kosovo, Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia and of course Slovenia. To find out how these two modern nations got their names, let's look into how these original countries of Czechoslovakia and Yugoslavia got their names, how they were formed and eventually split up to the nations they are today. The land area that once covered Czechoslovakia and now the Czech Republic and Slovakia was once part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. The idea of a combined Czech and Slovakia started during the late 19th and earlier 20th century. Both groups of people felt they were being oppressed and wanted to gain their own national identity. The Czechs had a national movement through the 19th century and the Slovaks were struggling to keep their national identity after a huge nationalist movement in Hungary which repressed the Slovak people. Talks between the two people really started to kick in by the 1890s, and things only got more serious during World War I as groups of Czechs and Slovaks formed the Czechoslovakian Legion. After the Great War on May 31st, 1918, plans were put ahead to unify the two states, and on the 18th of October of that same year, Tomislav Masaryk issued a declaration of Czechoslovakian independence and went on to become the first president of the newly formed nation of Czechoslovakia. Okay, so that was going a bit off topic. You guys are here to find out how names are formed, not nations. Of course, the name Czechoslovakia comes from the two groups of people who lived there, the Czechs and the Slovaks. How the people got the name Czech is unfortunately unknown, but legends say it comes from their leader Czech, who brought them to the land. Slovak, which is what we're more interested in for the namesake of this video, simply comes from the shortening of the Proto-Slavic Slovenian. And if I said that wrong, I seriously apologise, I'm just going with what Google Translate told me to say. By the late 20th century, the nation of Czechoslovakia was waning. Some had felt that this was inevitable, but others feel that there were factors that played into the separation. However it happened, what we do know is that it was completely peaceful, and the separation of Czechoslovakia was approved on the 31st of December 1992, and on the following day, one nation split into two, the Czech Republic and Slovakia, with each country keeping the names that reflect on the people who live there. Moving on to Yugoslavia, this name comes from the Serbo-Croatian Yugoslavia, which in turn breaks down into Jug, meaning south, and Slavia, meaning the land of the Slavs, coming together to mean the land of the Southern Slavs. There had always been an idea of unifying the South Slavic nations dating back to the 17th century, and in 1918, in the fallout of World War I, the nation was first formed under the name the Kingdom of Serbs, Croats and Slovenes. But in 1929, the king assumed dictatorship of the land and renamed it to the Kingdom of Yugoslavia. The nation eventually split up due to political upheaval in the early 90s, with Slovenia, the country we are most interested in for this video, becoming an independent nation in 1991. The full story and history of Yugoslavia could be a video in itself, but perhaps done by someone who deals more with historical topics. But for now, there'll be further reading down below for those of you interested. The country of Slovenia gets its name much like the way Slovakia does, from the people who live there, the Slovenes, whose name was also self-appointed like the Slovaks, coming from the Slovene language word Slovenjak. The name Slovenia was not used prior to the 19th century and was coined for political reasons by Slovene nationalists. So why do these two nations have such similar names? I guess it comes down to a lot of the other similarities they have. Both nations were once part of larger nations, both countries are named after their people, and both people come from the same ethno-linguistic group, Slavs, with Slovenes however being South Slavic and Slovaks being West Slavic, with the Proto-Slavic language branching out enough between West and South Slavs to give us these two similar yet different names. Greece, home of smash plates, Zeus and countless English tourists. Seriously, I'm sorry guys, but it's your fault for having such a lovely country. And while speaking of the English, all the English speaking world calls the land of ouzo and philosophy Greece. You know, like the goo. Yet in Greece, Greece isn't called Greece, it's called Hellas. I'm sure you know the drill by now guys. So why is Hellas called Greece in English? So, first off, let's just say that Greece isn't even called Greece in the English language. Its official English name is the Hellenic Republic in relation to its Greek name Hellas. Yet I'm sure most people would look at you with glazed eyes if you called it that as opposed to Greece, so let's stick with Greece. The key reason as to why the land is called Greece in one language and Hellas in another is due to the word roots. Greece's root is in Latin and Hellas's root is in Greek, by some surprise. Greece comes from the Romans with the Latin terms Glecas and Glacians. In mythology, Graecus was the son of Zeus, and he was supposedly the namesake for the Glacian tribe of ancient Greeks. The Glacians are believed to be the first Greeks to colonize Italy. They were primarily in the coastal area of southern Italy. These Greeks were most likely the first Greeks Latin speakers ever came across, which led to all Greek people being named after the Glacians in Latin, calling the people the Glaci and the lands Glacia, which over time evolved into the English name Greece. The name Hellas, however, seems to throw up a lot more confusion and less clear-cut origins. One etymology tells us it means the land of sun and stone in Greek. It's also believed to have come from the mythological character Helen. His name is believed to not only be the source for the name Hellas, but he's believed to be the forefather to the Greek people as a whole. In Homer's Iliad, the tribe led by Achilles were called Hellenes and Hellas too, so it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to believe that the country was named after him. So, in the same way Greece got its name from its people, the Greeks, Hellas too got its name from its people, the Hellenes. Also, this Helen has nothing to do with the one of Troy, just to save confusion. Yet, Greece seems to have a second name in Greece too, Elafa. Without being Greek myself, I find it hard to figure out when to use what term. In example, the Greek national football team are called Ethniki Elaphos, clearly using the Elafa name, but they're controlled by the Hellenic Football Federation. From what I can gather, and with the help of some friendly redditors and friends of friends, the difference in names are used under different circumstances. Hellas is the more formal traditional name that you'd write down, and Elafa is used on a more day-to-day basis. Elafa in Greek looks a little like this, and while it looks like it starts with an E, the squiggle that looks like an apostrophe to you and me actually indicates that there should be a breathy h sound before the vowel. So Elafa can be pronounced like Helafa, explaining the origins of the two names. If you are Greek, then chime in down below in the comments about these two names for your country, and if you've made it to the end of this video, then Oppa and Yamas to you. That's pretty much the only Greek I know. Bald Eagles, Bruce Springsteen, all things I associate with the country of America. Yet, there is no country in the world officially called America. What we do have, however, is the landmass that covers the majority of the Western Hemisphere that is called the Americas, the two continents that make up this landmass named North America and South America, and a country in North America called the United States of America, a country that's name is often shortened to the USA, the US, and of course just America. How did so much of what we called the New World end up with America somewhere in its name? Where does the name America even come from, and who gave it that name? Now let's start things off at a slight tangent, because America wasn't always called America. The various tribes of natives in the land didn't have one set name for the continent, as the tribes spoke a variety of languages. In the language of the Kuna people, the land is called Abayala. North America specifically has been called by various Native American tribes Turtle Island, which is such an awesome name. The name America is a Latinization of the name of Italian explorer Amerigo Vespucci. While Columbus reached the land before Vespucci, he deemed it to not be a new landmass at all, but connected to Asia. It was Vespucci who argued that the land he explored on his travels was in fact not connected to Asia and is part of something he called the New World. Vespucci, however, did not name this land after him. German cartographer Martin Waldseemüller created a new map of the world, one that labelled modern South America as America, in honour of Amerigo Vespucci. We can even go deeper into this subject, however. If America is named after Amerigo Vespucci, then who was Amerigo Vespucci named after? It's believed Amerigo Vespucci was named after Saint Emeric of Hungary. The supercontinent was eventually split into two smaller, but still pretty big, continents of North America and South America. So, say if you're travelling from one end of the Americas to another, from Greenland to Chile, when would you have to stop calling the land you're in North America and start calling it South America? The border of North and South America lies on the Isthmus of Panama, an isthmus being a narrow strip of land with water on both sides, and the country of Panama is generally considered to be the most southern part of North America, with Colombia being the most northern part of South America. Maybe, however, you've heard of a third name for a specific landmass of the Americas, Central America. Central America consists of 7 countries: Belize, Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and the aforementioned Panama. all of which are part of the North American continent. So what about that country we all call America, the one that's actually called the United States of America? No one knows who was the first to call it this. The first publication of the name comes from an anonymous essay in a newspaper from Virginia on April 6, 1776. The name was used again by John Dickinson in the second draft of the Article of Confederation, and in Jefferson's original draft of the Declaration of Independence he wrote the phrase United States of America, yet in the final version this was changed to the 13 United States of America. Yet just the United States of America was still used within the preamble of the Constitution. The continent of the Americas and the country of the USA have always been a place where a huge variety of people, beliefs and cultures come together, and this can be even seen from the land's name. America was named by a German, who got the name from an Italian, who was likely named after a Hungarian. It's a name that can always be a simple reminder of America's multicultural history. Paraguay and Uruguay are two countries that are not only close together geographically, but close together phonetically. Both nations have pretty similar names. In fact, the last 4 letters of each name are identical. Guay. What does this Guay in Paraguay and Uruguay mean? Where did it come from, and why did one nation get the Para prefix and the other get the Uru prefix? Paraguay and Uruguay are both named after rivers that run through their respective countries. This is thought to be where the Guay part of their name comes from. Now, my favourite thing in the world is totally information that clashes with each other. When one source says one thing and another source says something else, my favourite. This is the issue I run into with finding out what Guay means. Guay comes from the Guarani language, as do both full names for the two countries, yet what Guay represents in each country's name seems to differ. It definitely however has aquatic origins. The general consensus is that Guay means a river in Guarani. Variation of this is that the Gua part means from or belonging to, and the Y part means water. We go further into the confusion of Guay when we figure out where Paraguay comes from. There is no consensus on where the name Paraguay exactly comes from. One idea is that it means born from water, with the Para part meaning water and the Guay part this time meaning born in the Guarani language. Are you understanding my confusion about Guay now? Of course, like I said, there are other ideas on where the name comes from. Another idea is that it comes from an indigenous tribe that lived along the Paraguay River, the Payagos, or even their leader, Paraguayo. So what about Uruguay? Well, Uruguay is of course named after the Uruguay River that runs through the country. Unlike Paraguay, it seems to be genuinely agreed that the Guay in this case does mean river. So what does Uru mean then? Originally Uru was thought to be some kind of beautiful bird that lived along the river. Recently however, it's thought to in fact refer to a type of extinct snail that were plentiful in the river. So of course there are some key similarities in the origins of these two names. They both derive from the same language and they're both named after rivers, with the general consensus being that the Guay part of their names are referring to the rivers. But from there it divides from things like being born from the water and tribes to beautiful colourful birds and mundane water snails. Taiwan and Thailand have similar names. Yet that wasn't always the case. Throughout history, both places have had different names, but how did their names change to these two names that are so similar? So before we look into names, let's clear the air. Notice how I refer to Taiwan and Thailand as places, not countries? That's because of Taiwan's confusing status as to what it is. So what is Taiwan? Well, Taiwan for all practical purposes is an independent nation, but China has claimed ownership of the island and refuses to let other nations have relations with both China and Taiwan. But anyway, I'm here to explain names, not explain political relationships and all that kind of stuff. But before it was called Taiwan, it had another name, Formosa. This name supposedly came from when a Portuguese ship was on its way back to Japan and saw the island. Struck by its beauty, they titled it Ilha Formosa, which means a beautiful island, and this name stuck with the island in the west until after World War II. The name Taiwan, on the other hand, comes from the Dutch in the early 17th century when they established a post on the island and named it Taoyuan in relation to the name they used for the Taiwanese Aboriginal tribe. Taoyuan comes from the Formosan language Sharia, with the Tay part coming from the word Tao meaning people. The Dutch and Portuguese used variations of this name, and it was even adopted by the Chinese people and eventually evolved into the name we know it as today, Taiwan. Much like Taiwan, Thailand too has an older name, Siam. Siam is actually an exonym, meaning it's a name used by non-natives of the country, like Germany, Deutschland, and Japan, Nihon. You guys know the drill. Siam comes from the Thai Siam, which in turn comes from the Sanskrit Sayama, meaning dark. in reference to the relatively darker skin tone of the people of Thailand compared to the people of the surrounding nations. The name Thailand, however, comes from the name of the people, the Thai. So, unsurprisingly, Thailand simply means the land of the Thai. So, what does just Thai mean? Thai supposedly means free, or free man, or even just people or human beings. It's a beautifully simple meaning, and if I were Thai, it would be an etymology I'd be proud of, the land of free humans. The natives of Taiwan are called Taiwanese, and the people of Thailand are known as Thai. While these two names for the people don't sound too similar, people seem to get confused between the two. Even before I started making this video, I got confused between the two. How I've come to remember them is Thailand is the land of Thai, so the Taiwanese must be from Taiwan. So why are these names similar? The start of both names refer to people, with the Thai in Taiwan coming from the Sharia Thai, meaning people, and the Thai part of Thailand also meaning people, among possible other things. It's also interesting to note that both the languages spoken of Taiwan and Thailand may come from the same family, Sino-Tibetan, with Chinese, specifically the version of Mandarin spoken in Taiwan, and the Thai spoke in Thailand being two subgroups of this family. However, some believe that Thai and Chinese should consist of one single subfamily called Sino-Siamese. It's still up for debate. There are many countries with directions in their names, yet most of these come from the fact that they were once one large country that split up. South Korea and North Korea were once just the country of Korea. South Sudan was once part of Sudan, and historically we had East and West Germany, which has since reformed to recreate Germany. There's only two nations, however, that have directions in their names that don't exist from bigger nations splitting up, but just come from their location on the continent they are in, and both reside on the continent of Africa, these being the Central African Republic, and of course the country in the title of this video, South Africa. Now, South Africa probably has the simplest name explained of all the countries. It's in the south of Africa. There you go guys, thanks for watching, don't forget to like, share and subscribe. Bye. Okay, maybe there's more to it than that. I mean, why hasn't it got a more unique name as opposed to just being named after where it is? Spain isn't called South Europe and Canada isn't called North America. It's an odd blip on the radar of names that I want to explore. In a more literal sense, we could explain South Africa's name by breaking down the etymologies of the two words that make up South Africa's name, South and Africa. South comes from the Proto-Germanic Sunfaz, and the name Africa comes from either one of the native tribes named the Afri or the Phoenician word for dust, Afar. But of course, this video isn't about literally what South and Africa mean, but why those two words have been brought together to name a country. So, South Africa's full official English name is the Republic of South Africa. I say English official name as South Africa has 11 official languages including English, with every other official language of South Africa having the name Republic of South Africa in their own tongue. But before it became a republic, it was called the Union of South Africa. So how did the Union of South Africa come into existence? The Union came into existence in 1910. By the turn of the century, the indigenous people had lost a lot of their political and economic independence, thanks to harsh taxes and reduced wages imposed by the British authorities, as well as the British bringing in Chinese workers to work in the booming mining business happening in the south of Africa at the time, undercutting a lot of native people. It's safe to say that tensions, especially racial, between the British and natives were high. Peace had only come about a few years ago with the Treaty of Verlingen, which had also ended the Second Anglo-Boer War, which had taken over the land. Yet the British and Afrikaners, the descendants of the original Dutch settlers in Africa, put aside their differences in the 1910 Act of Union, at the expense of the black South Africans, to secure power to the whites by bringing together the British colonies of Cape, Natal, Orange River and Transvaal. These colonies made up the lands of the Union of South Africa and eventually the modern-day Republic of South Africa, when then Prime Minister Hendrik Verwoerd got a white-only referendum through to turn South Africa into a republic in 1961. The country of South Africa has always had a volatile history with big racial divisions, which were even present in the country's etymology. And as I mentioned earlier, South Africa isn't the only country named after its geographical location. The Central African Republic has this feature too and shares something of a similar history, the land originally being ruled by France as a colony until gaining independence and becoming a republic in 1960, 1 year before South Africa. But going back to the Union of South Africa, and more specifically the colonies that existed to form it, how did these colonies get their names? Well, the Orange River Colony, which eventually became the Orange Free State Province, is named after the Orange River in South Africa. The Cape Colony is named after the Cape of Good Hope. The Natal Colony comes from the name of the region of Southern Africa it was in, Natal, this name coming from the Portuguese word for Christmas, as it was discovered by Portuguese sailor Vasco da Gama, who reached the land on Christmas Day. The Transvaal Colony comes from the combination of the prefix of trans, meaning across/beyond, and the Vaal River, as the colony was north and beyond the Vaal River. Yet there are other proposed names for South Africa that don't originate from its position on the continent. The name Azania has no clear origin. Some believe that it comes from a derivation of the land of Zan, or Zeus, while others believe it has the same root of Zanzibar, meaning black, just to name a few ideas. It's a name, however, some believe that the country should use, as its current name of South Africa is a relic of its British colonial past. Umzansi is another colloquial name for South Africa, coming from the word south in the Xhosa language, Umzansi. Sorry guys, I cannot do the tongue click to save my life. You can hear Xhosa pronounced correctly down below. While most countries with directions in their names came from a previous bigger country splitting into two smaller countries, South Africa is quite the opposite. While of course these were colonies, not countries, the smaller colonies merged together to form a larger country, and all these colonies were in the south of the continent of Africa, so it only made sense to call them all collectively the Union of South Africa, which led to the modern name for the country that we all know today. Home of Joseph Stalin and AJ Styles. Yes, you heard me right. Both these men are from Georgia. But wait, how exactly can that be? I mean, I know immigration is a thing and all, but one is an Eastern European former dictator, and the other a Southern American high-flying indie-darling professional wrestler. This is of course because there are two popular places on our earth called Georgia, the country of Georgia in Europe and the state in the USA called Georgia. So why exactly are there two places in the world called Georgia? The origins of the country of Georgia's name are still debated. Some believe the name comes from St. George, and another idea is that it comes from the Greek Georgos, meaning tiller of the soil. Most scholars now seem to agree that the name Georgia comes from the Persian Arabic name for the Georgian people, Gurg/Gurgan. In Persian, Gurg means wolf, and it's also believed the name could have come from the ancient Iranian name for a region of Iran near the Caspian Sea, Gorgan, meaning land of wolves. And it was from this name of Gurg it reached Western Europe through crusaders and pilgrims, who rendered the name as Georgia. Georgia's name in Georgian, however, is Sakartvelo. This name means land of the Kartvelians and comes from the Kartli region of the country. The name Kartli is thought to have come from Kartlos, the mythological founding father of the country of Georgia, who was supposedly a descendant of Noah. Yet Georgia and Sakartvelo aren't the only two names for the country. One of the more infamous names for the country is its Russian name, Gluzia. The Georgian people seem to be unhappy with Russia using this name, as the name is associated with Georgia being part of the Russian Empire for 200 years. Though of course I don't speak for all the Georgian people. It's more than just Russia who uses that name. Georgia are pushing for more nations to drop the Gruzia name for Georgia. So far it seems only South Korea have agreed to make the change, yet Russia still holds strongly onto Gluzia. However, moving away from Europe and into the south of the United States, we have the state of Georgia. The state of Georgia was founded by General James Edward Oglethorpe in 1733. He was granted a colonial charter in 1732 to create a place where people who owed money could be sent as opposed to prison, where they could hopefully start a new life. He wished to find a refuge for debtors, as one of his dear friends died in prison for being a debtor and due to the awful treatment the prison wardens had given his friend. When he founded his colony, he named it after his king, King George II. With that, Georgia the state was created. This origin of the founding of this state has led some to believe that the state of Georgia was built on thieves and murderers, but that really wasn't the case. By the time the charter and colonialization of the land was fully realized, the land would no longer be a place for incarcerated debtors, but rather a home for the deserving poor where they could start fresh. The first group of settlers were chosen carefully, and as far as evidence goes, none of them were convicts. A lot of this information comes from the book The Story of How Our States Were Named by Kathy Guyton, who very kindly sent me over a copy to check out. They didn't pay me to say this, but I like to be honest with you guys when someone is kind enough to send something like this to me. But while these might be the two most famous Georgias, there are other places called Georgia on this planet. The town of Georgia in Vermont, New Georgia Island in the Solomon Islands, and South Georgia in the Atlantic Ocean, just to name a few. And of course, Georgia is a popular given name for girls too, a feminine form of the boy's name George, meaning he who works the land, which ties into that early Greek meaning tiller of the soil. So why is there a country and a state called Georgia? Honestly, there doesn't seem to be much of a link. While I guess one argument could be that they were both named after Georges, with the country being named after St. George and the state being King George II, that still seems a little bit strenuous. The world is a big place. It kind of makes sense that a couple places might end up with the same name through different origins. Maybe we should celebrate the fact that two places can come to have the same name through two different stories. Ancient Egypt, people communicated through pictures with meaning and everyone worshipped cats. And I'm definitely talking about ancient Egypt and not the internet. And while we all now know this land of pyramids, sphinx and hound-headed gods as Egypt, the civilization who lived on this land in the past didn't call it Egypt. During the Old Kingdom of Egypt, the country was simply called this, which is now pronounced as Kemet or Kermit, but it's believed that in ancient times it was pronounced Kumat, though what do I know about pronunciation? This name comes from the ancient Egyptian language, which eventually evolved into the Coptic language of Egypt until it was phased out by Arabic, which is the official language of the country today. This name of Kemet means the Black Land, the black in the Black Land referring to the rich soil found around the Nile River. However, this wasn't the only name for the land in the Old Kingdom. Another name for the country was this, pronounced Desert, meaning the Red Lands, in reference to the deserts that comprise a huge amount of Egypt. But of course, these names weren't spelt like I have just spelt them in the Latin alphabet. One of the things the ancient Egyptians are most famous for are of course their hieroglyphs, and the name KMT is the phonetic value that we have given to the land's name from its hieroglyphic spelling. Now, hieroglyphs are super interesting, but unfortunately I'm not quite literally the Rosetta Stone, so this won't be a complete history and understanding of hieroglyphs, though someone should make that video. They can be split into two main groups. Ideogram hieroglyphs are single symbols that represent a whole object or idea. In example, the glyph of a pair of legs is an ideogram that means movement. The name KMT, however, isn't a single ideogram but a collection of phonograms. These are glyphs that represent single consonant or a combination of consonants. While we have some glyphs that supposedly represent vowel sounds, it's believed that the Egyptians didn't write vowels, so that's why we aren't 100% sure on how KMT was pronounced. Like I said, I'm no Rosetta Stone. So Kemet in hieroglyphs is this, with this part being a glyph of crocodile scales, meaning black and being pronounced phonetically as the KM sound in English. The owl is also a phonogram for the M sound, and the bread loaf is a phonogram for the T sound. However, the circle with a cross in it represents a town with crossroads. Egyptians used this to represent the name for a town or city. Later, Egyptians called their country this, which means house of the car of Ptah. Ptah is one of the earliest gods of Egypt, and the actual name of Egypt comes from this name. It was the ancient Greeks' adaptation of this name as Aegyptus, which they use as the name of an Egyptian king. The huge difference between these names is due to the fact that it's thought the Greeks struggled with the pronunciation of the letter H at the start and end of the original Egyptian name, and it's from this Egyptian name to this Greek name to the English name that we know it as today. However, the name Egypt isn't even used in Egypt all that much. As I said earlier, the country's official language is now Arabic, and the Arabic name for the country is Misr. It's thought that this name comes from the ancient term Mizraim. It is believed the name Misr just means country, but it's also believed it could mean fortress in reference to Egypt's natural protective borders. Egypt has always been a country of mystery. The mystery of how the pyramids were built, the mystery of what the hieroglyphs meant. And while what the ancient Egyptians called Egypt may not be the biggest mystery the land has to offer, I think it's still pretty exciting. I think this video actually makes me the Brendan Fraser of YouTube now. Probably bring up one of two things in your mind. The country that is simultaneously in Europe and Asia, the home of the remains of the city of Troy, and kebabs, saviour of the Saturday night, or that angry looking chicken thing that are eaten in their millions over Christmas, Easter and Thanksgiving. Oh man, all this turkey and kebab talk is making this veggie question his life decisions. But nevertheless, you'd be right to think of either of these things when you hear the name Turkey, as Turkey is not only the name for a nation, but the name of a bird. But how did it come to be the name for both these things? So while one of the biggest debates on earth is what came first, the chicken or the egg, for this video we need to ask what came first, the turkey or the turkey? Well, it's kinda hard to give one definitive answer. The majority of the land that Turkey is physically on is known as Anatolia, and of course that land has been there for a very long time. Fossils of Turkey remains have been dated up to 23 million years ago, but of course the birds weren't being called turkeys then, neither was the country. The name Turkey since the 1300s has been used to refer to the land of the Turks, and there doesn't seem to be a definitive explanation as to where the name Turk comes from. It's believed to come from the Byzantine Greek Torkos, and in Persian it's believed Turk is not only the national name for the people, but also can mean a huge spectrum of things such as a beautiful youth or a robber. For the longest time the landmass that we now know as Turkey was part of the Ottoman Empire, yet in 1923, after the fall of the empire after World War I, the Republic of Turkey was founded. So the nation of Turkey is named after the people of the land, the Turks. While we now know how the country got its name, that doesn't answer why the bird is also called a turkey. Well, the bird we all know as a turkey wasn't the first bird to be called a turkey. The guinea fowl is a bird native to East Africa and looks somewhat similar to what we know as a turkey, especially when compared to a female turkey. These guinea fowl were brought to Europe via traders and merchants from parts of the Turkish Ottoman Empire. These traders became known as turkey traders, and the guinea fowl they brought to Europe were met with a great reception as they were incredibly tasty. These guinea fowl in Europe became known as turkey cocks and turkey hens for males and females respectively, named after the nationality of the merchants who brought them to Europe, and eventually they became known as just turkeys. But of course this was the guinea fowl, not the turkey we all know. The modern turkey can be put into two categories, the wild turkey and the domestic turkey, which are both in the same species of turkey. While domestic turkeys are farmed all across the world, wild turkeys are indigenous to parts of the US and parts of Mexico. When Spanish settlers in the New World sailed back to Europe, they took some of these Native American birds with them. In Europe, people saw these birds and felt they looked and tasted much like the guinea fowl they call turkeys, so Europeans started calling these birds turkeys too. And if you think calling this bird a turkey despite it not actually coming from Turkey is confusing, just wait till you hear the bird's name in other languages. In Turkish, the bird is called a hindi, which means from India, and in the Hindi language the bird is called Peru, referring to it being from Peru. Of course, turkeys aren't native to India or Peru, but a lot of languages reference India in the bird's name and a lot of languages reference Peru in the bird's name. Of course, turkey birds aren't native to these nations, yet these countries have been linked with the birds, as the Americas were also known as the Indies/West Indies at the time of them being exported to Europe, hence many languages referencing India in the bird's name. And Peru was also a part of the New World controlled by the Spanish who brought them to Europe. And it's not only India and Peru that get referenced to in the bird's name in other languages. In Gaelic languages, French is mentioned. Its Mela name literally translates to Dutch chicken, and its Breton name means Spanish chicken. Yet perhaps the most accurate names for the bird come from the languages of Native Americans. To them, the bird didn't appear from some other country. And what better represents this than the name of the bird in the Algonquin language, Miami, Illinois? In this language, it is called Naloki Piliwa, which simply means native fowl. I've learned anything from making these videos, it's that there are certain conventions that go into the naming of countries, such as countries being named after specific people. But another convention of naming countries is naming them after rivers in those countries. There are quite a few countries that are named like this. Countries lying under your nose this whole time you may not have known were named after rivers. So what are some of these countries? And how did the rivers these countries are named after get their names? In Europe, we have a few countries named after rivers, one of these being the country of Lithuania. It's believed Lithuania is named after Lietuvka. While Lietuvka, however, is not a river, it is in fact a stream, with its name coming from the Lithuanian verb liti, meaning to pour. Also in Europe, we have the country of Moldova. Before Moldova was the country we note as today, it was part of the larger Principality of Moldavia. The political centre of this principality was in the valley of the Moldova River, and and named after that river. The origin of the name of this river is unfortunately not clear to us, though one legend tells us Prince Dragos named the river after his hound Moloda, who drowned in the river after a long hunt. In Africa, there are quite a few countries named after rivers, but more interestingly, there are multiple countries named after the same rivers in Africa. The term Niger in the Niger River derives from this phrase, meaning river among rivers, in the Tamashek language. This river was used to not only name the country of Niger, but also Nigeria. In Africa, we also have the Congo River. When Europeans first discovered the river at the end of the 15th century, they called it Zaire, from a corruption of various words for river in the local African languages. Yet eventually, by the 18th century, the river was called Rio Congo, named after the Kingdom of Congo situated lower on the river. Since the naming of the river to the Congo River, two nations have been named after it, the Republic of Congo and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Over in South America, we have Paraguay and Uruguay, named after the Paraguay River and Uruguay River respectively. I shan't go into too much detail with these two as there's already a whole video about them on the channel, but it doesn't stop there in South America, as one of the theories of how Peru got its name involves a river, though unfortunately it doesn't seem to be a specific river. According to historian Garcilaso de la Vega, a group of Spanish explorers between 1515 and 1516 landed on a Pacific coast south of the equator, where they met a local fisherman at the mouth of a river. When they asked for his name and where they were, the native fisherman told them his name was Belu, and they were in a place called Pilu, which was apparently his local word for river. The Spanish explorers, however, had no interpreter to aid them in understanding the fisherman, but with his name and the name he gave as their location, the Spanish were happy to adopt these names for this region, which in turn shifted to what we know as today, Peru. In Central America, however, we have Belize, and while there is a Belize River, it doesn't quite seem simply put that the country was named after the river. No one is too sure where the name Belize comes from. One theory is it comes from the Mayan word balix, meaning muddy water, which is where the river would have gotten its name. Yet another idea is the country was named after a Scottish pirate whose surname was Wallace, and over time Wallace became Wallix, then Vallis, then Ballis, and finally Belize. Though this video is about countries named after rivers, I really like this pirate etymology. On the border of Asia, we have Jordan, which is named after the Jordan River, where it's believed that Jesus was baptized. The name of the River Jordan is debated, but it's believed to come from the word Yarad, that word descending from Yarden, which is the Hebrew name for the river. And of course, we have India, that is named after the Indus River. It's believed the name India is a corruption of the word Sindhu, which was supposedly the Sanskrit word for the sea, and another name for the Indus River, the river that India is named after. I just had some serious deja vu from that one. But of course, it's more than just countries that have been named after rivers. Cities too have been named after rivers, like Amsterdam being named after the river Amstel, and Moscow being named after the Moscow River, even to the state of Mississippi in the US being named after the Mississippi River. And of course, there are many other countries and places named after rivers I haven't discussed. Why don't you let me know some of the other ones down below? Some I may have missed in my research, and others I may have left intentionally out to make future videos about them. Hey, I can't give you everything at once. I've explained why Britain is great. I've looked to see if we could find a whole new United Kingdom, and even tried to figure out what would happen to the UK's name if the country ever split up. But I've never taken the time to explain how the countries of my homeland of the United Kingdom, England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, actually got their names. Now I know what you're thinking. Did I actually call the areas of the United Kingdom countries? Well, yes, I did. I know it's not as clear cut as that, but the United Kingdom is an awkward, silly country full of awkward, silly people. So for convenience sake, I'm calling them countries, but there is much more to it than that. My friend Soliloquy made an interesting video on the subject. Go check it out. First off, let's look at the most northern country of the United Kingdom, Scotland. The name Scotland comes from the Latin word for the Gaels, the Scotti. So where did this name of Scotti come from? Well, there is no clear answer, but there are a few theories. One theory holds that the Scotti name comes from the Gaelic, that word, meaning horde or crowd. Another idea is that it comes from the Gaelic scuit, meaning cut off, yet the idea I like the most has its roots in legend and mythology with the story of the Greek prince Gaithelos. He was banished along with his wife Scota. They sailed westward, eventually landing in Spain. From here they explored further, with his son Hilba founding an island, which is now Ireland, and naming it after his mother Scota, calling it Scotia, a name that eventually shifted to the people of the Scoti, and eventually the name of Scotland. And below Scotland we have the land where I live, England. England, much like Scotland, is named after the people who lived in that area. England's name comes from the term the land of the Angles, which was then translated into England in Old English. So if England is named the land of the Angles, then who were the Angles? And how'd they get their names? The Angles were a Saxon tribe that occupied modern England during the early Middle Ages. It's believed the tribe sailed from an area which is now the Bay of Kiel, which is now a part of modern Germany. The Bay of Kiel, however, was originally believed to be called the Anglian Peninsula, which is what the people were named after. So England is a place named after a people named after a place. Ireland is an interesting name, as it's the geographical name for the island as a whole, but also has a presence in the names of the countries on the island of Ireland, the Republic of Ireland or just Ireland, and Northern Ireland, which is part of the UK, and the one we're interested in today. Of course, Northern is a derivation of North, adding an en to make the noun into an adjective, and North itself comes from the Proto-Germanic Nurfa. So how did the name Ireland come to be? The name for Ireland comes from its name in Irish, Era, which comes from the Old Irish name, Eru. This is also the name of a Gaelic goddess who is believed to be the matron goddess of the island of Ireland, so the country is named after her. And just as we're getting into the groove of the countries of the UK being called something land, we have Wales to wonderfully throw a spanner in the mix. One of the more prominent theories on how the name Wales came to be is it coming from the Proto-Germanic word Walha, believed to mean things like stranger and foreigner. This is a name given to Wales from Anglo-Saxon origins as opposed from the Welsh language itself, hence why the name refers to the Welsh as foreigners. In the Welsh language, Wales is called Cymru, which means companion or fellow countryman, so it could be determined that this native name is a much nicer name to call. Many countries are named after tribes and groups of people, such as France being named after the Franks, and Finland possibly being named after the Finns tribe. So when it comes to perhaps the most famous group of people from ancient history, the Romans, you'd think the country they originated from would be called something like Romaland or Romania. But of course it isn't called anything like that, it's called Italy of all things. Yet however, there is a country to the east of Italy that is called Romania. How did we get to a point where the country that is home to the Romans isn't called Romania, but the country of Romania is? So I guess the first thing we should look into is how a country in the Balkans ended up with a name linking it to the group of people who came from the Mediterranean. Well, the name Romania derives from the Latin of Romanus, meaning citizens of Rome. However, before being known as Romania, the land area that covers modern day Romania and Moldova, as well as parts of other modern day nations, was called Dacia, named after the tribe who lived there, the Dacians. The Dacian people were considered the fairest and most courageous of men by Herodotus, and in the 1st century BCE, the Dacian king Bulobister made the Dacian kingdom more powerful than ever. Yet of course, this was all before the Roman Empire got their hands on the land. By the 1st century CE, gold supplies were disappearing across the Roman Empire, so much so that the empire had to look outside of its borders for more. The Romans knew of Dacia before this. They knew it was a thriving society of its own, most likely with plans of conquest themselves. But when the Romans heard the Dacians were mining gold in the mountains of their land, something had to change. It was in 101 CE that Roman Emperor Trajan invaded Dacia, with the conquest being complete in 106 CE, and the area becoming known as Roman Dacia, taking on many Roman customs such as Latin, eventually becoming the Romanian language we know today, hence why we have a Romance language in a sea of Slavic speaking nations. And of course it made the name of the land shift from Dacia to Romania, as of course the Dacians were now citizens of Rome, with the name becoming official in 1866 with the Constitution of Romania. So now we know the name Romania means citizens of Rome, then why isn't Italy named this too? After all, they really are citizens of Rome too, right? Well, while the name Italy does actually come from the name of the citizens of the land, it doesn't come from the Roman citizens. The Vitali were the name of a tribe that settled in the Calabria region, the southern tip of the boot of Italy. It was originally, however, spelled Vitalia, thought to come from the Latin Vitulus, meaning a one 1-year-old calf, and the name Vitalia meaning the land of cattle, as the area was rich with cattle, with the name being used by the Romans themselves to refer to the south of the country, and then to the country as a whole, eventually changing to the name we know today, Italy. I guess Italy isn't called Romania because even the Romans didn't call it Romania and called it Italy. These two nations of Romania and Italy might seem incredibly different, one a Mediterranean paradise and the other a Balkan's fairy tale kingdom, yet there's ties between the nations, especially with their names, both named thanks to the Romans of course, and both named after their citizens, except in Romania's case those citizens are people who invaded their land for gold, and in Italy's case it's just the people from the south of their land. History really is written by the victors sometimes, especially as it seems with Romania's name, as while now the Roman Empire is left solely to the history books and ruins, Romania's name shows us to this very day the impact that the Roman Empire had on this world. Most countries tend to be known by a one-word name, like France, China, India, you guys know the drill. But even countries like these have official longer names, like Germany's full name being the Federal Republic of Germany, yet even a name like this contains just one proper noun. Of course, this is far from the case with a place like Bosnia and Herzegovina, which despite clearly being two separate names, is actually one nation. How is it we have one country with two names? So I guess we have a few questions to unwrap here. Where do the names Bosnia and Herzegovina come from, and why does the country have both these names? The border of what's the Bosnia part of the country and what's the Herzegovina part isn't clearly defined. Bosnia covers a huge amount of the country, with primarily the southern tip of the nation being the Herzegovina area of the country. Unofficially, the division is that Herzegovina is everything south of the Ivan Planina mountain. So where does the name Bosnia come from? The first known mention of the name comes from the mid-10th century in a handbook written by Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII, in which he described the small land of Bosna. Bosnia is believed to come from a hydronym, which is a fantastic word, meaning the name of a body of water. The body of water in this case being the Bosna River. So how did the river get its name? It's thought the name could go as far back as the Proto-Indo-European language root Bos or Bo, meaning the running water. Herzegovina's name, however, seems to have origins in the German word for duke, Herzog, which comes from the old Serbian Herceg. It comes from this word as the land of Herzegovina was originally a duchy, a land belonging to a duchess or duke, the duke in this case being the Grand Duke of Bosnia, Stepan Vučić Kosačka, who took the title of Herzog of Hum and the Coast. Hum, which was formerly known as Zaclumia, was originally a principality that lay in modern-day Herzegovina and Croatia. The land became known as the Herzogsland, and then the name we know it as today, Herzegovina. By the 15th century, Bosnia and Herzegovina were ruled by the Ottoman Empire, however eventually becoming part of Yugoslavia as the Socialist Republic of Bosnia and Herzegovina. But in the breakup and dissolution of Yugoslavia, the republic gained independence in 1992, becoming the one country with two historic names we know it as today. At first, the name/names do seem a tad odd. On the whole, we're used to seeing a country gain a new name when it's formed from two smaller land areas, such as with Tanzania, a name coming from the previous nations of Tanganyika and Zanzibar, which make up the modern day African country. Yet with Bosnia and Herzegovina, we have a nation that kept both names, as opposed to merging them to something like Bosgovina. And of course, it's not the only country to be named like this. We have Antigua and Barbuda, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Sao Tome and Principe, and of course Trinidad and Tobago. And to an extent, we have countries that are named after collective locations, such as the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, United Arab Emirates, and of course United States of America. Luckily that last one is named of America, otherwise the nation would be called the United States of Delaware, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Georgia, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Maryland, South Carolina. Iraq and Iran are as close to each other as countries get, like they're literally right next to each other. Yet of course they're not only close together geographically, they're close together phonetically, with there only being a one-letter difference in their names. So why do these two countries next to each other have such similar names? So first off, let's start with Iraq. In its very early history, the modern country of Iraq actually went by a different name, Mesopotamia. Well, I guess it wasn't so much the same country but with different names. It's more modern Iraq houses what was once ancient Mesopotamia. But what exactly was Mesopotamia? Well, Mesopotamia was more a collection of varied cultures in that region of the world. It is often referred to as the cradle of civilization, as it was in Mesopotamia where pretty much the modern human life began. Born from Mesopotamia were some of the earliest myths, religions, philosophies, the idea of a city as we know it today, and perhaps most importantly, writing. The name Mesopotamia comes from the ancient word meso, meaning between, and potamos, meaning rivers, meaning the name means between two rivers, as the land is situated between the Tigris River and the Euphrates River. Mesopotamia lasted for thousands of years, with the Iraq region forming from it. The land eventually came to be ruled by the Ottoman Empire, but in the fallout of World War I, the British Empire underwent what was called the Mesopotamia Campaign and took control of the three vilayets, that's provinces to you and me, that formed Ottoman Iraq: the Mosul Vilayet, the Baghdad Vilayet, and the Basra Vilayet, and formed the Kingdom of Iraq in 1920 as a nation under British control, until it declared itself a republic in 1958, becoming the country we know it as today, the Republic of Iraq. Now, that was the history of the country of Iraq, but what about that name? There's actually a couple ideas for where the name comes from. One idea is that it comes from the Arabic araga, meaning perspiring, deeply rooted, well watered, which may reflect the impression the desert-based Arabs had of the rivers and luscious lands of Mesopotamia. The name could derive from the name of the ancient Sumerian city of Uruk, or even come from the Persian Arag, meaning lowland. Speaking of Persian words, that brings us nicely to the second country of this video, Iran. In the same way Iraq was once a central part in the civilization of Mesopotamia, Iran was once a central part of the Persian Empire, with the name Persia merely coming from the Old Persian word Parsa, while the name Iran comes from a contraction of this, which is the ancient homeland of the Aryans, with Iran being the home of the Iranians. The name Iran is actually an endonym, meaning it's the name of the country in the country's language, with Persia actually being the exonym. Even to this day, the names Iran and Persia are used interchangeably, but officially the country is called Iran, due to the Iranian government in 1935 requesting that all countries that had diplomatic relations with the nation to call the country Iran. So, despite these two countries being next to each other and having similar histories of being focal points to previous civilizations, the similarity of their names seems to be nothing more than a coincidence. There is a country south of China that's home to some amazing architecture, a gold rock that defies gravity, and a holy python that can bless you. Yet, what is this country actually called? Well, some would say Burma, while others would say Myanmar. Officially, the country was called Burma and has since changed its name to Myanmar, but of course, as always, there's a lot more to it than that. But first, let's look at that original name of Burma. Just where did that come from? One idea is that it comes from the name of Brahma, Brahma being the creator god in Hinduism, and the name Burma in Burmese is Burma. The English name Burma, however, is thought to come from the Portuguese name for the country, Birmania. The name Burma too refers to the largest group of people in the land area, the Burma people. The actual country of Burma dates all the way back to the 11th century, when King Anuwata united the state. Even though it was united as one nation, there were still political issues in the country. In the 1800s, the British saw Burma's instability and took over the country after 3 Anglo-Burmese wars. During World War II in 1942, however, Japanese troops invaded and occupied Burma. They were helped by the Japanese-trained Burma Independence Army, who were led by a young Burmese law student named Aung San. The Japanese promised Aung San and his army that if they helped win the war, they would give Burma their independence. Yet, when it became clear the Japanese would not stick to their word, Aung and his men switched sides and helped the British defeat the Japanese, eventually liberating Burma from Japanese control in 1945. While now liberated, Aung San and members of his interim government were assassinated by political opponents, eventually leading to true independence, with foreign former minister Un Nu as the nation's first prime minister. This was but a brief look at the history of the country formerly known as Burma. While it gained independence in 1948, it wasn't until 1989 the country would be renamed Myanmar. So what happened in between? Well, by the 1960s, Un Nu's government was starting to anger the military. Throughout the 60s, 70s and 80s, there were many military coups, with one coup in 1989 led by General Saw Ma that decided to change the country's English name to Myanmar, as the original name of Burma was felt to be a relic of British colonial past, and the name Myanmar was more inclusive to other ethnicities of the country, not just the aforementioned Burma people. So where does this name come from, however? The name Myanmar actually has the same etymological roots of its earlier name Burma, coming from the people. The name Myanmar in Burmese is Myanmar or Myanmar. The main difference between these names comes from the register in which they are used. Register in language means the degree or formality and the situation in which the language is being used. This has led to Myanmar being the more formal way to refer to the country and write the name, with Burma being the more colloquial name used in day-to-day talk.
and it seems that this is the way the country is today, with both names being used interchangeably, even with Barack Obama referring to the country by both names in a speech during his 2012 visit to the country. Yet the Burma-Myanmar debate seems to only exist in the English language, as even in the national anthem the country is still referred to as Burma Pir, which means the country of Burma. One country is home to plenty of rolling green hills, and the other is home to, let's just say, copious amounts of ice. So you would think that the one with a lot of ice would be called Iceland, and the one with a lot of green would be called Greenland, right? Well, for some reason these two nations would seem to have the wrong names, with the greener one called Iceland and the icy one called Greenland. The whole Iceland-Greenland debacle has been talked about on the internet for many years now. Like, look how archaic these memes are about it. But surely there has to be more to it. First, let's look at Iceland's name. Something interesting about the naming conventions of the Norse is that they tended to name places after what they saw there. This can be seen with a portion of Canada that was known as Vineland when Leif Erikson, the son of Eric the Red, who we'll be talking about a little bit later, saw wild grapes and blackberries growing on vines there. And of course it was this logic that went into the naming of Iceland too, as we see in the Icelandic sagas. There's actually a couple ideas as to where Iceland got its name from. One of the first names that we hear of for the country in the Icelandic sagas is Snæland, meaning snowland, as it was snowing when Nadadal, the first Norse explorer, reached Iceland. Another popular theory of how the country was named was due to Nordic settlers giving it that name, as they wanted to discourage as many people as possible from also settling the island and overcrowding it. And with the current population of Iceland, I can kinda see that logic. Yet perhaps the most popular theory of how Iceland got its name is thanks to the Norwegian Viking Flokus Vilgalosson. According to the Icelandic Book of Settlement, the story goes that he, his family, and what livestock they could load onto the boat set sail to find lands that had been reported on by explorers before him. His daughter unfortunately drowned in the travels, and one of the things he was perhaps most famous for were his 3 ravens. He used these ravens to find new lands for him. The first of his ravens flew towards the already discovered Faroe Islands. The second flew into the air before coming back to the boat, but the last raven flew away, leading Flokus to the coast of Iceland and earning his name Hrafna Flokus, meaning Raven Flokus. Yet once there, Flokus didn't have the best time on the island. With his daughter dying during the journey, all the livestock he took with him perished in the harsh winter. The saga tells us that depressed and frustrated, he climbed a mountain to discover a fjord full of icebergs. He named this island Iceland because of this, and that was the name that made its way around the Viking world and stuck to this day. As the years went on since Flokus's naming of the land, Iceland grew and became more populated, eventually becoming the home of Norwegian-born Icelandic Viking Eric the Red. Eric wasn't the best of people, to say the least. Thought to be born in 950 CE, his father was exiled for manslaughter when he was just 10 years old. Eric grew up an angry young man. This anger, plus his red hair and beard, is what led to him becoming known as Eric the Red. By 982 CE, Eric was banished from Iceland due to killing 3 people in a feud. He took this time banished from Iceland to search for a new land that had been rumoured to exist west of Iceland. Eric found this land and decided to call it Greenland, hoping this name and the idea of a luscious land of vegetation and greenery would entice more people to come and live there too. So there we have it, one named by a Viking out of despair in the depths of winter, and the other named by another Viking as basically a marketing campaign. Yet even though these names at first glance look like they should be the other way around, perhaps there is more to it than that. Though Greenland is undoubtedly covered in ice, back when Eric first settled in the land in the summer of 982 CE, the grass may have been a lot greener, especially as he arrived in the south of the island, which even to today is one of the greener parts of Greenland. While Iceland is definitely the greener of the two countries, especially in the summer months, the country itself can still become extremely snow-laden in the winter months when even the mighty Gullfoss waterfall can freeze. It's thought that at least 11% of the country is permanently covered in ice, and Iceland is home to Europe's largest glacier, so perhaps the names aren't quite as mixed up as it would initially seem for these two Nordic countries. A nation known for its carnivals, a huge statue of Jesus, and football, definitely not soccer. Brazil is the largest country in South America, covering over 3 million square miles. But how exactly did this colourful nation get its name? There's actually a couple ideas as to where the name comes from. One of the most out there ideas comes from Ireland of all places. There's a legend that there was an island off the coast of Ireland that was forever cloaked in mist, except for one day every 7 years. But even then the island was still unreachable. The island had many names, but 2 of them being High Brazil or just Brazil. This island can even be seen on maps dating back to the 1400s named Ilha de Brazil.
So how on earth did this mystic island off the coast of the Emerald Isle end up with a name that sounds so foreign to the area in modern times? It seems to be just a coincidence of languages sharing similar sounds, as in Celtic the name Hy Brasil originates from the word bless, which would have meant blessed land in English. Some historians even argue that the Portuguese explorer Pedro Álvares Cabral, who is claimed to have founded Brazil, thought he had landed on the mystic island when he got there, giving it that name in the 1500s. Yet this couldn't have been the case, as we know that at this time these explorers were calling the land by a different name, Ilha de Vera Cruz, meaning in English Island of the True Cross, as the explorers did still think they were on an island and not quite literally one of the biggest land masses on earth. When they realised this, the name was changed to Terra de Santa Cruz, meaning land of the Holy Cross. The land eventually came to be called Brazil and was under Portuguese control until the 7th of September 1822, when Brazil achieved their independence from the Portuguese. So how did the Portuguese end up naming Brazil that? Well, there's a type of tree the Portuguese found in Brazil they were truly amazed by. While it may look like an ordinary tree, on the inside it has a deep red hue. There are other trees that produce a red colour known of in Asia, but none of them produce the red quite like this. With red being an important colour in Portugal, the red in their flag represents the blood of the nation, this tree was highly exported back to the home country from the new land. The tree was given a name by the Portuguese, Pau Brasila, known as the Brazil wood tree in English, with stick in Portuguese being pau and the Brazil part thought to come from the Portuguese word for ember, which is brasa, with the name of just Brazil coming to refer to the whole country. How fantastic is it that this fiery, colourful, samba-loving nation was named more or less after the colour of fire itself? Norway is the home of many things. It is the home of the paperclip, the scream, and of course the Vikings. But how did this Nordic nation get its name? Norway in Norwegian actually has a couple names. Norwegian is a pretty interesting language because when written it has two different forms, bokmål and nynorsk. From what I can gather, these two written forms of Norwegian can be used pretty interchangeably, though bokmål is far more popular. Bokmål is based on written Danish and means book language, while nynorsk means New Norse and was based on all the dialects of the country. But anyway, in bokmål the country is called Norge, and in nynorsk it is called Noreg. Yep, these two variations, and the main difference in the name is that two letters are the opposite ways round. Yet these two names and its English name of Norway all come from the same word, and forgive me as I have no idea how to pronounce these. Initially the name came from the Old Norse Novgern, which turned into the Old English Northweg. While it may not be as obvious as say the country of South Africa, Norway is named after its location, it's just not called something as obvious as North Europe or anything. The name translates to something along the lines of North Way, or a way leading to the north, as the land was northern to the Anglo-Saxons, and this is how they refer to the western coastline of the country. Somewhat of interest in the naming of Norway is Ofela. We know very little of this man, and the only thing we have to prove his existence come from his travel writings, which were given to King Alfred of Wessex in around 890 CE. Ofela was a Viking seafarer and is even sometimes referred to as the first North Norwegian man, as some big archaeological findings have found evidence that he could have resided in the north of Norway, and that in his writings he said he lived northmost of all the Norwegians. Yet regardless of where he lived, he is important to this story, as the writings the King of Wessex received from him explaining that he lived northmost of all the Norwegians is our earliest known written source of the name Norway. Yet there's also a second theory as to how Norway got its name, and that's that the Nor in its name doesn't mean north, but rather it means narrow in relation to the narrow waterways and fjords of the country. I mean, personally looking at it, the country itself is pretty narrow, and the country is pretty northern. While the north etymology is the traditional long-standing idea, and this narrow etymology is the new upstart idea, there is definitely a valid argument for both of these ideas as to where the country of Norway got its name. Canada has built a reputation for itself as a nation of moose, bacon, maple syrup, and of course, friendly hockey-loving people. Its name, however, has roots in the indigenous people of the land. This etymological story begins with French explorer Jacques Cartier, who was traversing the land in 1535. It was Jacques who went on to claim the land for the French. During his explorations, he came across two young indigenous men of the land. These young men told Jacques of somewhere called Kanata, which at this time didn't mean the land as a whole, but rather just the village that lay north of where modern Quebec is, Stadacona, as Kanata is thought to have meant just village in the Huron-Iroquois language the natives spoke. Nevertheless, it was this name that Jacques used to refer to the village he ended up in, as well as the area around it, with Kanata over time becoming Canada. More and more of the area became known as Canada. Maps from this time even show St. Lawrence River being called Rivière du Canada. The part Parts of modern day Canada and modern day USA that were controlled by the French eventually became New France by 1616, yet the area in New France that lay between the Great River of Canada and the Gulf of St. Lawrence was still being called Canada. The name became even more official in 1791 when the province of Quebec was split into two colonies of Upper and Lower Canada, yet by 1841 they were once again reunited under the name Province of Canada. Yet when it came time for Canada to become its own independent confederation in the 17th century, a name had to be decided upon for the land north of the US border. Many were thrown into the mix, such as Toponia, Norland and Hochelaga, and even Britannia. One of particular interest is Efisga, which might seem like an incoherent mess of letters, but is actually a combination of the first letters of the people with settlements in the land: the English, French, Irish, Scottish, Germans, and of course Aboriginals. But like I said, the name is an absolute mess, so it didn't stick. It was a man by the name of Thomas D'Arcy McGee, seriously, like, what an amazing name, who fought for the already established name of Canada to be the name for the entire country, as at the time it was just the name of one of the provinces. He asked the question of how others would feel if they woke up some fine morning and found himself, instead of Canadian, a Toponian or Hochelander. With this new perspective, on July 1st, 1867, the province of Canada, Nova Scotia and New Brunswick became the single nation of Canada. The career can be traced back to Marco Polo. When Marco Polo came across the land, the dynasty there already had a name for themselves and their land: Gollio. It was this name that Marco Polo transliterated into his native tongue of Italian as Colli. It was from this Italian name we got its first English name, Korea, which has more or less stayed the same until at some point in time the C changed to a K and we have the name that covers the land today, Korea. Now, this would be this video done and dusted if we had a country on our planet simply called Korea, but the peninsula of Korea, as we all know, is home to not one country but two countries, North Korea and South Korea. The history as to how we got these two countries is vast, but to abridge that story, we can say that the peninsula has had a long history of rule by other nations. In 1904, Russia and Japan started fighting for control of the country, leading the country to be ruled by the Japanese in 1910. This more or less ended the Korean dynasty on the land that lasted over 500 years when the last emperor died in 1926. The Japanese rule on the peninsula led to a lot of suppression of Korean culture. Japan even tried to enforce a law that stated that all second names in the country had to be Japanese. Japan's rule on the land came to an end, however, when their kingdom was split up in the fallout of World War II. It was now, in the midst of the Cold War, the two countries we know today started to form. The peninsula of Korea has the 38th parallel running more or less through the middle of it. It was on either side of this parallel where influences from different nations took place. The US took control of the south, while Russia started a communist regime in the north. Formal governments were set up in the countries in 1948, and instead of giving the two separate countries different names, they were simply called North Korea and South Korea. However, these are just their names in English, as Korea is an exonym. You know, like how in English this country is called Germany, but in German it's called Deutschland? Seriously, I've explained that so many times, but you never know when it might be someone's first time on the channel. Hello first time viewer, like, subscribe, all that stuff. But anyway, while Korean is still the official language in both countries, the split in the peninsula has even made these languages change. Due to the isolation from the rest of the world, the Korean spoken in North Korea has had no chance to change and evolve like it has in the south. Many North Korean defectors now living in the south have said the change in language is a challenge in adjusting to their new homes. The countries even have different names for the peninsula as a whole. In North Korea, the word for Korea is Choseon/Joseon, and in South Korea it's Hanguk. The North Korean Joseon is thought to be of Chinese origin, meaning land of the dawn or even land of morning calm. It's interesting that North Korea used a name for Korea of Chinese origin, as the Chinese had a huge influence in the formation of North Korea. The South Korean Hanguk is a formation of the Korean word guk, which too comes from the Chinese gur, meaning country, and Han, meaning great or leader in Korean, meaning Hanguk means great/leader country. And of course, North Korea and South Korea have names specifically for themselves in Korean, and for each other. South Koreans use Namham for South Korea, meaning South Han, Han meaning country as we mentioned earlier, and Bukhan for North Korea, meaning North Han. South Koreans also use less formally Ubuk, meaning just the north, when talking about North Korea, and Urinara sometimes for all of Korea, meaning just our country. North Koreans use Namjoseon for South Korea and Bokjoseon for North Korea, though Bokjoseon is rarely used today in North Korea. When the two countries have official meetings, they use Namshuk and Bokshuk, meaning southern side and northern side respectively. Referring to either country as sides when talking together is interesting. It insinuates that they are two sides of one country as opposed to two separate countries. The name of this video, What Do North Korea and South Korea Call Each Other, sounds like the start of a joke, and no doubt there'll be finding two questionable punchlines to this joke in the comment section. While there has been a volatile history between these two countries, from war to some of the worst living conditions on our planet today in North Korea, yet at the time of writing this, there seems to be change in the air. While the things that the leaders of North Korea have put their people through is unforgivable, perhaps sometime in the future, these two countries could call themselves allies, or maybe even friends. People from England are called English. People from Finland are called Finnish. So people from the Netherlands must be Neverish, right? Well, as we all know, that really isn't the case, as people from the Netherlands are called Dutch. So how did we end up with this odd quirk in the naming of these people? But maybe I am going too quickly, as it would seem the Netherlands is the home of awkward, confusing nomenclature. While I've been calling this country the Netherlands, it also goes by a different name, Holland. I'm sure you've seen this guy's video, but let's recap what exactly is the difference between the Netherlands and Holland, and of course how did they get their names? Well, simply put, all of Holland is the Netherlands, but not all of the Netherlands is Holland. Let me explain that a tad better. The Netherlands is split up into 12 provinces, with two of the more eastern provinces being called North Holland and South Holland, coming together to form an area just known as Holland. So why have the names of these two provinces become another name for the country as a whole? Well, it's because so much of the national identity of the Netherlands, well, at least what tourists have in mind for the Netherlands, is in Holland. The capital of the country, Amsterdam, is in North Holland and The Hague is in South Holland. The Holland provinces is also where there are countless tulips and windmills. So because so much of the stuff associated with the Netherlands is in Holland, the country as a whole became known as Holland. While that might be an explanation for what you can name what, that doesn't explain where the names came from. Well, the country isn't called the Netherlands because you never age when you're there. The name is actually to do with the lay of the land. The never in the Netherlands means low/lower, and this word never actually crops up sometimes in language, such as the term the Nether region to refer to one's private low down area. Not that I'm comparing the Netherlands to the Nether region, and yes, it's why the Nether in Minecraft is named that, as it's below the normal land. In Dutch, this name is a Nederland, which means quite literally the lower land, as the land that the Netherlands is on is so flat and low. In fact, do you know around 1/3 of the country is actually below sea level? Being so low/below sea level means that flooding is a huge issue in the Netherlands. Luckily, they've invested in some top of the range anti-flooding systems to make sure the country doesn't end up as another part of the North Sea. So what about the name Holland? Well, this name comes from the Old Dutch Hotland, meaning in English woodland, as the land where the name is thought to come from, Dordrecht, was one of the more wooded areas in the country. The word for wood in modern Dutch is hout, which isn't far at all from the earlier Old Dutch of holt. Well, that was a tad of a tangent. That's how the country got the names it goes by, and while natives of the Holland provinces are known as Hollanders, Hollanders and all the residents of the Netherlands are called Dutch, which sounds nothing like Holland or the Netherlands, and actually sounds more like what Germany is called in German, Deutschland. Well, to thank for this confusion in language, we have the presumption of the English, you're welcome, to thank. This name is of German origin. The land and the people of Germany were given so many names by others. The French called the country Allemagne, the Finnish called the country Saska, and the Swedish called the country Tyskland. Germany's own name for themselves, Deutschland, came not from a name for one of their tribes, as they didn't see themselves as tribes, but rather as just people. They called their country Fueldisk, which simply meant of the people. Over time, this word in German became Deutsch, which went into the naming of the country Deutschland. This word of Deutsch became Dutch across the channel in England, and in the ignorant misunderstanding of Europe that only the English people can achieve, the English simply referred to all speakers of Germanic language as Dutch. This of course included the Germanic speakers who lived in the Netherlands, who in English became the Dutch, as did their language. Though I guess it wasn't all due to the ignorance of the English. The land of the Netherlands and Germany were at times one and the same, like in the 1500s when they were both part of the Holy Roman Empire. There was even variations of the term Dutch in English, like High Dutch, meaning the people who lived in the mountainous areas of Germany, and Low Dutch, referring to the people who lived in the lowlands of the Netherlands. The Netherlands is without doubt one of my favourite countries, and while this country has so many things to love, from amazing artists to amazing scenery to amazing food, it's this collection of dissimilar names, the Netherlands, Holland and Dutch, that's perhaps the most interesting thing about it. Switzerland has many things unique to it. It's chocolate, it's watches, it's banking. Yet the one thing it hasn't really got of its own is its own language. language. Switzerland is a landlocked country being bordered by Italy, France, Germany, Liechtenstein and Austria. It's because of its surroundings and the fact that Switzerland is less of a traditional country and more a collection of states called cantons that agree to work together as a country that gives us the reason why it has not one Swiss language but 4 official languages in the country. These 4 languages are German in the north and centre, French in the west, Italian in the south, and a language called Romansh dotted around in the east. Though of course the languages do intertwine at times and English is spoken pretty well throughout the country. And of course each of these languages have a different name for the country of Switzerland. But what about that actual name of just Switzerland? Well, this name is its English name and not even its official name in English. Officially the country is called the Swiss Confederation, as it's a confederation of cantons, remember? Like many country names that end with land, the first part of the name refers to the people who live in the land. However, today the natives of Switzerland are called the Swiss. So why isn't the country called Swissland? Well, this is because Switzer was the name for the people of the land in the past, before Swiss became more popular, coming from the French Suisse. But more on that later. The people of the land were originally called the Switzer after one of the founding cantons of the country, Schwyz. Also, the coat of arms of the canton of Schwyz is where the flag of the country as a whole comes from. So where does just this name of Schwyz come from? Unfortunately, we aren't too sure or have a clear answer to this. One idea is that it comes from the verb Sudan of Old High German origin, which means to burn, in relation to the slash and burn technique for clearing woodland to make it habitable, which could have taken place in the founding of the land of Schwyz. One idea for the name even delves into Swiss folklore, with the legend being that the Schwyz comes from the name of the legendary founder of the land, Swit, who killed his own brother in combat to claim dominance over the land. Killing your own brother to claim rule of a land? Where have I heard that myth before? Nevertheless, it was this name that was used for the land, with the people of the land becoming the Switzer and the country as a whole being called Switzerland. But like I said earlier, Switzerland has 4 languages, with each language calling the Swiss Confederation a different name, although the names are rather similar to one another, all deriving from that original name of Schwyz. Though what's also interesting is it's only the English name of Switzerland that puts land on the end. The official German name is Schweizerische Eidgenossenschaft, shortened to just Schweiz. In French, this is Confédération Suisse, shortened to just Suisse. In Italian, it's Confederazione Svizzera, shortened to just Svizzera. And in Romansh, it's Confederazione Svizzera, shortened to just Svizzera. Blimey. Feel free to complain about my pronunciation errors down below. Sources will be in the description as usual. Yet, Switzerland and these 4 names aren't the only names the Confederation has gone by. A more traditional name for the land used sometimes in the German-speaking parts of the country is Eidgenossenschaft, which is seen in the country's official name in German. This name has roots too in the legendary founding of the country with the legendary oath at Rütli, with this name coming from the German Eid meaning oath and Genossenschaft meaning cooperative. But perhaps the most well-known alternative name for Switzerland is Helvetia. This name is Latin and comes from the Helvetians, the first recorded settlers of the land before the modern Swiss moved in. This name can still be seen today in things like Swiss postage stamps. It's far easier to fit on a stamp than all 4 names in the country's languages, with Helvetia herself, the country's female national personification, and of course the Swiss created typeface, Helvetica. Indonesia is a country in Southeast Asia made up of islands and parts of islands, such as one half of the island of New Guinea, which borders the independent nation of Papua New Guinea, as well as the island of Borneo, which mainly belongs to Indonesia, as well as parts of the island belonging to Malaysia and the small state of Brunei. As well as sharing borders and parts of islands, Indonesia also seems to share part of its name with another country, the huge Asian country of India. Both nations have IND at the start of their name, and what's more interesting is that the word used to refer to something that relates to India is Indo, such as Proto-Indo-European language, the parent tongue of many European and Indian languages that I'm sure long-time viewers know all about by now. But anyway, why did both the names of these countries have similar beginnings? Was Indonesia named after India? Was India named after Indonesia? Or is it just a big coincidence? So before we look at Indonesia, we should look at how exactly India got its name. India is named after a river that runs through the country, the Indus River. Originally, however, this river had a different name, coming from the Sanskrit language, Sindhu. This is also also thought to mean sea in Sanskrit too. This name of Sindhu was corrupted in a couple ways over time by various languages. Iranians said S sounds as H sounds, so to them Sindhu became Hindu, where the name of the Hindu religion came from. And the Greeks pronounced the name Sindhu as Indus, which became the name of the river that led to the name India. So India is named after the river, which rules out the possibility of India being named after Indonesia. So is Indonesia named after India? Well, short answer, yes. Long answer, well, before the name Indonesia was settled upon, the area of the world where Indonesia is, including the modern Philippines and Malaysia too, were labelled as the Indian Archipelago, as well as the East Indies, due to the archipelago's location east to India and being named in relation to the West Indies in the Caribbean. Between 1816 and 1949, parts of this section of the world were a part of the Dutch Empire and were known as the Dutch East Indies. Despite being under Dutch control, the name Indonesia is of British origin, first appearing in an 1850 article written by Englishman George Samuel Windsor Earle and Scotsman James Richardson Logan. Earle in the article proposed the term Indonesian for the people of the islands. He also suggested Malayanesian, which he actually preferred, as at this time the Indian archipelago was also known as the Malayan archipelago, as what was Indonesia and what was Malaysia wasn't as concrete then. It was later on in the article that Logan suggested the name Indonesia, coming from the aforementioned Greek Indus and the Greek Nissos, meaning island. So the name really means Indian island to some degree. The name Indonesia grew in popularity thanks to the published travel journals and studies of a German physician, Adolf Bastian, who used the name Indonesia when talking about his experiences on the islands. The islands that make up Indonesia were under Dutch control all the way up to 1949, when they were granted independence. This independence only came about, however, due to the Japanese taking over the land years before, between 1942 and 1945 during World War II. With the Netherlands being occupied by Germany, they couldn't really do anything to help the native Indonesians being overtaken by the Japanese. The natives were actually kind of happy to be under Japanese control, as it meant they were free from the Dutch. That was of course until they had to play their role in the Japanese war effort. When the Japanese were finally ousted by the natives of Indonesia, they saw this as their time to claim independence from the Dutch, which they finally achieved in 1949. What's interesting, however, is usually when a country gains independence from colonial rule, they change their name to reflect this. Indonesia, however, kept the name given to them by outsiders. So, despite history painting India and Indonesia as somewhat similar countries, are they actually that similar? Well, no, not massively. They have completely different cultures, different languages, and different most popular religions. Despite being close to each other, perhaps the only thing these countries have in common, aside from a somewhat shared history, is of course their names. Pakistan is home to many awesome things, from beautiful buildings to the second tallest mountain on our planet, K2. What it's also home to is my personal favourite etymology of a country. I've been wanting to make this video for a while now, and with recently breaking my wrist, now seems like a good time to have a bit of a pick-me-up and talk about the history that went into the naming of Pakistan. Also, sorry if this video isn't as well animated, like I said, broken wrist. When you hear a name like Pakistan, you would think it has roots in the ancient world, as it's an equally ancient sounding name. Yet what if I told you the name Pakistan can not only be pinpointed to an exact date, but also pinpointed to an exact location it was coined? That time and place? Well, it wasn't somewhere in India thousands of years ago, but it was first recorded on the 28th of January 1933 at number 3 Humberston Road, Cambridge, England. Now I know what you're thinking. How on earth was a name like Pakistan formed here in Blighty of all places, coined less than 100 years ago? Well, that's because the country of Pakistan is actually fairly new. The land that makes up Pakistan was originally part of British India, only gaining independence from then on August 14th, 1947. But why exactly did this region of India want to be a separate country? Well, it all came down to religion. At this time, around 25% of India was Muslim, as opposed to the majority of the country being Hindi. There wasn't too much intermixing between the people of these two opposing religions. They did not marry, eat together, or even share water on trains. It's from this divide in religions that Indian expat student Chaudhry Lamat Ali comes into play. He wrote his Now or Never, Are We to Live or Perish Forever pamphlet in the aforementioned number 3 Humberston Road, Cambridge, England in 1933. In this pamphlet, he expressed his belief that his fellow Muslims living in the more Muslim populated provinces of India should gain independence and have their own Muslim nation. nation. He dubbed his nation Pakistan, with the I being added later just to make it sound neater. So where did he get this name from? Did he pull it out of thin air as he thought it sounded good and traditional? Well, not quite. What's so fascinating about the name Pakistan is it's actually an acronym of the names of the Indian provinces he wished were independent from India. The P comes from Punjab, the A comes from the Afghan province, the K from Kashmir, the S from Sindh, and the Tan coming from Baluchistan. But the Stan suffix is seen with other nations such as Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, and Tajikistan, just to name a few, and comes from the Persian and Urdu language, meaning the place of. Wow, there sure are a lot of countries that names end with Stan. That could make a fun video one day. Speaking of the Persian language, the name takes on another meaning in this language. In Persian, the name means the place of the pure, as Pak is the Persian word for pure. So yes, Pakistan's name is kind of an acronym and a pun rolled into one. It's so fascinating. The name Pakistan looks right at home next to places like Afghanistan and India. But when we look into the history of this country and its name, it reveals itself that this name has rather modern roots, coined in perhaps one of the most unexpected of places, in a suburban house in Britain. Normally we look at places with similar names that are still on our planet. Today, however, we need to look into the past to find a similar name. Well, for one of our places anyway. Today we are looking at the gigantic country of Russia, home of a crazy history full of crazy characters, the first dog in space, and a certain 2018 World Cup. Along with Russia, we have the former Germanic state of Prussia, which literally has the exact same name as Russia, with a P at the start. Though, to be fair, all awesome names start with a P. If you're anything like me, you may have heard of Prussia, but maybe thinking to yourself, what exactly was Prussia? Prussia was a former German state that was the largest part of the former German Empire. Prussia's reach at its very peak was way bigger than modern Germany and stretched out over far more land. However, the state of Prussia and the German Empire came to an end with the land of Germany lost in World War I and World War II. This video, however, isn't a complete history of Prussia. It's about why Prussia had such a similar name to Russia. To understand this, we need to look into the name of Russia first. Also, can we just take a minute to look at how unfathomably huge Russia is? Russia covers 11 time zones. Like, there's a 9-hour difference between the west of the country and the east. If you're starting your 9-to-5 job in Moscow, your friend at the same job in Petropavlovsk-Kamchatsky is already back home. These are just some of the countries that can fit comfortably into Russia at the same time, with thanks to the great thetruesize.com. Anyway, that's more than enough about how big Russia is. Let's look at that name. Like a lot of countries, Russia is believed to be named after the people who live there. However, these people weren't the natives of the land. The Rus were a group of Vikings who originally came from Sweden who settled in Russia. They became known as the Russi in Latin, which eventually became the English name of Russia. But where did the name of the Rus come from to begin with? The name is believed to come from the Finnish from the Old Norse term rods, meaning the men who row, as rowing was the key mode of transportation for Vikings who settled in Russia. Interestingly enough, the name of Sweden in Finnish comes from this same etymology too, as the Rus who rowed to Russia were from Sweden. This is why in Finnish, Sweden is called Ruotsi. So what about Prussia then? Was it named after a different group of Vikings who were called the Plus? Unfortunately not. In fact, we don't seem to be too sure from exactly where the name Prussia comes from. One theory of how the name came to be makes it sounding similar to Russia a coincidence, while the other theory links the names together closely. It's believed the name Prussia just comes from the name of the old Prussians, the people who lived in the area at the time, with it not being too clear as to where the name came from. The second theory is that it comes from the Slavic Polus, meaning the land near the Rus, as at its peak, Prussia bordered Russia. As fun as that second etymology that links the two names together is, I don't personally think it's the correct one, mainly because this second etymology explains Prussia's name in English, and both Prussia and Russia are exonyms. In German, Prussia is called Preußen, and in Russian, Russia is called Rossiya, which don't sound that similar at all. Ethiopia is one of the largest and oldest independent countries in Africa, never to be colonized by another nation. Well, minus 5 years of occupation from Mussolini's Italy. It is also the second most populated country in Africa, and the most populated landlocked country in not just Africa, but the whole world. While this ancient country may now be known as Ethiopia, this wasn't always the case, as historically the country went by a different name, Abyssinia. So where did these two names come from, and why was the name changed from Abyssinia to Ethiopia? Like I said, Ethiopia is an incredibly ancient country, having its roots in 980 BCE with the Kingdom of Demut, so this isn't as clear to us, like how the country of Burma changed its name to Myanmar. The name Abyssinia too isn't as clear to us. It's thought to come from the Arabic Habasa, coming from the Amharic Habash and the Arabic Habash, which means mixed and mixture respectively. So why is it thought that Abyssinia was named after a word for mixing? Well, this is because the land of Abyssinia was the home to a mixture of people and races that lived on the land. Nevertheless, this Arabic word of Habasa was Latinized over time to Abyssinia. The name Ethiopia, however, is of Greek origin, coming from the Greek Ethiopia. Ethiopia is thought to come from the Greek aethor, meaning I burn, and the Greek ops, meaning face. This etymology references a burnt face. But why exactly? Well, this etymology is of Greek origin. It's not a native Ethiopian name, though Ethiopia's native name in Amharic is now a variation of it. To these Europeans, one of the most striking features of this land would have been the darker skin tone of the people who lived there. A lot of Europeans may have never seen people with darker skin, leading to them referring to these darker skinned people as having burnt faces, in turn naming the country after this. Without delving into whole other subject areas that would not only involve my personal opinions over fact, but would probably enrage the YouTube gods, I won't talk about the social issues that could arise from this name. Perhaps that can be a video for another time. So that's where the two names come from, but when exactly did the name change from Abyssinia to Ethiopia? Well, like I said earlier, there wasn't a clear-cut changing of names. It seems the names throughout history have been used interchangeably. One of the earliest times the name was changed from Abyssinia to Ethiopia was in the 4th century CE, when King Azana of the Kingdom of Aksum wanted to convert his kingdom to Christianity, feeling Ethiopia was a more Christian name for the country as opposed to Abyssinia. But the name Abyssinia would appear once again, though unofficially. The Ethiopian Empire lasted from 1270 to 1974. That's over 700 years. This empire was also known as Abyssinia. Even today, some languages still use a variation of Abyssinia over a variation of Ethiopia as the name for the country. Despite how different the countries of the world can be, something that can be similar among countries are their names. Elements of language, perhaps most noticeably certain suffixes, crop up in the names of many countries. Take the land suffix, seen across the globe in some of its most northern points like Iceland, to the depths of Africa in Swaziland, and countries that end with ear that also span huge amounts of the world, from Estonia to India to Australia, and many countries in between. However, there is one country suffix that doesn't quite span the world. In fact, all the countries with this suffix border one another. I'm of course talking about the country names that end with stan. There are 7 countries across Central and South Asia that have stan at the end of their name. These are, and apology in advance for most likely mispronouncing some of these, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, Afghanistan, and of course Pakistan. We've established what links these nations together is that the name of all these countries end with stan. So why is this, and what does this suffix mean? The stan suffix is of Persian origin. In Persian, this stan suffix doesn't translate to exactly one thing in English, but means kind of a selection of similar things. It has been translated to mean country, place, land of, homeland, all similar stuff like that. This stan suffix is of Persian origin, but it actually traces back to the Indo-Iranian stanam, which means place, or more literally, where one stands. As I said, stan can be translated into many variations of similar meaning. For the rest of this video, however, we'll just be using homeland. So we know that with these countries, the latter half of their name means homeland. So what about the former parts of their names? Well, let's look first at the biggest of the stan countries, Kazakhstan. Now that we know stan means homeland, we can see this name as Kazakh homeland. Suddenly, this should hopefully start making a bit more sense to us. The stan suffix is very much like the land suffix. How England is the land of the Angles and Finland means the land of the Finns, Kazakhstan simply means the Kazakh homeland. In fact, pretty much all of the stan country names refer to the homeland of those people, minus Pakistan, which has an etymology so interesting it deserves its own video. So yes, Kazakhstan means the Kazakh homeland, with Kazakh thought to come from the Turkish Kazakh, meaning a nomad, due to the Kazakhs' nomadic history. Kyrgyzstan is the Kyrgyz homeland, with Kyrgyz believed to come from the Turkic word for 40, referring to the 40 clans of the legendary hero Mananas. Uzbekistan is the Uzbek homeland, and we don't seem to be too sure as to where the name Uzbek comes from. One theory is that it comes from the name of the Turkish Khan Oguz Khan, though that's from Wikipedia, so take it as you wish. Turkmenistan is the Turkmen homeland, as the people there were thought to be Turk-like, relating to the country of Turkey. Tajikistan is the Tajik homeland, and we aren't too sure where the name of the Tajiks come from either. And of course, Afghanistan means the Afghan homeland, with Afghan too being of uncertain origin. This is a seriously ancient part of the world, and with such a deep history means unfortunately some facts and answers get lost in times, like definitive answers as to where the names of groups of people come from. Yet aside from these 7 nations, there are other Stan places in the world. In fact, minus Pakistan and Afghanistan, the other 5 Stan nations were once part of the Soviet Union. While they aren't anymore, there are some Stans still left in Russia, like the republics of Bashkortostan, Dagestan and Tatarstan. Interesting too is that the Persian name for India was Hindustan, as to them India was the Hindu homeland. Let's end things completely off subject, as Stan in recent years has taken on another meaning a very big fan of something. This comes from the Eminem song of the same name. And is there a better example I could show you than the just shy of 150 Stans who support name explain? Islands off the coast of South America in the Caribbean Sea are called Trinidad and Tobago. So what's so weird about that? Well, these 2 islands come together to form one nation. Once again, there's nothing too special about this. There are many nations that consist of 2 or more islands. Indonesia, an example, is made up of a ton of islands and parts of islands. What differentiates this island nation from others is that this island nation doesn't have a collective name like Indonesia does. The country that consists of the islands of Trinidad and Tobago is simply called Trinidad and Tobago. Why on earth is this the case? Well, first off, let's look at how those 2 names came to be in the first place. Starting off with the bigger of the 2 islands, Trinidad. This name comes from Christopher Columbus, who named so much of the Caribbean. When he came across the island, he named it La Isla de la Trinidad, which means the island of the Trinity. And over time, the name was just shortened to Trinidad. So why was it named after the Trinity? What Trinity is he talking about? Well, Christopher Columbus was a devout Catholic after all. The Trinity in Trinidad's name is of course in reference to the Holy Trinity, the Father, Son and Holy Ghost. Columbus named the island this due to a religious vow he made before leaving for his 3rd voyage, where he discovered Trinidad. The name Tobago doesn't seem to have one definitive etymology, but all the possible etymologies derive from the same thing, that of course being tobacco. Like Trinidad, it too comes from Spanish. The Spanish word it comes from being tobacco, the Spanish word for tobacco. So why was this island named after the smokable plant? There's a couple reasons as to why this is the case. The most popular reason seems to be due to how tobacco was grown and smoked by the natives, but I also read the theory that it was due to the fact the island is shaped like a cigar, which I can kind of see. Anyway, that's where the names of these 2 islands come from. But why is it that when they come together to form one nation, they don't have a unique name, but just keep their own? Well, that has a lot to do with the history of the islands. While both islands were in fact discovered by the Spanish, many other empires and nations ruled over the islands. At first, Spain ruled both the islands. However, by 1797, the island of Trinidad was surrendered to the British and became a crown colony in 1802. Tobago came under French rule in 1781, and this is where France and Britain started playing hot potato with the island. Britain took it back in 1793, France regained it in 1802, and finally Britain reclaimed it once again in 1814. Now, both islands were under the rule of the British Empire, but being controlled as 2 separate entities, and both prospering. However, Tobago's prosperity started running dry due to its sugar industry coming more or less to an end because of the abolishment of slavery. No longer able to support itself, the island of Tobago joined up with the still prospering island of Trinidad to form the single crown colony of Trinidad and Tobago in 1888. And this is how the island nation was all the way until 1962, when the nation gained independence from the British Empire, and in 1976 officially becoming the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. While free of British rule, they however still kept the name that the British used for their crown colony, not picking one name to reflect both nations, but just stuck with Trinidad and Tobago, the single nation with 2 names. Trinidad, anything like myself, perhaps you're a bit uninformed of the inner workings and details of the countries of Africa. African generalization seems to be a thing. A lot of us seem to know and understand the different cultures and histories of the nations of Europe, as an example, but so many of us simply blanket the 54 nations of the continent of Africa by describing them as just that, Africa. How many times have you heard someone say, "I'm going to Africa," and not specify what nation they are going to? But maybe that's just me being an uninformed Englishman. But if you are like me, you may see the country of Liberia and think it's just another nation of Africa, and its name just derives from some ancient African origin. However, once you start to look into the country's history, you will realise, like all African nations, its fascinating history, which is perfectly reflected in its name. So perhaps for the seriously uninformed, like myself, what exactly even is a Liberia? Well, Liberia is an African nation in West Africa, bordered by Sierra Leone, Guinea, and the Ivory Ivory Coast / Côte d'Ivoire, with a population of over 4.5 million people. The cities of Liberia are considered to be some of the cleanest in all of Africa, and funnily enough, their current president, George Weah, was originally a professional football / soccer player and played for teams such as AC Milan, Manchester City, and even my team Chelsea. Well, they're sort of my team. When their president isn't a former football star, they are electing Africa's first female president. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf was president of Liberia between 2006 and 2018. In more recent years, however, Liberia has had issues, from Ebola outbreaks to coups. But what about that name, Liberia? Well, it might seem the name has roots in an African language or deep African history, but this really isn't the case. Of course, the latter part of the name, Ia, is a common place name suffix. So what about the Liber part of their name? Well, the country wasn't named after the real name of famous comic book writer Stanley Liber. The Liber part of the name comes from the words liberty and liberation, referring to freedom, specifically the freedom of black slaves from the United States. The nation has very close ties to the USA, from the official language of Liberia being English too, and even their flags are slightly similar. Just a tad. Liberia was established in 1820 by the American Colonization Society, with the ACS being founded 4 years earlier in 1816 by Reverend Robert Finley. It was set up to help free the black slaves of the states to emigrate to Africa. Robert Finley's philosophy behind this was a mixture of reasons. He felt the freed black slaves of the states would only be able to reach their full potentials as humans back in Africa, the land of their fathers, as he put it. It was also due to the idea that he, and many others in the USA had at the time, that the freed blacks now in the States would affect the well-being and happiness of white Americans. Also, due to being a religious man, he thought that having people indoctrinated in Christianity being sent to Africa would help the spread of Christianity on the continent. As years went by, the ACS grew. The nephew of George Washington himself, Bushrod Washington, even became their president. I read that the motives of members varied. Some were genuine allies of freed black slaves and wanted to help them any way they can, and thought that their work would help eradicate slavery in the States. Other members of the ACS were simply a part of the society to keep slavery a thing, but just wanted to be able to remove freed blacks who they felt could rebel against the slave trade. Whether the ACS's intentions were good or bad can be your interpretation. I'm just trying to stick to the facts. Eventually, the ACS worked to establish a colony for freed black slaves on the west coast of Africa. This would of course be Liberia, named in honour of the fact that it would be a place of liberty and freedom for the aforementioned freed black slaves. The first slaves were relocated in 1822. When this happened, there was praise and criticism across many different locations and demographics in the States. A lot of Americans of African descent were not happy about being upheaved from their established homes in the States and being forced to Africa, while many slave-owning states were happy about the freed blacks in their states being moved. Either way, approximately 12,000 freed black slaves from the states were transported to Liberia, their new home, where they could be liberated from US rule. However, it was still just a colony of the USA. It wouldn't be until 1847 that the colony would be able to gain independence. This came about due to pressure on the USA put on by Britain to ease off control of the colony, leading to Liberia becoming Africa's first democratic republic, basing their constitution on the Constitution of the United States. With the country coming into existence as a place for freed slaves to lead a life of liberation, and then for the country to gain its own liberty and to become the first democratic republic in Africa, it's easy to see just why the name Liberia reflects the country's history. When talking about Scandinavian countries, the obvious three nations of Norway, Sweden and Denmark always come to mind. But even when we think of the wider Nordic world, other nations come into mind like Finland, the further away Iceland, and the even further away Greenland. However, one country that seems to get forgotten about when thinking of the world of snow and hats with horns on them, because Vikings definitely did have horns on their helmets, don't at me, is the country of the Faroe Islands, located north of Scotland. But I hear all those keyboards clicking away in the comments section because I said something clearly wrong. I don't hear you all saying that Vikings didn't have horns on their helmets, because they did, don't at me. It's the fact that I called the Faroe Islands a country when we all know it's actually a part of the Kingdom of Denmark. There's a couple reasons I said this. First off, so the title of this clickbait video would make sense, and secondly because it kind of is its own country. Officially it's an autonomous country within the Kingdom of Denmark, along with Greenland and the mainland of Denmark that makes up the entire Kingdom of Denmark. This means that the Faroe Islands do have their own government, Lagting, but bigger issues like military and foreign relations are dealt with in Copenhagen. So, how did the islands that make up the Faroe Islands end up being a part of Denmark? At first glance on a map, you may think it would more likely be a part of Scotland due to where it is, much like the Shetland Islands. Well, it's actually thought that the first settlers on the island weren't from Denmark at all, but from Ireland, specifically Irish monks. It's believed that these first settlers came across the island thanks to St. Brendan when he left Ireland in search of the promised land of the saints. One story from his travels tells us of a visit to the islands of the sheep and the paradise of birds. More on these sheep later. That was several days away of sailing from Scotland. The Faroe Islands are full of sheep, birds, and are a few days away from Scotland on a sailboat, so it's very strongly believed that it was the Faroe Islands St. Brendan and his crew discovered. However, it wouldn't stay a haven for the Holy Irish. By the 9th century, Norwegian settlers came to the land, eventually leading to the Faroe Islands becoming a part of Norway. It was still a part of Norway when the kingdoms of Norway and Denmark came together to form a double monarchy in the late 14th century. Eventually, by 1814, Norway was ceded to Sweden, but the Faroe Islands stayed under control of Denmark all the way up to today. The poor Faroe Islands have always been in the possession of other nations. Funnily enough, in 1524, King of Norway and Denmark Christian II was unable to pay a loan back to King Henry VIII of England. In compensation, he offered England, Iceland and the Faroe Islands, which they refused. Of course, these are the Faroe Islands, the islands being plural. There is more than just one island that makes up the Faroe Islands. Each of these islands with a name of their own. There's a lot of interesting stories behind the names of some of these islands. The biggest island is called Streymoy, and this name means Island of Currents, and the island to its east, Estoloy, simply means East Island. What's also interesting is that some of the islands own pairs of names, such as Kalsoy and Kunoy, which mean Man Island and Woman Island respectively, and Stólademon and Litlademon, which mean Great Demon and Little Demon respectively. However, we're here to look for the etymology of the collective name of all these islands, that name of course being the Faroe Islands. In Faroese, the name is Faria, with this name meaning Sheep Island. The name comes from Thor, which means sheep, and the old Faroese Oya, which means islands. If you couldn't gather from that name, the Faroe Islands have a lot of sheep. In fact, their sheep population is around 70,000 compared to the roughly 50,000 humans that live on the islands. Everyone could have their own personal sheep, plus an extra 20,000 sheep going spare. Some believe the name could also relate more to the original Irish settlers, coming from the Gaelic word Fíorlan, which means land or estate. Some think this name came to the Norwegian settlers who added their Oya, meaning islands, becoming Fíorlan Oya and evolving into Faroe Islands in English, but I personally believe the more sheepish etymology. I mean, they even have a sheep on their coat of arms. Asia is a part of the world home to many nations that are dotted across a multitude of islands. I mean, technically a part of mainland Asia is Southeast Asia too, with countries like Vietnam, Myanmar, Cambodia, Laos, Thailand, and a large part of Malaysia, but there's places like Indonesia, the Philippines, and even tiny nations, parts of islands like East Timor and Brunei. However, today we are looking into one tiny island just off the coast of mainland Malaysia, that of course being the nation of Singapore. And yes, I say country. As I went into writing this video, I wasn't too sure if Singapore was even a country, but if it was more a is Hong Kong a part of China kind of situation. Turns out, however, it is not. Singapore is the only place in the world that prides itself on being an island and city-state, meaning Singapore is an island nation, though within its control are many smaller islands and islets. And the main biggest island of Singapore is primarily a city. In fact, the percentage of the Singapore population that lives in urban areas is considered to be 100% of the population. Of course, however, we are not here to really look into the specifics of what Singapore is and isn't. We're here to look at where that name Singapore comes from. However, it wasn't actually always called that. An earlier name for the island was Temasek. This name has first been found in documents dating back to the 14th and 15th century. We aren't too sure where exactly this name comes from, but one idea seems pretty accurate. It's thought this name comes from the same root as the Malay word for lake, Tazik. It's strongly believed that Temasek means a place surrounded by a lake or the sea, which is pretty fitting for Singapore as it's an island surrounded by the sea. So that's why I feel this etymology for Temasek is pretty solid. Soon enough, the name Singapore started to emerge. However, it wasn't the first place to be named Singapore. A Singapola is mentioned in the Jataka Tales, a collection of stories about the previous lives of Buddha, and the village of Chalakio in Vietnam was once called Simhapola when it was the capital of the Hindi Champa Kingdom. It was even used as a place in Thailand during the Angkorian Empire. So why were so many places called Singapore, or at least a variation of Singapore? Well, to help with understanding that, we ought to look at what the name Singapore actually means. The name comes from the Sanskrit Simhapuram, which means Lion City. You're very lucky this video wasn't called Which Country is Named After Lions. This name is a combination of Simha, which means lion. I think it's a coincidence this sounds somewhat like Simba, and Puram, which means city. It's likely this name comes up in the Buddhist world so much as lions play a large role in Buddhism. So why did this island end up with the name Lion City? There's actually a couple stories as to how this happened. Both are somewhat steeped in the world of legends, however. One idea comes from the story of a Sumatran prince named Sang Nila Utama, who was out hunting one day on the island when he saw a mysterious animal in the far off distance. He believed this animal was a lion, and he saw it as a good omen to set up a city where the lion stood, which would eventually become Singapore, though this is debated as lions aren't really known for being native to the island. Yet the second theory, and the theory that helps us explain why the name changed, is thought to be due to the last king of the island changing the name from Temasek to Simhapuram because he wanted the island to have a name related to the wider Sanskrit speaking world, as opposed to the name Temasek, which only meant something to the Malay speaking world. If this was the case, then unfortunately his Sanskrit name of Simhapura was translated to Malay as Singapore, and then when the British arrived on the island, the name we now have today, Singapore, was cemented. However, these aren't the only two names that Singapore has gone by. A more notorious one is Soinantu, the Japanese name given to the island was occupied by the Japanese in World War II. This name meant light of the south, which makes sense as Singapore is south to Japan. Once the Japanese surrendered, however, the name quickly disappeared. Even till today, the name is apparently something of a sore subject in Singapore. The most interesting name I found, however, isn't technically a name for the country of Singapore as a whole, but just a name for the biggest island of Singapore that makes up the majority of the nation, this name being Pulau Ujong. This name means island at the end in Malay, which is super fitting as Singapore is quite literally the island at the end of the peninsula of Malay. Interesting how things that, despite being so different, can share names. In language terms, these are called homonyms. A homonym is specifically where the words are pronounced and written the same but have different meanings, as opposed to homophones that sound the same but are spelt differently and have different meanings, and homographs which are spelt the same but have different pronunciations and different meanings. Anyway, today we are looking at those first ones, homonyms. Some interesting examples are bark, as in the thing on trees, and the thing that comes out of a dog's mouth. Band, as in a group of musicians, and a ring, usually made of rubber, and address, which is someone's location and the act of talking to a lot of people. However, one of the most interesting ones, and the one we are looking at today, has to be the name that is shared between two of the most opposing things, the name that links one of the biggest, most populated and powerful countries in the world, and a delicate little material used to make teacups, saucers, and little dolls, that of course being China. So why on earth are these two things even called China? Well, let's start with that material first, which despite being so well known as China, isn't actually called China. That's a more colloquial term for the stuff. It became known as China due to the fact that it first came to the Europeans from their discovery of the material in China. They were amazed by the stuff, never seeing anything like it before. It was imported in the droves to Europe, where it became known as Chinaware, which it is still known as today, and eventually that was just shortened to China. So if China is just one name for the material, what is it actually called? Well, it goes by another name you've probably heard of, porcelain. This name of porcelain has a pretty interesting story too. When the Europeans discovered China, the material, not the country, they wanted to make it themselves as opposed to importing it all the way from the country. That's why this name of porcelain is of European origin, not Asian origin. Not that the word China is actually Asian. We'll get onto that in a bit. Porcelain comes from the Italian porcellana and means cowrie shell, with the cowrie being a type of sea snail. The material is named after the shell of this marine mollusk, as their shells have a pretty similar look and texture to the material from China. This Italian name of porcellana is believed to come from the Italian porcella, which means young sow / pig, and is thought to be because the shell looks somewhat like the private area of a female pig. I mean, I see what they're getting at. I googled it and yeah, they look similar, but I'm not drawing that. Anyway, if the material was named after the fact that it was imported from China, then how did the country of China end up with that name? We aren't too sure from where exactly this name comes from, but we have a couple ideas. One of interest is the idea that it comes from a Sanskrit word which means country to the east of India, which makes logical sense as China is east to India. Yet the more popular idea is that the name derives from the name of the dynasties of ancient China, the Qin dynasty. Although this dynasty didn't actually last that long, only lasting between 200 221 to 206 BCE, its rule had a huge impact on the history of the country. It was during this time that the 7 kingdoms that clustered around what is now eastern China weren't too happy with one another. It was the Qin dynasty who came out victorious to unify the kingdoms. It's from this dynasty it's believed the name China is thought to derive from and became the name for the nation in the West. And yes, China is only the name for the country in English, and variations of that name appear in other languages. Despite how well known this name is, the around 1.4 billion people of the nation of China most likely don't use the name China. They use the native name for the country, Zhonghua. Huge apologies if I mispronounce that awfully, there'll be pronunciation sources down below. This name derives from a dynasty that ruled China even before the Qin, the Zhou dynasty. The name is thought to mean middle/central realm/country due to the traditional belief that this part of the world was the center and most civilized part of the entire planet, and things only got more uncivilized the further away you got from it. Though to call this early version of China a country in the sense we think of a country today is a whole different subject. Zidnaf's video on the matter is far better than anything I could conjure up. Anyway, aside from the country called China that's actually called Zhongguo and the material called China that is actually called porcelain, we have something else that sort of goes by the name China, that of course being the island nation of Taiwan. Officially in English, these two places are called the Republic of China and the People's Republic of China. This is a huge, somewhat complicated topic, perhaps out of the realms of this video. Maybe a why does Taiwan call itself China video could happen one day, if you guys want it. But regardless, it's another thing that is called China when perhaps it might not ought to be called China. There was even a wrestler called China, but she was actually called Joan Lawler. Man, is there anything actually called China? Countries and places that have very similar names. Countries with similar names can be found all over the globe. Some are right next to each other and others are thousands of miles apart. The two we are looking at today, however, are both within the continent of Africa. One on Africa's west coast and one just south of the continent's center. These are of course Zambia and the Gambia. I'm sure you can see why these names are so similar. There's literally just one letter and a definite article that we will definitely look into, difference in the names. So is there any reason as to why these nations have similar names, or is it just another coincidence of language? So today I feel like starting south and working our way up Africa and going in non-alphabetical order, so let's start with Zambia. Now what even is Zambia? Well, it's the 17th largest country in Africa and one of the only two nations in the world that name starts with the letter Z, the second being its neighbour Zimbabwe. It's handy they're next to each other, however it's just the Z that links these names as they don't share a similar etymological root. When it was under British rule, the nation was known as Northern Rhodesia, yet when it gained independence in 1964, the name Zambia was established. That's already one country of two names, Rhodesia and Zambia. Rhodesia might sound somewhat alien. For me, the ancient supercontinent of Rodinia comes to mind, but in fact it was just named after Englishman Cecil Rhodes, who played a large role in the scramble for Africa. Imagine if it ended up being called Cecilopolis. The name Zambia, however, has its origins in the name of the river that runs not just through the country of Zambia, but through a huge part of Africa, the Zambezi River. We aren't really too sure as to where this name for the river comes from, but it's believed it could mean Grand River, which would make sense as it's pretty grand. There are also other theories, however, for how this river came to be named, from it being named after the Bezi people to it coming from the Bantu term Umbis, which means fish, so the river would be called River of Fish. But all we really need to know for the sake of this video is that the country was named after the river. Anyway, let's move on to our second country, that of course being the Gambia. The Gambia is the smallest nation in mainland Africa, and I'm pretty sure most people notice straight away its rather unique borders. The entire country is within the larger nation of Senegal, with just a part of its borders being next to the ocean. This bizarre border is thought to come from the land and resource disputes between the French and English. The English wanted a river in West Africa under their control, and the French already had the Senegal River. The story goes that the English sailed a ship up the river firing cannonballs either side, and where the cannonballs ended up on either side of the river will become the borders for the Gambia. Though this story is debated, it helps explain why the borders of the Gambia reflect the river that runs through it. And what is this river called? Well, obviously it is called the Gambia River, and yes, the country of the Gambia is named after the Gambia River, and this river's name is thought to come from either the Portuguese word for trade/exchange, cambio, as the Portuguese were the first Europeans there and a lot of trading and exchanging were done on the river, or the theory that this river's name just comes from the Mandinka name for the river, Cambra/Camba. And of course we have that the, or definite article as it's called in fancy English English terms. The Gambia is one of the 2 nations in the world that uses a definitive article in their official shortened name, along with the Bahamas, and even in its full official name, that "the" still seems out of place. The Republic of the Gambia, not just the Republic of Gambia. Many nations actually do have "the" in their official name, like how France is the French Republic, and there are other countries that use "the" too, like the Philippines, the United Kingdom and United States, but for some reason the Gambia just seems to stick out like a sore thumb. My theory as to why the Gambia seems so odd in our heads is due to the fact that definite articles in country names usually come with names that are pluralized or a collection of things. The Bahamas and the Philippines are collections of islands and have that S at the end too to make them plural, and the United States and United Kingdom's names imply they are a collection of things, states and kingdoms respectively. The Gambia didn't come into formation from many states or provinces coming together, and it doesn't have an S at the end to make it sound plural. Does the Gambiers make it sound more correct? So to our ears it just sounds odd. Though this is all my own theorising, so take it with a pinch of salt. Anyway, maybe we shouldn't be asking why "the" sounds so odd at the start of the Gambia, and just ask why it's there in the first place. There are 2 main reasons as to why this definite article exists. This is due to the fact that the Gambia was named after the Gambia River, and because when the nation became independent, the Prime Minister wrote a letter to the United Nations requesting that the Gambia keep this definite article so it could distinguish itself from another country becoming independent at the time, that of course being Zambia, which brings us nicely to the fact that Zambia and the Gambia have similar names. So why are these names similar? Well, there are similarities between the nations' names, and there also aren't. There isn't one etymological root that ties these 2 names together. It doesn't seem to be that the ambient part of these names means the same thing and the Z and G mean different things, but then there are also similarities in the names. Both are former British territories, both names come from languages of the larger Niger-Congo language family, and of course perhaps what ties the names closest together is the fact they're both named after rivers. But then again, loads of countries are named after rivers, and their names don't sound anything like Mongolia simply means the land of the Mongols in Latin, as we can see in the country's name Mongol, and that ever-present ear suffix we see in many country names. So if Mongolia is named after the Mongols, then how did the Mongols get their name? Well, this name seems to be something of a mystery, but one source tells me that it may come from the Mongolian Mong, which means brave. I mean, I could see a group of people calling themselves brave. Now, this is all well and good, and if I ask you to point to Mongolia on the map, then pointing around here would be perfect, as that is where the country of Mongolia resides. However, if you pointed lower down, in the northern part of China, despite pointing at China, you are still pointing at Mongolia. Well, kind of, as this region of China is also called Mongolia, Inner Mongolia to be precise. So how on earth did we end up with a separate country and a part of China that are both called Mongolia? I guess we should try to figure out what exactly Inner Mongolia is. Like I said, Inner Mongolia is a region of China. It's the northernmost region of China, and not only does it border Mongolia the country, but it continues northwards in a crescent shape and even borders Russia too. However, despite being a part of China, it is an autonomous region. This means that even though it is a part of China, it still has its own local government and a larger diversity of ethnic groups living within, primarily Chinese nationals with Mongolian people too. If there's an Inner Mongolia, does that mean there's an Outer Mongolia too? Well, there was an Outer Mongolia, and there still sort of is. The country of just Mongolia at one point in history was known as Outer Mongolia, and to some people in China it is still referred to as Outer Mongolia and even North Mongolia to differentiate it from their Inner Mongolia in China. So why is there an Inner and Outer Mongolia anyway, and why is the Inner Mongolia in China? Well, it all comes down to who has claimed the land over the years. Of course, one of the most famous Mongols to ever grace the earth is Genghis Khan, and it was his Mongol Empire that took over so much of the land in Asia. In fact, at its peak, the Mongol Empire was the second largest empire we've ever seen on planet Earth, just behind yours truly. Of course, part of this huge empire included the land that covers modern day China. However, with foresight on our side, we know that this didn't last forever. Once the Mongol Empire fell and the Chinese Qin dynasty took over, all of Mongolia, inner and outer, became a part of this Chinese empire. And it remained this way for many years until the fall of the Qing dynasty, becoming independent in 1921. However, it came a time when Russia wished to have more land because, you know, they don't have enough as it is. And it was in 1924 the Red Army established the Mongolians' People Republic in Outer Mongolia. Inner Mongolia was fought over between the Russians, Mongols, Chinese and even the Japanese. However, when the People's Republic of China was formed, it was cemented as a part of China. The Outer Mongolia that was claimed by the Russians helped as a buffer area between China and Russia,
culture. However, for some time, China still saw Outer Mongolia as their land. Despite this Russian Mongolia being formed in 1924, it was only in 1946 China recognized its independence. It was in 1992 with the collapse of the Soviet Union that the Mongolian People's Republic became just Mongolia. So that is why we have an Inner Mongolia in China and an Outer Mongolia in, well, Mongolia. But why is the Chinese Mongolia the Inner Mongolia? I'm guessing it's due to the fact that during the Mongol Empire, Inner Mongolia would have been the more central and, well, inner part of Mongolia, with that name simply sticking around. Like I said though, this is just my own theorizing. So how similar are these two Mongolias now? They were once part of the same empires but now stand as two separate places, and that's exactly the answer to this. They're separate places, different governments, different currencies, different passports. However, there are some similarities. Languages of each country can be found in each other, as well as natives of each country living within each other country. And of course the biggest similarity is their names. Names that to me are relics of empires that have risen and fallen in these lands. While the world may currently be watching another country go through a name change, it was last year in 2018 when we saw another nation change its name. I should have covered this when it was relevant, but being topical has never been my strongest point. This was of course when in April of 2018 it was announced that the nation of Swaziland would change its name to Eswatini. Eswatini is a relatively small landlocked nation nestled between Mozambique and South Africa. Despite being so small, it has vast mountains running across its eastern edge. So wait a minute, landlocked, small and mountainous? It's easy to see why people get the names of Swaziland and Switzerland mixed up. More on that later. Starting in 1906, Swaziland, as it was called at that time, was ruled over by the British as one of their colonies. However, this wasn't forever, as in 1968, Swaziland became an independent nation once again. In fact, the name change coincided with 50 years of independence from the British. But what about that name? Well, the initial name was Swaziland anyway. If you're a long-time viewer, and if you aren't, then don't forget to subscribe. I'm sure you have a fair idea as to what this name means. We see the land suffix in country names so often, and the previous part of these names usually tell us who that land belongs to. In this case, it is of course the Swazi people, also known as the Swati, with Swaziland meaning the land of the Swazi. So where exactly did the name of these people come from? Well, luckily we actually have a clear answer to this for once. The name comes from the name of one of their former kings, King Mswati II, who reigned from 1840 to 1868. Mswati II is considered to be one of the greatest kings in African history, claiming more land for Swaziland than anyone else, even land they have since lost. It was the name of this great king that his followers and the nation became named after. Yet that was Mswati II. Fast forward 150 years to 2018 and we have the current king of Eswatini, Mswati III. Mswati III took over the throne at just 18 years old and hasn't built quite the same reputation as Mswati II. His luxurious and polygamous lifestyle has left many of his subjects not too happy to call him their king. Nevertheless, it was in 2018 he announced that the country would now be called Eswatini as opposed to Swaziland. This name change happened for a couple reasons. One, as we mentioned earlier, he was getting annoyed about the Swaziland-Switzerland mix-up, and secondly, he was not happy that the former name of Swaziland was a mixture of Swazi and English. Many African nations took their former native names after colonial rule in them had ended. King Mswati wished for this remnant of colonial rule to be gone, and now it is. Luckily, however, we don't need to look too deeply into this name, as this name too means exactly what Swaziland meant too, the land of the Swazi. Yet, how was he able to change the name of the country so easily? As we are witnessing now with Greece and Macedonia, big changes to a country like this aren't usually so easy to push through. Also, this Portuguese coverage of the whole Greece-Macedonia situation actually used my video to help explain the situation. They didn't credit me or ask my permission. It's cool but kind of weird and anyway, the reason the king could so easily change this is due to the fact that Eswatini is Africa's last absolute monarchy, which means that he and he alone has more or less complete control over anything in the nation. If he wants to change the name, he simply can, without having to seek approval from any government bodies or his subjects. Of course, however, while he may have been able to change the nation's name easily, that doesn't mean that actually doing so will be as easy. It's safe to say there's a lot to get done when having to change a country's name. Think of all the places that name will be changed. The currency, airlines, well, they're one airplane, signs at borders, literally everywhere the name is written will need to be changed. Luckily, however, the name Swaziland doesn't appear in their national anthem, so that's one thing they can keep. Angry puns have been a mainstay of internet culture for a while now, but in all honesty, this pun only really works in the English language, and other Germanic languages too, to an extent I guess. As if you need food in Hungarian, you aren't hungry, you are éhes.
This pun doesn't even work in Hungary itself. It's not like the country is called Éhes in Hungarian. In fact, it has a completely different name, being called Magyarország. Apologies for pronunciation. I definitely think making a video called Why is Magyarország called Hungary in English would be a much more sensible idea, but since when have we gone with sensible on this channel? So today, let's see if Hungary lives up to that pun-filled name. Just how Hungary is Hungary. Of course, we ought to look at where that name comes from in the first place. Despite how different Hungary's English and native names might sound, they actually come from the same root, the people who lived in the land. In English, they were known as the Huns, with of course the most famous Hun being Attila, with their land in medieval Latin being Hungaria, which evolved into the name we use today. However, the Huns named for themselves were the Magyar, and from that name we got their native language name for the country. So, despite what it might seem like to English speakers, the name for this country has nothing to do with the large appetite of the people there. Yet regardless of this, we're still diving into the silly concept of hunger in Hungary. What is the food like over there to begin with? Well, it seems that Hungary's most popular dish is goulash, a type of stew traditionally made in a kettle over fire, primarily with beef, vegetables and seasoning. While goulash seems to be the most popular dish, other popular Hungarian dishes include langos, a deep fried flatbread that looks amazing, halászlé, a fish soup made similarly to traditional goulash, and szomli golushka, a sponge cake topped with chocolate cream, walnut, rum and whipped cream. It's safe to say that there isn't a lack of good food for anyone hungry in Hungary, though never ask me to pronounce Hungarian food again. One of the factors that first came to mind for me when thinking about this question is what is their food production like in Hungary? What is their farming situation like? What crops and animals do they raise best? All very exciting stuff like that. This led me to this very exciting report named The Situation of Hungarian Agriculture by Anna Berger for the Institute of Economics of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences. In this paper, Anna discussed that Hungary's major produces are things like corn, wheat, potato, sunflower seeds, and grapes are their famous Hungarian wine. Livestock is a key part of Hungarian farming too, with all the popular farm animals being bred there, with 40% of their agriculture coming from livestock. The farming scene in Hungary seems to have fluctuated a lot, however. Between 1990 and 2000, farms in Hungary reduced by over 30%, yet in 2018, their Minister of Agriculture expressed that Hungarian agriculture is one of the fastest growing agriculture sectors in Europe, and since 2010 it has grown by 50%, with more than 70,000 jobs being created. In all honesty, I never thought this job would lead me to researching the agriculture scene in Hungary. Hungary's a nation that has been affected by famine in the past. One article discussed the Hungarian famine of 1864, which was the result of excessive rainfall followed by drought, allowing very little to grow in the country. There was food shortages too during the Soviet rule of Hungary, which was one of the factors that led to the Hungarian uprising of 1952. Yet, that was all in the past. How Hungary is Hungary now? Well, as silly as I've been making out this video to be, unfortunately Hungary does struggle with hunger issues. 500,000 children live in poverty in Hungary, and it's believed that 40,000 children of Hungary go without sufficient food, whether that be due to poverty or neglect. The government have issued free meals in schools and nurseries for over 300,000 children, yet these are only on weekdays, meaning they still struggle with food on the weekends and holiday breaks. Programs are in place to help parents feed their children, so it's good to see that Hungary are aiming to tackle their hunger problems. Though there are famine issues in Hungary, unfortunately issues like these are present throughout the world. Famine is still a huge issue across Africa, with Oxfam reporting that there are millions on the brink of starvation there. Even in countries that you may not stereotypically associate with hunger face issues. Feed America reported that 40 million people struggled with hunger in the United States. Hunger isn't an issue in just Hungary. Hunger affects the people worldwide, despite Hungary being the only nation seemingly named after it. Hungary, think of Celtic places, the lands of Scotland, Ireland, and even the Isle of Man come to mind. To me, these places are quintessentially Celtic. However, maybe that's just me being uninformed, or even me only knowing things about the Celts that I've learned from television and movies depicting them. The fact of the matter is that Celtic tribes lived all across Europe, not just in the British Isles as we often think of them as, though maybe that's just me. With perhaps the most interesting of all of these being the sun-drenched nation of Portugal. Now, Portugal is a country I wouldn't really think of as being Celtic, yet the nation has a huge Celtic influence, with of course the name of the nation itself coming from a Celtic origin. Now, I always thought that the Celtic tribes originated from the British Isles and worked their way around Europe. However, this doesn't seem to be the case at all. We don't seem to know for sure the exact birthplace of the Celts, but one source seems to point to the area of modern Switzerland and Austria as being the place the Celts originated from. The Celt tribe who ended up in Portugal were the Galaki, who settled in the northwest of the Iberian Peninsula, which now consists of the most northern part of Portugal and the northwestern region of Spain, named Galicia. So I'm sure you can understand how that region of Spain ended up with that name.
As we know, it's so often that places get named after the people who settled there, and we can see that clearly with the Spanish region of Galicia and the Celts who lived there, the Galaki. So why isn't Portugal named this too? Well, while we have the Galaki Celts to thank for the name of Portugal, the country isn't named after them directly. Lots of settlements in Portugal have names that have roots in the Celts who roamed the country, especially in the north of Portugal. One of these being the settlement of Cali. Cali was a prosperous port city at the mouth of the Douro River. The etymology of Cali isn't really known to us either. It's thought to possibly come from a Greek word which means beautiful, as that part of the world is very beautiful indeed. However, others feel the name may come from Celtic origins like Cali or Cala, which means things like port, harbour or inlet. However, just Calais didn't stay its name for too long, when the Romans took over the land around 200 BC during the Second Punic War, which also kind of led to the naming of mayonnaise. When the Romans took over the land, they added a name to this settlement. Due to it being a port, they added their Latin word for port to the front of its name, naming it Portus Calais, which means if the Calais part of this name does mean port, then this name could mean port. Nevertheless, it was this name of Portus Calais that caught on in the town, and not just in the town, but the name spread across the entire land. This name of Portus Calais became Porto Calais, which turned into Portugal, which finally became the name we know today, not just for this town, but for the entire country, Portugal. However, if you look at a modern map of Portugal, you won't find Calais or Portus Calais anywhere, and that's because the city of Portus Calais ended up chopping off the part of its name that started it all. With the Calais part of its name gone, the city of just Porto now stands in its Ivory Coast, or its official French name of Côte d'Ivoire, doesn't come from the same reasoning as the also French Côte d'Azur. It's not because the country has an ivory colouring to it. This name comes from the fact that this part of the world was a large export of ivory. This ivory trade in the nation was set up by the French, who established a trading post in the land in 1830. From then all the way up until 1960, the country was under French control. This explains to us why its official name in French is Côte d'Ivoire, and why the official language of the country is French. Before this name was agreed upon, however, other names were used in the country too. Names like Côte de Dant, which means the Teeth Coast, and Côte de Défense, which means the Tusk Coast, were used too, of course both relating to the ivory. When the French first settled in the land, it's believed there would have been an abundance of elephants in the region, along with other large mammals too, like rhinoceroses. However, between then and now, it seems those numbers have diminished greatly, with a 2011 article stating that there were only 200 to 300 elephants left in the country. In just 1980, it was 10 times this, but in just shy of 40 years, the numbers of elephants have been driven down due to poaching and deforestation. There was a mass fall in population between 1900 and 1910, when ivory prices quadrupled. Ivory has always been a precious commodity, used to be made into an assortment of things from jewellery, trinkets, and even piano keys. With its beautiful natural colouring and what skilled craftsmen can make it into, it's easy to see why this material was so prized. Unfortunately, obtaining ivory means the killing of elephants. Not only are elephants magnificent animals, they play a hugely important role in their ecosystem. In dry seasons, they use their tusks to dig for water, not only obtaining water for themselves but other small animals too. And when they eat in the forest, the gaps in vegetation they create allow new plants to grow and allow small animals through. Even their poop is important. From what they eat, their dung contains many seeds, allowing more vegetation to grow. Killing elephants not only kills the elephants, but kills other forms of life that depend on them too. And of course, elephants are an animal beloved by many. People come to Africa from across the globe to see them in their natural habitat. Elephants can bring money to a nation just as a sight to see, not just for their tusks to be sold. Luckily, ivory trade in the Ivory Coast has gone down significantly. In 1989, a ban on international ivory trade was established, and elephant hunting has been just a small fraction of the country's economy for over a century. However, visiting the nation, ivory trinkets can still be found in the nation's gift shops and stalls. I can understand why ivory would still have an appeal, especially for tourists. You're in the Ivory Coast, you're going to want some ivory, if you're that way inclined anyway. But like I said, poaching of elephants in the Ivory Coast has gone down drastically. So where is the ivory coming from? Well, in 2018, a haul of elephant tusks estimated to be worth $450,000 on the black market was seized in the Ivory Coast. It was reported that the ivory had come from across Africa, from Gabon, Nigeria, Mozambique, and even Uganda, due to be sent off to Vietnam. Despite the ivory not coming from the Ivory Coast, ivory is still finding its way into the nation. To me, this seems like something of a one step forward, two steps back kind of scenario. While it's great to know that elephants being poached in the Ivory Coast have gone down significantly, ivory is still being brought into the
the country and elephant poaching is still an issue across a lot of Africa, this got me thinking, should the Ivory Coast change their name? I was thinking about this from both angles and I can see both sides. The name the Ivory Coast can be seen as a bad thing, a remnant of its past where its most known commodity was the tusks of dead elephants. There were other coast nations in West Africa, the Pepper, Gold and Slave Coast, all two named after their biggest exports, which is just a tad unsettling in regards to the Slave Coast. But these names no longer appear on a modern map, so why should the Ivory Coast? But conversely, I can see Ivorians not wanting this name to change. It's the name they know and the name of the country they are proud of. As we've looked into in the past, changing the name of a country can be a huge hassle, and this is all just my thinking. As far as I'm aware, there are no actual talks of a name change happening in the country. Perhaps this name shouldn't be a reflection of the ivory trade that took place in the nation, but more a celebration of the animal that ivory is attached to. Elephants are clearly important to the nation, with one appearing on their coat of arms, and even their football team are nicknamed the Elephants. The name the Ivory Coast could be a celebration for the elephants that roam the country, and hopefully continue to live in the country for many years to come. Many nations are named after tribes or groups of people who lived in the land, but there are a few countries that aren't named after a group of people, but rather one specific person. We've actually looked at a couple of these before, with Eswatini being named after King Mswati II, and even the United States of America being named after Amerigo Vespucci. So with that, let's look at 5 more countries which are named after real people, who those people were, and why that nation ended up being named after them. The first one I feel should be pretty obvious to most of us, and that's the South American nation of Colombia, which is obviously named after Christopher Columbus. There are many places named after Christopher Columbus, from cities across the United States to a province in Canada. However, only one actual country is named after the man, and it must always be remembered that the nation is spelled with an O, not a U. The land that contains Colombia, as well as other nations, was once named by the Spanish Empire as the Viceroyalty of New Granada. However, when these nations eventually split apart, the name of Colombia was proposed by revolutionist Francisco de Miranda in ode to Columbus and the role he played in the formation of this new world. In Southeast Africa, we have the nation of Mozambique, which despite being the 16th largest country on the continent of Africa, owes its name to just one small island off the coast of the mainland of the country, which is called the island of Mozambique. The name of this island eventually became the name of the country next to it. So how did this island get its name to begin with? Well, obviously it came from the name of an actual person, hence why it's in this video. The name of the nation is a Portuguese translation of the name of an Arab trader, Mossa bin Bik, who set up shop on the island and placed himself as Sultan of the island. Back in South America, we have the nation of Bolivia. In 1538, the Spanish conquered the land of Bolivia and it became a part of Peru. It would remain in Spanish rule for just under 300 years when the country was liberated from the Spanish regime, with one of the most important figures in this fight for independence being the Venezuelan freedom fighter Simón Bolívar. The name of this country was chosen in ode to his efforts to freeing the nation, and he even went on to become the first president of the newly founded country. For this next one, huge apologies to anyone named Gilbert. I'm sure you're a lovely person, but when I hear that someone is named Gilbert, I kind of presume you'd be a little bit dorky. Some names just come with connotations, I'm afraid. Now imagine a beautiful sun-drenched island paradise in the midst of the Pacific Ocean. Now imagine that it's called Gilbert. Well, this is kind of the case with the nation of Kiribati. Kiribati is made up of many chains of islands, one of these chains of islands being named the Gilbert Islands. These islands are named after Thomas Gilbert, who arrived there in 1788 and mapped out much of the islands at sea. The Gilbert Islands later became a nation with other islands in the Pacific Ocean, which when they gained independence took on the name Kiribati, which is the local pronunciation of Gilbert. Though the country isn't comically called Gilbert, that English name still lives on in the name of the language and the people in the land, Gilbertese. Finally, we have the Philippines, the island nation in Southeast Asia. The name for these islands began to take shape in 1543 when the Spanish set up permanent colonies on the islands and named them Islas Filipinas, and over time would colonize all the islands that are now part of the Philippines. The Philip the Philippines are named after was Philip II, who while not king when the nation was named after him, he would eventually become the king of Spain. While he and all the other people mentioned on this list are now dead and buried, their legacies live on in the names of these nations. So if you want a country named after yourself, then you better get busy doing something worthwhile. Maybe in the year 2589, my home country of England will be renamed Patricia in my honour. Hey, I can dream, can't I? Mistakes are so often seen as bad things, but should this really be the case? I mean, yes, a lot of things that were mistakes were not too great, but still. Think of all the discoveries that were made by mistake. Microwaves, penicillin, Play-Doh, cornflakes and superglue were all discovered by mistake. And of course, famously, Columbus mistaked the new world he found as Asia. I know I wouldn't be where I am now without the mistakes I made
made beforehand. We can learn from our mistakes. However, we aren't learning from our mistakes today, but more learning about a mistake. That mistake being the name of the island nation of Madagascar. If your knowledge of Madagascar comes solely from the series of films, then fear not, as I was in that same boat too before getting to work on this video. Those films depict Madagascar as an island of just wilderness and jungles and dancing animals. The island nation has a human population of 26.2 million, and the island is the 4th largest island on our planet at over 226,000 square miles. And of course, the island is home to amazing wildlife, from tiny reptiles to top predators, and of course, it's the only place in the world to find lemurs in their natural habitat. Despite being so big and so populated, it's actually only been settled by us humans in fairly recent history, some arguing that it was settled just 500 years ago, while others believed it was settled way before that. Because of this, there doesn't seem to be a native name for the island before it was discovered by the rest of the world. Though some sources told me that possibly earlier natives did have names for specific parts of the island, though I couldn't find any of those specific names out there on the wider web. The native language of Madagascar, Malagasy, doesn't contain the letter C, which is a bit of an issue as there's a C tucked away in the name Madagascar. Because of this, the Malagasy name for Madagascar is Madagascar, with the C being replaced with a K, making it a name that was introduced by non-natives but then adapted into the native language. So how did a country that's language doesn't contain a C end up with a C in its name? There are a lot of theories about how the name Madagascar came to be. The one we are going to be looking into, however, relates back to the whole issue of Madagascar being named by mistake, and for this mistake we have to thank Marco Polo. When Marco Polo was sailing, he saw the island, and he didn't know this was a whole new island he was looking at, but instead he thought it was part of Somalia, specifically the port and capital of the country, Mogadishu. Because of this, the island was labelled with the same name as this city, Mogadishu, which eventually was corrupted into Madagascar. However, once this mistake was realised, the name had been cemented for the island. So how did this city end up with its name? There seems to be a few ideas, from it coming from the Arabic Muqaddas, meaning holy, to it meaning the seat of the Tsar, or abattoir for sheep. The city is also known as Hamar, so perhaps in another world the island of Madagascar could have ended up being called Hamar too. However, it's the name Madagascar that the island ended up being called by, cementing another mistake in the history book. Religion has always played a large role in human history. Even parts of our world are named after religious figures. This is without doubt most prominent in the Caribbean. Within the Caribbean Sea, there are some island nations that are named after saints of Christianity. Of course, anyone versed in the history of the Caribbean will have a pretty good understanding as to why so many of these island nations are named after saints. It of course all comes down to Christopher Columbus. He named so much of the New World, and these names are a relic of his time in the Caribbean. Columbus was a fiercely religious man, so it only makes sense that he would name so many places after saints. One article from Christianity Today delves into Columbus's religious views and says that he and his crew would finish each day by singing Vespers, and specifically mentioned that unlike many other sailors, Columbus never swore. To start with, we have the island nation of St. Lucia, which was named after St. Lucy of Syracuse. Little seems to be known of St. Lucy and her life, other than that she was killed during Christian persecutions in the early 4th century. By the 6th century, she was recognised by the church for her courage in defence of her faith. This also means that St. Lucia is the only country in the world to be named after a woman. Well, there's Ireland too, but that was named after a mythological woman. While just one country, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, is a nation of two names, with of course the part of the name we're more interested in being the St. Vincent part of it. Columbus named the nation after St. Vincent of Saragossa due to the fact that Columbus sighted the island on the 22nd of January, which is St. Vincent's feast day. I couldn't find too much on the latter part of the name, but it seems that the Grenadines part of the name comes from the city of Granada in Spain. If you look up a list of saints, you won't find any called St. Kitts, so how did we end up with a country called St. Kitts and Nevis? Well, while we don't have a St. Kitts, we do have a St. Christopher, and in the 17th century, Kitts was a popular nickname for Christopher. So while Columbus named the island St. Christopher, over time it simply became St. Kitts, and that name stuck with it through history. The Nevis part of this name, however, isn't too clear to us. It apparently comes from a Spanish Catholic phrase which means Our Lady of the Snows, though we aren't too sure why it was named this and who even named it. In fact, it's even debated if Columbus called St. Kitts that, with some believing he named it Santiago after St. James. One of interest is Dominica. Some sources point out that the island was named after St. Dominic. However, others claim that Columbus didn't name this island after a religious figure, but rather a religious day. Sources claim that the name Dominica comes from the Latin term Des Dominica, which means Sunday, as he first sighted the island on a Sunday. It must be remembered that the island nation of Dominica is a completely different country to the nation of the Dominican Republic, but that mix-up can be seen. There are many common elements that reoccur in the names of countries around the world. We've looked at some of these, but
but we've never truly delved into perhaps the most common two letters that appear in country names, I and A. The popular ear suffix is so impressive to me because unlike say the stand suffix, which only appears in a small area of the world, the IR suffix appears in countries all around the globe. A country of ear in its name can be found in every continent in the world, well, minus damn Antarctica. To name some examples, in Europe we have nations like Austria and Bulgaria. In the Middle East we have Saudi Arabia. In Asia we have India and Malaysia. In Africa we have places like Zambia, Tanzania and Nigeria. In the Americas we have Colombia and Bolivia. And down under we have the country/continent of Australia. While we have looked into countries specifically with ear in their name, today let's take a wider look at how these two simple letters became so widespread around our maps. The suffix of ear is one of the many remnants of the Roman Empire, with the ir suffix believed to have come from Latin, which they took from Greek. This is why if you think there are many ear suffixes in the modern English language, there are way more in nations' Latin names. Countries without ear in their modern names like Spain, Britain and Hungary have them in their Latin names, Hispania, Britannia and Hungaria respectively. Even the Roman Empire's home soil of Italy is called Italia in Latin. The ear suffix is also believed to have female connotations, so that might explain why countries are often referred to as female, with using her and she to describe them. While it's still very prevalent in the world today, it's believed that in English at least it has been somewhat replaced with just Y instead of ear. As we saw, Hungary is now Hungary, Italia is now Italy, and Germania became Germany. Now that's all well and good, but what does this ear suffix even mean? Well, from my research, it doesn't have one exact meaning, but seems to have just been a part of language that has been formed over time. We have all kinds of suffixes and prefixes like this in language. They don't seem to have an exact known etymology, but just serve a purpose in language to help change words into new words, with ear being one of these the Greeks first used to be added to words to change them into place names, which the Romans then used and is still being used to this day. I guess if it had to be interpreted, it would mean something like the place of, the land of, or even just land. However, that's only when the ear suffix is being used in place names, as despite being most commonly seen with place names, this suffix is used in other names too. Most sources point out that the ear suffix in modern times can be used in 3 other select category of things: names for flowers, names for diseases, and names for collectives. It's so weird that language has just evolved that this ear suffix can pretty much only be exclusively used with just these 4 more or less unrelated categories. It can be seen in flower names with magnolia and hortensia, with diseases like malaria, and in collectives like utopia and militia. Anyway, disease and flowers aside, why does ear pop up so much on our globe? While I couldn't find an explanation directly saying this, I'm going to take a stab at it myself and say it's simply because of the impact the Latin had on language. So many modern languages evolved from Latin, or borrowed from Latin, so would have the ear suffix implanted in them. Languages that are most inspired from Latin are the Romance languages, named so due to coming from Rome. The most popular of these are French, Italian, Spanish and Portuguese. The countries of Europe with ear in their names would have dealt with the Romans one way or another during their reign, hence why they have ear in their names. As for the countries of South America with ear, a lot of those were colonized by the Spanish and Portuguese, languages that come from Latin, so that ever-present suffix would have made the transatlantic travels with them. So what about further afield nations that end with ear in Africa, Asia and of course Australia, which I don't believe the Romans had much to do with and weren't colonized by Columbus and co. African countries like Nigeria and Zambia were once part of the British Empire. English is still their official language. While not a Romance language, English has been heavily influenced by Latin, so it makes sense that they would use this suffix in places like this too. But what about places in Asia like India and Malaysia? Even Asia itself ends with ear, but I think that's more coincidence. I feel the reason these Asian nations end with ear is too due to the impact the West has had on them. The name Malaysia was given to the land by British geographers. India too is a name of English origin, and of course Australia is once again a name of English invention. I won't go into too much detail here, as a few of these names we have looked into specifically already in previous videos. Also, I feel that a reason why the ear suffix has become so prominent is due to just how universally understood it is. Look at this list of fictional countries. So many of them end with ear, from the Doctor Doom run Latveria to the Rufus T. Firefly land of Fredonia. Language is something so deeply installed into us all that there are parts of it we just know more or less innately and don't really need to be taught it. If you have ever thought of a made up country name, I'm sure there's a chance it ended with ear. I know I have. So now we have a pretty good understanding of the ear suffix. That leaves us with another question. What does the part at the start of these country names even mean? On the whole, they all seem to share a similar pattern. There are a few exceptions, like Australia meaning the southern land, but on the whole, the former parts of these names refer to the people who live in the land. Hence why I said earlier the ear suffix kind of means the land of. Let's look specifically at Bulgaria. This name is thought to come from the Bulgar people, a group of people who settled in the land that is now Bulgaria in the Middle Ages. And it's because of this that the land they lived in became known as the land of the Bulgars, which ultimately turned into the name we know it as today, Bulgaria. However, how the Bulgars got this name in the first place still seems to be something of a mystery. When it comes to calling masses of land a country, it's normally pretty straightforward. Most people will look at France and unanimously agree that it's a country defined by its borders and whatnot. Same goes for many other nations, Germany, Vietnam, the USA, Kenya, etc. However, not all nations are lucky enough to be so easily considered a country. There are the more confusing situations like here in the UK, a country made up of countries, and then there's the completely confusing or hotly debated places like Kosovo. The name Kosovo is actually a shortened form of the full Serbian name Kosovo Polja, which means the field of blackbirds, and this name references a Kosovo field where a legendary battle took place in the 14th century. Why blackbird specifically, however, I'm not too sure. However, this video isn't really about how Kosovo got its name. It just felt right to cover the etymology at the start of this video. It's rather about another name we might call Kosovo, a country. As I said, many places are easily called countries with no one batting an eye. The debate as to whether we can call Kosovo a country, however, is one still going strong. Some feel happy to dub this piece of land an independent country, while others are not too happy about it. This is all due to the fallout of Yugoslavia. Since this time in the 1990s, pressure came from Kosovo to become independent from neighbouring Serbia. Serbia responded to this by cracking down in the region. This led to the Kosovo War that lasted from 98 to 99. Eventually, in 2008, Kosovo declared itself as an independent nation, and from there the confusion has started, with some feeling Kosovo can be called a country unto itself, while others feeling it should not be called a country. Now, that was a very brief overview of Kosovo. I'm definitely not capable in this video to break down the entire history of the land. For this video, I want to look into what really allows a mass of land to be considered a country. As I've said, the name country is something we use so often, but what exactly defines a landmass and allows it to be named a country? And how well do these criteria of being allowed to be called a country apply to Kosovo? So when you think of a mass of land being considered a country, what exactly comes to mind for you? Well, for me, there are a lot of things that a piece of land has to have before it can be seen as a country and not just another part of somewhere else. The first thing that comes to mind for me is borders, and when it comes to Kosovo, it seems to have pretty defined borders, well, all except its most northern border that neighbours Serbia, which is the key reason as to why we're in this conundrum in the first place. While most nations we feel confident in calling nations have easy to accept borders, Kosovo didn't seem to fit the bill in that way due to this land dispute. Of course, for me, when I think of something that defines a nation, it has to be language. One of the things that define a country so much is the language spoken there. However, it doesn't seem that Kosovo has a language unto itself like other nations. Kosovo has two official languages, Serbian and Albanian. Both obviously come from the surrounding nations of Serbia and Albania, respectively. While it might seem like a point against Kosovo being called a country, there are many countries that have an official language that doesn't originate from the land, like Brazil, whose official language is Portuguese, or Argentina, who speaks Spanish, or even the United States, who for the majority speak English, though this isn't the official language as the US doesn't have an official language. While a lot of this points to it seeming like Kosovo shouldn't be called a country, it has a huge amount of things that really does make it seem like it should be called a country. Things like their own government, with their own prime minister and president, their own passport, and they even use the euro as opposed to the Serbian dinar, which Serbia uses. These are all things I very much feel makes a country, and Kosovo has them. In fact, there have been actual conventions put in place to define what a country/state actually is, one of the most renowned of these being the Montevideo Convention that was signed in 1933. 4 of the key criteria being laid out in this convention being a permanent population, a defined territory, government, and the capacity to enter into relations with other states. If you check Kosovo against these 4 criteria, it would seem that it ticks all of these, though the defined territory part is a bit up in the air. And this is the crux of the issue here. Nations and countries are human-made constructs. There's nothing in nature that defines this piece of land as being a different nation to this bit of land. I guess islands are something of an exception in this thinking, but this video isn't about island mentalities. These are borders we as humans have constructed, and they maintain to exist because enough people believe they exist. In example, if everyone on the planet believed that the country of Germany didn't exist, then it wouldn't exist. The land would still exist, but it wouldn't be identified as Germany. Of course, Germany does exist, but Australia might not. And it's this sort of thinking that stops Kosovo from being called a country by everyone. As of 2019, 102 of the 193 states of the UN recognized Kosovo as an independent nation, the first nation to do so being Costa Rica in 2008, and most recently Barbados in 2018. There are countries in every continent that recognizes Kosovo as a nation. Likewise, of course, there are many nations that do not recognize Kosovo as an independent nation, most noticeably Serbia, who view the land of Kosovo as an autonomous province of Serbia. It seems that one of the most important factors of being called a country is the hope that other countries will call you a country. So back to the original question, can you call Kosovo a country? Well, yes. And no. It all comes down to your personal view on the matter. I come from the UK and the UK recognises Kosovo's independence. However, just because the country you live in recognises it as independent doesn't mean you personally have to. And likewise, if you live in a country that doesn't recognise Kosovo's independence, you can still personally consider it a country. In fact, you can personally consider any country to be a country or not. Like I said, countries are human-made constructs and you are a human too. So why not think there are no countries or claim that you're shed as an independent nation? If enough people think it's a country, then it can become a country. Now, I'm going to end this video by asking you guys if you think Kosovo should be called a country or not, and then go into hiding in my comment bunker and watch this one from afar. Two nations of Niger and Nigeria. Not only are they both in West Africa, they are right next to each other, with Niger in the north and Nigeria in the south. However, it's not only their geographic location that they have in common. The names of these two nations are exactly the same, except that Nigeria has the ever-present "ia" suffix attached to the end of it. I'm sure you all know the drill by now. Why are these names so similar? Well as their geography and their names being similar, they also have something else in common. The same river runs through both of these nations, with that river being the Niger River. Many nations are named after rivers that run through them, but this is one of the few exceptions where the same river gives its name to two nations. The only other examples being the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the Republic of the Congo being named after the Congo River, and India and Indonesia both being named after the Indus River. Well, sort of. So if both these nations were named after the river, then how did the river get its name? The river actually has a lot of different names across the languages of the regions that the river goes through. A lot of these names reflect the importance of this river, with all these names having very definitive feels to them, with names in Manding and Zama meaning things like Great River, and the Tuareg name means River of Rivers, and it's believed that this is the route that we got the name Niger for the river too. There's a few ideas about this name. One of the earliest mentions of the name we know it as today comes from the 1550 Italian book Descriptions of Africa by Giovanni Battista Ramusio. It's thought that this name might come from the Berber phrase Gertengger, which means a river of rivers, and it's also thought that the name may stem from the Latin word for black. That might be how the Niger River got its name, and while we know that Nigeria and Niger are both named after this river, the next question is why are they both named after this river? There are many rivers that run through multiple countries, but all the countries that run through them aren't named after the river, and there are other nations that the Niger runs through that aren't named after the river. So what singled out these two nations to be named after it? It seems that this is due to the empires that ruled over these lands in the past. Nigeria was once part of the British Empire, and Niger was once part of the French Empire. A lot of the time, these empires were quite literal when it came to naming territories in Africa, like how the southern part of Africa was simply called South Africa, and it still is today. Other parts of Africa under British rule were named after geographic features. The Gambia and Ghana were once part of the British Empire, and both names used by them were geographic based, with the Gambia being named after the river that runs through the nation, and during its time under British rule, Ghana was called the Gold Coast, referencing how this land was on the coast and rich with gold. It would make sense for the British and French to simply name these masses of land they were claiming by simple geographic features, and with the river Niger running through both these places, it made sense for them both to be named after this river. Luckily, however, they didn't end up with the exact same name, with the British territory adding the "ia" suffix while the French territory just stuck with the name of the river. While I couldn't see an exact answer for this, the French language does give us a clue. From what I can tell, despite how popular this suffix is across the globe, it doesn't seem to be too commonly used in French. Even Wiktionary's list of French word by suffixes only has one entry, that being the French word for petunia. Even looking at former French colonies, not many of them have the "ia" suffix. It just seems to not be something used too often in French. Even translating other countries' names into French seems to remove the "ia" suffix from them. Though I'm happy to be wrong, so if there are some French places that end with "ia", please leave it down below. You will find a certain country, a nation with Prague as its capital, with an obsession for castles, mountains and beer. So much beer. Now, you may have noticed that I haven't said the name of this country. However, I'm sure you know I'm talking about the Czech Republic, what with the thumbnail title and everything. Though there are many names that this country has gone by, some stuck around for a long time but have since become outdated relics of the past. Some may even argue that the name I used, Czech Republic, is out of date too. So what exactly should you call this country? And what names has this nation gone by in the past? The Czech Republic is a nation with a seriously rich history, especially with its neighbouring Slovakia. In fact, these two nations were once one singular nation under the name Czechoslovakia, and while Slovakia will play a role in this video, today we will be primarily focusing on the Czechos part of this name. We actually covered Slovakia in a different video altogether and why its name is similar to Slovenia, so go check that out for the other side of this story. The part of this name we will be focusing on comes from those who lived in the land, the Czechs. While we aren't too sure as to how this name came about initially, the story that seems to be most popular for the naming of these people is that it was the name of one of the three legendary brothers who founded lands in Europe. These three brothers being Lech, Czech and Rus. The story goes that each brother founded land in Europe and lent their name to it, these lands being Poland, the Czech Republic and Russia respectively. So when the land of the Czechs was joined with the land of the Slovaks, their names were simply put together to form the name Czechoslovakia. And Czechoslovakia is a name I feel that people may still name this nation, as the nation of Czechoslovakia only truly split into two separate nations in 1993, and while for some that may seem like a really long time ago, for me it's 1 year before I was born. To others, the majority of their lives was spent with the nation being called Czechoslovakia, so it's understandable why older people may still call this Czechoslovakia. It can be hard to shake off old habits. Now, I've kind of started this story somewhere in the middle, as while Czechoslovakia is perhaps one of the most commonly known previous names for these lands, there are names that came before it and names that have come after it, with one of the most renowned ancient names for these lands being Bohemia, which once again we looked at in a video all to itself. Bohemia is a name that once again comes from the people who lived there, the Celtic Boy tribe. However, Bohemia wasn't alone in forming or go on to become the Czech part of Czechoslovakia, as there was also the historic regions of Moravia and Czech Silesia. These three regions together made up an area of the world what are now known as the Czech lands, and seem to more or less form the modern borders of the Czech Republic. The region of Moravia got its name through the river that runs through it, the Morava. The name Silesia isn't too clear, it may have come from the name of a Germanic people who lived in the area. The reason this is specifically called Czech Silesia, however, is due to this being just the Czech part of Silesia, a historic region that overlapped the Czech lands and other nations. Also, bonus tangent etymology, apparently it's from Silesia that we got the word sleazy from. Apparently sleazy originally meant fuzzy, and the theory goes that a type of fuzzy fabric was made in Silesia, so this fuzzy fabric was described as being sleazy as it came from Silesia, and the word just stuck around and changed meaning. As time went on, the Czech lands and their neighbouring Slovakia became part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, which they stayed a part of all the way until 1918, when this empire collapsed in the fallout of the First World War. It was after this that the nation of Czechoslovakia formed, which we talked about at the start of this video. This initial iteration of Czechoslovakia lasted till 1939. It was this year that the Munich Pact was signed between Germany, Italy, France and the UK, which held off war but gave Czechoslovakia to Germany. Initially it was only meant to be one small part of Czechoslovakia, but eventually those who should not be named due to YouTube demonetization took over and occupied all of the country. Under German occupation, the nation of Czechoslovakia was split into the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia and the Slovak Republic, with the Germans giving the Czech part of Czechoslovakia the older names we mentioned previously. Of course, with the Second World War coming to an end and the Prague Uprising taking place, Czechoslovakia soon found itself free of German occupation. It was after the Second World War that communism started to grow more popular in the nation. They even signed a friendship treaty with the Soviets to help cement communism's place in Czechoslovakia. However, this friendship turned sour when the Soviets disallowed Czechoslovakia from receiving US help. The communists wanted to control the country, and this led to riots in the streets of Prague, and eventually the Soviets taking control of the nation in 1945. During this time under communist rule, once again the nation got a new name, but not too different. It was called the Czechoslovak Socialist Republic, and within this we had the Czech Socialist Republic and the Slovak Socialist Republic. What I found interesting about this is that this seems like the first time the land area that would become the Czech Republic had the word Czech in its official name. At least I think it is. I know it was formerly known as the Czech lands, but I don't know if that name was ever used officially. I'm happy to be wrong though, so let me know down below if I am. Communist rule in this country eventually came to an end in 1989 through revolution, but not the kind of revolution that that you usually think of. This revolution was a series of peaceful protests and demonstrations across the nation. Perhaps the most noticeable thing about this revolution is that not a single person died due to it. It was a gentler revolution, and because of this it became known as the Velvet Revolution, as velvet is gentle too. A playwright by the name of Václav Havel became the first person to become president post-communist regime. However, this sparked the biggest, most volatile and disastrous war to hit the nation yet, the Hyphen War. Okay, so maybe I was being a tad over dramatic there. The Hyphen War was a tongue-in-cheek name given to the debacle over what to call the nation post-Velvet Revolution. In 1990, Czechoslovak parliament was unable to figure out what to call the nation. The Slovak side wanted to put a hyphen in the name to allow the Slovak part to stand out. This seems to have eventually been settled, with the nation becoming named the Czech and Slovak Federal Republic. However, this communist and hyphen-free iteration of Czechoslovakia wouldn't last long. This new name was appointed in 1990, and by 1993 it was agreed that the nation would split into two separate countries. This separation became known as the Velvet Divorce, in ode to the former Velvet Revolution, and due to the fact that, like the revolution, there was minimal violence in the process. The Czech and Slovak population of the country had been together for a while and they were just drifting apart. Different ideologies were emerging between the two groups, and a separation of the two places seemed to be in the best interest to everyone. Truth be told, this sounds like a far cleaner breakup than any other breakup I know about. Credit to them. So on December 31st, 1992, Czechoslovakia ceased to exist, and in its place were two new countries, the Czech Republic and Slovakia, which came into being the next day on January 1st, 1993. And that brings us all the way to now, except one more name for the Czech Republic has risen to prominence. In 2016, the name Czechia was approved by their government. While they still wanted to maintain the Czech Republic as their full official name, they also wanted to make Czechia their official short name. This is because pretty much every other nation has two names, their official name and their official shortened name. We all know this country is France, but officially it's called the French Republic. Since breaking up with Slovakia, the Czech Republic never actually got an official short name, instead being always referred to by its full title when other nations were being called by their official short titles. Even Slovakia got a short name, with its official name being the Slovak Republic. Feeling left out for long enough, the name Czechia was created as their official short name, with the name having mixed results. I actually talked about this in a previous video when Czechia was a more recent creation. It's actually crazy how often I've talked about the Czech Republic but not actually made a video about them. Sorry to my Czech viewers, I hope this makes up for it. When I talked about this back in 2017, not only did I speak like a robot still, seriously, how did I sound like that? I discussed how despite it being the official name for the nation and how much the government were using it, it wasn't really catching on. 3 years later, however, this still seems to be the case. Well, a 2018 article at least explains the name still isn't that popular. Language is an odd beast and something you can't really control. You can demand something be called something, but if no one wants to use it, it simply won't happen. Names only work when everyone accepts that it's its name, and it still seems that Czechia isn't being accepted. Though maybe I'm wrong, I'm just a guy sitting in a basement in England. People in Czechia, let me know how that name is going over there. Of course, I guess neither the Czech Republic or Czechia are their actual names, as these are merely their names in my native tongue of English. In Czech, these names are actually Česká republika and Česko. So I guess if you really want to name this nation by the correct name, you should be using one of these two. That however brings us back to the initial question I had about this. What should you call the Czech Republic? Despite all the names that it's had in the past, I think it's pretty safe to say we should only really be using the Czech Republic and Czechia these days. Though, which one? Well, I guess it all depends on your view in the matter. If you want to stick with the Czech Republic or if you want to go with the new name of Czechia. I personally quite like Czechia. It gives the nation a short name like everywhere else and even gives us another ear nation to add to the map. I feel it all depends on context. If you're using countries' short names, then why not use the Czechia name? But if you're using long official names, then maybe stick with the Czech Republic. Like I said, that's my own view on it. There doesn't really seem to be a correct answer on this, no matter how much the Czech government tries to make Czechia a thing. However, something you shouldn't call it is just Czech. It's a pretty easy thing to do, and I almost went to do this a couple times while writing this video. However, Czech is more an adjective than a noun, used to describe the people and the language and things from this land. It would be like saying this country is called Swedish. As I mentioned at the start of this video, the Czech Republic is a nation with a lot of history history, but what I find interesting specifically about Czech history is that each period of its history seems to come with a different name for the lands. To follow the history of the Czech Republic is to follow the history of its many names, from the grand castles of Bohemia to the nation under German occupation as the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia, to its modern place in the world, with the new modern name of Czechia. It's a pretty common sight on maps to see names and words reappearing across multiple places. We see certain conventions of a language that pop up in multiple places. These are things like the many suffixes that grace our map, like ia, land, stan, you get the idea. However, sometimes we see multiple places with the exact same names within them. Say something like England here in the UK and New England over in the USA. However, a name that you will see far more often across a map of the world is the one we'll be looking at today, the name of Guinea. We aren't too sure on the exact origins of the name Guinea, but originally it was a Portuguese word. It was a name used to refer to a part of the western coast of Africa, specifically the part of Africa that is modern day Senegal. It's thought that the Portuguese got this name of Guinea from a word of the Tuareg language, Aguinois, with this word meaning black people. It might seem crazy to our modern ears that a place would be named after the colour of the resident's skin, but this really was a different time. These Portuguese sailors may have never seen people with such dark skin before, so to them it would have been a defining enough feature to name their lands after. A great phrase I always enjoy using is "the past was another country," which really helps us think in a different way about the actions of the people in the past. Also, it's a phrase you'll be hearing me say a lot more in the future, so stay tuned for that. Eventually the name Guinea would expand to not just a small area of Africa that these Portuguese sailors discovered, but a huge area of Western Africa. The modern nations that make up the historic region of Guinea are Benin, the Ivory Coast, Equatorial Guinea, the Gambia, Ghana, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Liberia, Senegal, Sierra Leone, Togo, parts of Nigeria, and parts of Cameroon. And you probably noticed while I was listing those nations what I meant when I said there were a lot of Guineas on our maps, but more on those later. This part of the world was of much interest to the rest of our globe, especially European powers. One of the main reasons for this was the amount of gold that was being dug up here. Ghana, which is part of the historic Guinea region, was once simply called the Gold Coast, which really shows us how much gold there was there. This gold was mined by nations around the world. Here in Britain, this gold specifically was used in the minting of a new coin. This golden coin was given the value of 20 shilling and named a guinea in honour of where the gold it was made out of came from. The guinea coin seemed to have led an interesting life, only used between 1663 and 1814, but even after this people still refer to 20 shillings as a guinea, even though the coin for it didn't exist. The concept of the guinea was held in high regard. Due to it being made out of gold and reflecting a time when Britannia ruled the waves, it meant it carried a prestige, and prestigious things like land, suits and various luxury items were still priced in guineas, and it stayed that way until 1971 when the UK celebrated Decimal Day, when they ditched Harry Potter money in favour of the easy to understand pounds and pennies. There were even cute little pamphlets explaining to people how to use the new money. Anyway, tangent aside, you can see why this Guinea region of Africa was of so much interest to many people, and with that many nations carved up the land, finding bases of operation for themselves in the region of Guinea. Three nations in particular were the French, Spanish and Portuguese. They all claimed parts of this region of Africa for themselves, unsurprisingly calling them French Guinea, Spanish Guinea and Portuguese Guinea. It would be these three lands that would go on to become the modern nations of Guinea, Equatorial Guinea and Guinea-Bissau respectively. These three nations claimed their independence from their respective ruling nations at different times, with the first however being French Guinea. This land became independent from the French in 1958. Obviously, with it no longer being under French rule, they couldn't really call it French Guinea, so they simply removed the French part from their name and just went as Guinea. Like I said, they were the first of the three Guineas to become independent, so they didn't need to add anything to their name as there were no other nations called just Guinea to confuse it with. Spanish Guinea was granted its independence in 1963, becoming Equatorial Guinea, and then in 1974 Portuguese Guinea was granted independence, becoming Guinea-Bissau. Of course, when these two Guineas became independent from Spain and Portugal respectively, there was already a nation just called Guinea, so these two nations needed to add parts to their names to help differentiate all three of these nations. And while all three of these nations are now independent, the official languages are still French, Spanish and Portuguese respectively. What I found interesting while researching this is that there doesn't seem to be any arguing between these nations about their similar names and debating over who is the true Guinea, as we see with some other nations, but like I said, that's just my own musing. So with the independence of these three nations, we are left with the nations of Guinea, Equatorial Guinea, and Guinea-Bissau. So while we know where the Guinea part of these names come from, where do the other parts of these names come from? Well, one of these names are much easier to stand than another, that being the name of Equatorial Guinea. You can see the word equator perfectly within the name Equatorial, and Equatorial Guinea is called this as it's the Guinea closest to the equator. However, it actually isn't on the equator. It's not the only nation named after the equator, however. The name of the South American nation of Ecuador too roots from the equator, though I might make a full video about this at some point, so if I do, please act surprised when I mention it again. The word equator itself comes from a Latin phrase, which means equalizer of day and night. Guinea-Bissau's name isn't as easy to interpret. Well, unless you happen to know the settlement of the nation, as the capital of Portuguese Guinea was the city of Bissau, and this city is still the nation's capital to this day. When the nation became independent, they added the name of their capital city to the nation's name to help differentiate it. What's also pretty cool too is that sometimes the nation of just Guinea goes by the name of Guinea-Conakry, with Conakry being the name of the capital of Guinea. That's all the Guineas of Africa, however we aren't really done, as on pretty much the other side of the planet we have another Guinea. In fact, we kind of have three. We have the island of New Guinea, and this island split into two sections. The eastern side of the island is a country unto itself called Papua New Guinea, and the western side of the island is part of the nation of Indonesia called Western New Guinea. So that's one island with Guinea in its name that breaks into two separate entities, both with Guinea in their name. In fact, a very long time ago, I made a video about this island and the many names on it. So if you were watching when that one first came out, thanks for sticking around, though we'll go over it here briefly still. Of course, Western New Guinea and Papua New Guinea both have Guinea in their names as they are on the island of New Guinea. So why is this island called New Guinea? The island was given this name by a Spanish explorer. When he landed on the island, he felt that the natives looked physically similar to the people of the Guinea region of Africa. So due to this, he dubbed this island New Guinea. The Papua part of Papua New Guinea, however, is thought to mean frizzed, coming from the Malay word Papua. This is thought to be a reference to the frizzy hair the natives of the island have, and I don't think you really need me to explain why Western New Guinea is called Western New Guinea. It's in the west, in case you didn't know. And that's all the countries with Guinea in their name. However, you may think I've missed out one, the South American country of Guyana. While this name may sound somewhat similar to Guinea, it has no relation to the African region. This name comes from what the natives called the land, Guyana, which means a land of water. So while that may be all the countries, we of course have more to tackle. There's the unincorporated community of Guinea in Virginia in the United States. From what I could gather, it seems that the residents of this Guinea are a rather isolated lot and self-sufficient, especially when it comes to seafaring. They even apparently have their own accent and dialect there, which comes from the earliest colonizers of these lands. This name has nothing to do with any part of Africa, however, instead simply being a respelling of the name Guinea, the family name of a family who once lived there. It seems to be just a coincidence that's now spelled like the Guineas of Africa. There's even a Guinea in Nova Scotia, but aside from a Wikipedia page and some Canadian website, I really wasn't able to find out much more about it. So if you have any info on Canadian Guinea, let me know. Yet we have even more Guineas, though not places this time. I think that's all the Guinea places. We have animals with Guinea in their name, the first of these being the Guinea fowl. These are a type of bird that do in fact live in the Guinea part of Western Africa, so that name does make sense. What's also interesting is that these birds played a role in giving another national name bird its name, the turkey. Turkish traders brought Guinea fowl from Africa to Europe, where they were eaten by many because it was Turkish merchants. God, try saying that in a Sean Connery accent. Selling these birds, the Guinea fowl became known as turkeys. And when the birds we now call turkeys were discovered in North America, they looked and tasted similar to the Guinea fowl people were already calling turkeys, so called these birds turkeys too. So not only do they look and taste very similar, but their names are similar too. Well, not phonetically similar, but both birds have the names of nations in their names, so that's neat. Last but not least, we have, of course, the guinea pig. While these things are freaking adorable, they're also compulsive liars, because nothing about their names are true. They're not from Guinea and they aren't even pigs. Why it has this name we aren't too sure, though there are some theories floating around. One idea is that it was thought to look like the baby guinea hog, a type of pig found in Guinea. Another reason is that when these rodents were first named, the word Guinea was synonymous with far off lands, and to a lot of people with pet guinea pigs, South America, where they actually come from, would have seemed very far off. However, the idea I
enjoy is that they are named after a group of sailors known as the Guinea Men, who sailed between England, African Guinea and South America, bringing exotic goods with them wherever they went. On returning from one voyage from South America to England, they may have brought guinea pigs back with them. One of the coolest things about guinea pigs is that you can be one. Yes, you can be a guinea pig, though not the kind you see in a pet shop. Guinea pig into itself has become a term we use here in the English language. It means someone who's being used to test something on. This use of the rodent's name comes from scientific experiments, when actual guinea pigs would have been used in tests. Now, however, you can be a guinea pig in any sort of way. In fact, you're kind of my guinea pigs. I'm forever testing to see what videos you enjoy. So, thank you, guinea pigs. In the Caribbean Sea, we have two nations. Well, I mean, there's a fair few others too, but for the sake of this video, we are looking at just two of them. These, of course, the nations of the Dominican Republic and Dominica, and you don't need to look too hard as to see why these two names have so much interest to us. They're identical minus the N and the Republic at the end of the Dominican Republic. It's not only their names that are close together, but the nations are close together geographically too, both being in the archipelago of the Antilles, specifically the Greater and Lesser Antilles for the Dominican Republic and Dominica respectively. How this name came about is somewhat unknown, however. Some believe it comes from the Gaelic An Antiella, which means waterland, while others like to argue that the name links to Plato's fictional island of Atlas, known today as Atlantis. Dominica is a completely separate island nation in the Caribbean, while the Dominican Republic is the eastern part of the larger island of Hispaniola, with the separate nation of Haiti on the eastern side of this island. And we will look into the name for this island as a whole in a bit. And while their names are similar, there's a name they share which are exactly the same, that being the name for the people who live there. People from the Dominican Republic are called Dominicans, and people from Dominica are also called Dominicans, which is just a little bit confusing. However, one source I read told me that while these names look the same, they're actually pronounced differently. With Dominicans from the Dominican Republic, the me syllable is stressed, while Dominicans from Dominica, the ni syllable is stressed, Dominica and Dominica respectively. Yet despite the similarities in the name for these lands and the name for their people, there are many differences between them. The sort of things that differentiate most countries. They have different official languages, with Spanish being the official language of the Dominican Republic and English being the official language of Dominica, along with a variation of French called Dominican Creole French, hence why the name is said with something of a French accent to it, and not said as a Dominica as I would have been tempted to say if I didn't check beforehand. Their populations are vastly different, with the Dominican Republic having over 10 million people, while Dominica has just over 70,000. The nations are vastly different in size, with different currencies and ethnic groups. And of course, one of the biggest differences in the nation being their names. Despite how similar their names are, there's the whole additional word of republic added to the Dominican Republic, and conversely with Dominica, its full name is actually the Commonwealth of Dominica. So what makes one a republic and one a commonwealth? Dominica is called a commonwealth because it was once part of the British Empire, and now a lot of the nations that were part of this empire are now part of a new collection of nations called the Commonwealth, while a republic is defined as a government or state whose leader is not part of a monarchy, and the people of the nation are entitled to vote. The Dominican Republic fits this bill, so the name makes sense. Though Dominica does also have elections, prime minister and president, so it fits the bill as a republic too. I guess the importance of it being part of the Commonwealth becomes before it being a republic. So that may be the differences between these nations and the key differences in their names. However, we aren't interested in differences here on Name Explain. We want to know about similarities. So how did these nations end up with these names? And are there any connections between the two? To start off, let's look into the history of the Dominican Republic. While of course the lands of the Dominican Republic were inhabited by natives first, it would make more sense for us to start this story in 1492. It was in this year the island was first visited by Europeans, and by Europeans I mean none other than Mr. Christopher Columbus himself. It was he who gave this island as a whole the name of Hispaniola. This name comes from the unsurprisingly Spanish La Isla Española, which I have read from different sources to mean either the Spanish island or Little Spain. Regardless of whichever one of these names are correct, we can see in this name the importance Columbus and the Spanish put on the island, naming it directly after their homelands. And there is a key reason for this, and that's because this was the first land in North America settled by the Spanish, and for a while it would become their hub of operation for controlling and overseeing the rest of their conquest for the Americas. And because of this, they needed a city on the island to work out of. This came 4 years after Columbus found the island in 1496, and this city was founded by Columbus. Not Christopher, however, but rather Bartholomew Columbus, Christopher's younger brother. This city was named Santo Domingo, a name we'll get into later, and this city grew and grew, like I said, becoming the hub of the Spanish conquest, and Santo
Santo Domingo to this day is still the capital of the nation. As the Spanish explored more of the New World, other European nations wanted a slice of this American pie. In the case of the island of Hispaniola, it was the French. They set up a colony on the western side of the island, and with this came anger between the two nations of France and Spain over the claim to the island. However, this came to a head in 1697 with the Treaty of Ryswick, named after the Dutch city of Ryswick where it was signed, that split the island between the French and the Spanish. The western French side of the island became Haiti, run by the French, while the eastern Spanish side of the island became known as a whole by the name of its largest city, Santo Domingo. This led to the end of the completely Spanish-ruled Hispaniola, and while that name still exists, it is only used as a geographic term for the island as a whole, and I don't believe it holds any political power or anything like that. And this is how things stayed on the island all the way until 1795, when Spain ceded their part of the island to the French, yet by 1808 it would be taken over by the Spanish yet again. Then from 1822 to 1844, Haiti and Santo Domingo would reunify. However, it would be in 1844 that the Santo Domingo part of the nation would become independent for the first time, and it was here for the first time they took on the name the Dominican Republic. And from here the nation has been once again taken by the Spanish, occupied by the USA, and of course once again become independent. However, for the sake of the name Dominican Republic, we can probably wrap things up here. So what about that name Dominican Republic? Well, as we mentioned, this name for the nation as a whole is a variation of the capital's name, Santo Domingo. So what we really need to look into is how this city got this name. Well, just looking at this name can give us a pretty clear idea. Many places in the Caribbean are named after saints, and this one is no exception. You don't even need to be fluent in Spanish to look at this name and see that it translates into Saint Dominic, who is unsurprisingly the patron saint of the Dominican Republic. He is also the founder of the Dominican Order, an order that promoted a life of simplicity in Christianity in 1216. So the Dominican Republic was named after the city of Santo Domingo, which was named after Saint Dominic. So how did Saint Dominic get his name? The name Dominic comes from the Latin Dominicus, which literally translates to pertaining to the Lord, so it makes sense that a saint would have this name. This roots back further to the Latin Dominus, which means Lord/Master, and this is the same root that Sunday, considered the holy day for Christians, gets its name in Latin, with Sunday's name in Latin being Dominica. And that brings us nicely to the next nation we'll be looking into today, the small island nation of Dominica, which shares its name exactly with the Latin word for Sunday. And this nation isn't named after Saint Dominic this time. The story goes that Columbus, Christopher once again this time, sailed past the island on the 3rd of November 1493, which of course was a Sunday. So in celebration of finding this island on a Sunday, he named it after the holiest of days, but obviously in Latin. If it was just named Sunday Island, that would be tantalizing. And unlike Hispaniola/Santo Domingo/the Dominican Republic, this name hasn't changed, and Dominica has been the name for this island since. Despite finding the island, the Spanish actually didn't have much success with colonizing it. Instead, it was the French who had success taking over it first. They held on to the island from 1715 till 1763. However, the island got caught up in the 7-Year War, a massive war which was fought from 1756 to 1763 that spanned a lot of the globe and was battled between the British and French, each with allied kingdoms and empires on their sides. It was eventually won by the British, and when the Treaty of Paris was signed, the island of Dominica was handed over to the British. It was under British rule that English started to become the main language of the island as it is today, and as part of the British Empire it would remain, all the way up until 1978 when the nation gained independence from the Brits. However, as we saw in its name, the nation is still part of the Commonwealth, along with many other former British Empire nations. So what connects these two nations' names? Well, weirdly enough, it seems to be Sunday, which really isn't what I expected going into this video. Dominica is literally named after Sunday, and so is the Dominican Republic, albeit via Saint Dominic and his order, whose name shares etymological ties with the Latin word for Sunday. But it does make sense in a weird way. They were both named by Columbuses, and they were a deeply religious family. Sunday is a deeply religious day, so it seems fitting. I can't imagine Dominica would have got this name if it was spotted on any other day of the week. Hump Day Island just doesn't sound as nice. However, despite the similarities in their names and the shared history of Columbus and the French, it seems that their names being similar is just another coincidence of language, one being named after a day and one being named after a person who would go on to be their patron. Etymology for the Italian city of Venice isn't too clear for us. All we seem to know is that this name comes from the Veneti, a name of an ancient group of people who lived in this part of the world. Where the name for these people however come from, we aren't too sure, yet nevertheless the name Venice is stuck around as the name for one of the most popular tourist destinations on the planet. And it's easy to see why Venice is so popular. I mean, I haven't been there myself, but just from looking at photos of this city, you can see it's a seriously unique part of the world. From its beautiful architecture, bridges, cobble streets, and of course its gondola-ridden canals. It makes me wonder how a city so unique like this could even be built to begin with. Venice's history seems to begin with the fall of the Roman Empire. The people of mainland Italy had enjoyed a prosperous life under Roman rule. However, when the empire came to an end, barbarians of northern Europe came upon these people. Of course, it would have been those in northern Italy who would have felt these forces first. They found refuge from these barbarians by establishing a settlement off the coast of Italy. It was in this isolation that these Italians could thrive and build up their own community. On the 25th of March 421 AD, Venice was formally created. It was a city built out of fear for what was happening in their homelands, but is now one of the most beautiful cities on our planet. And Venice's unique look has sparked comparisons across the globe. There are many places on planet Earth that have also been called Venice. There are tons of places in the United States of America that have been dubbed Venice. The states of Florida, Illinois, Washington, Louisiana, Missouri, Nebraska, New York, Ohio, and Utah all have a Venice in them. Though the most famous Venice, outside of the actual Venice, is probably the neighborhood of Venice in Los Angeles, California, including the famous Venice Beach. This Venice was founded in 1905 by a tobacco millionaire named Abbot Kinney. Kinney transformed what was a marshy beachland into a top tourist attraction and still is to this day. Due to the canals he constructed, it was referred to as the Venice of America, and now it has been shortened to just Venice. Yet there aren't Venices in just Italy and the USA. There's a hamlet called Venice in Alberta, Canada, and even a village in Zimbabwe that has this name too. There's even replicas of Venice in Las Vegas and Tokyo Disneyland. Well, actually it's in their Disney Sea Park, but shush. It seems that wherever you go in the world you will find a Venice one way or another. And when somewhere isn't actually called Venice, they can have Venice in their nickname. Many places are referred to as being the Venice of their geographic location. Many places have been dubbed the Venice of the North, such as Amsterdam, Copenhagen, and even Birmingham here in England. The Venice of the East is a title that has been given to cities in Asia like Osaka and Bangkok. Shanghai has been called the Venice of the Orient, Avaliel the Venice of Portugal, Fort Lauderdale the Venice of America, Recife the Brazilian Venice, and there's even Malé Poitevin, a marshland in France known as the Green Venice. Like I said, you really can't seem to escape Venices across the globe. Why are so many places even referred to as a Venice? Well, it seems because in all these places, waterways and canals are aplenty, much like the original Venice in Italy. However, while it's all well and good having settlements named after Venice or having nicknames that mention Venice, they pale in comparison to a whole country on our planet being named after Venice. Yep, that's correct. We have a whole country on our planet called Venice. Well, kind of. It's not literally called Venice. If you look on a map, you won't find a country simply labelled Venice. However, its name does sound somewhat similar to Venice, and it's none other than the South American country of Venezuela. Venezuela is a northern country of South America. To its west is Colombia, Guyana to its east, and Brazil to its south. It's over 900 square kilometers in size with a population of over 30 million. The country is also located within the tropical belt, and because of this, the nation has a huge array of biodiversity. Animals from crocodiles, bears, bird life, anteaters, and even sloths can be found in the nation. And of course, people could be found in the nation too, over 30 million as I just mentioned earlier. Someone who's from Venezuela is unsurprisingly called Venezuelan. However, the most popular ethnic group of Venezuela is Mestizo. This is an ethnicity and a name I'd never heard of before, so I decided to look into it. The name apparently refers to those of mixed ancestry of various European and indigenous peoples of America, and apparently means mixed in Spanish, which I personally found interesting. I'm always excited to come across a name I didn't know beforehand. Anyway, how on earth did this nation in South America end up being named after a city in Italy? Well, for this name to be explained, we need to go back in time to 1499. It was in this year that Italian explorer Amerigo Vespucci, yes, that one, and Spanish navigator Alonso de Ojeda led a naval expedition in South America, specifically in the northwestern coast of what is now Venezuela. It was while on this expedition they came across a village built by the native Anu people of this land. However, there was something unique about this village. It wasn't like any old village. Instead of being built on land, the houses and buildings of this village were built on stilts over the waters of Lake Maracaibo. These kinds of houses are actually known in Spanish as palafito. The residents of this village moved around their settlement via bridges and canoes. This of course rang a bell in Amerigo Vespucci's head. With the settlement being on water and people getting around via bridges and boats, only one location come to mind for an Italian like Vespucci, that of course being Venice in his homeland of Italy. And it was due to this similarity to Venice as to why this part of the world would end up being named after the city. When Amerigo first named it, he dubbed it Venezuela, which means Little Venice in Italian, though as the area came under Spanish rule, the Italian Zuela suffix was changed to the Spanish Zuela suffix, which in Spanish is a diminutive suffix. So yes, the name Venezuela actually means Little Venice, which is kind of funny to modern ears, as while that initial village they discovered was way smaller than actual Venice, as the years have gone by, the country that came from this discovery and bears the name of Little Venice is way bigger than actual Venice. Perhaps their name should be changed around or something to be more accurate to their sizes. Though, as fun as this story is, and the fact that it's become the most popular explanation of how the name Venezuela came to be, it might not actually be true. There's actually another etymology for the nation's name, and it comes once again from the same 1499 trip, specifically a member of their crew, someone by the name of Martin Fernandez de Encisco. In his writings called Summa de Geographia, he wrote how while exploring this part of the world they discovered an indigenous people who were called the Veniculia, and that the name Venezuela derives from the name of these people, much like how Venice itself was named after the native people now that I think about it. However, it's the Little Venice etymology that's picked up the most traction and is the one people genuinely accept to be the true etymology, and besides it's a really fun story about how this country got its name, and if there's anything we love most here on Name Explain, is when something has a really interesting fun story as to how it got its name. As a nation, Venezuela was under control of the Spanish, however by the 1800s this started to change. To begin with, in 1806 a failed revolution in Venezuela took place, and while this didn't work out for the revolutionaries, it planted the seeds in the people's mind that independence was possible, and Venezuela was actually quite ahead of the times in regards to claiming independence in South America. The first country to claim independence in South America was Colombia in 1810, and here we have a failed revolution in Venezuela just 4 years before that. 2 years after that failed revolution, however, in 1808, Venezuela got some unlikely assistance in their fight for independence. This assistance was in the form of Napoleon Bonaparte and his invasion of Spain, in which he put his own brother Joseph on the throne as King of Spain. This upheaval of monarchy in Spain threw the nation and its colonies into chaos. Many of the people of Spain and its colonies were still loyal to their previous king and didn't know how to react to this change. This chaos grew in Venezuela too when a representative of King Joseph Bonaparte came to the land and demanded that Venezuela recognizes him as their king. In 1810, this led to the people of Venezuela demanding self-rule free from the Spanish monarchy, aka the Bonapartes. This resulted in provisional independence being signed on the 19th of April 1810 and full independence on July 5th, 1811, making it the third country in South America to gain independence, just behind Paraguay and Colombia. However, it did remain part of a republic known as Gran Colombia up until 1930, and then in 1945 it was recognized as a country and joined the United Nations. In 1999, they took on the full official name of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. The Bolivarian part of this name comes from Simon Bolivar, a hugely important figure across South America and helped many nations gain independence there. In fact, the 6 South American nations of Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, Panama, which yes I know isn't technically South America, Peru and Bolivia are sometimes collectively known as the Bolivarian countries, as their ideas of being a republic stem from Simon Bolivar's ideals. And of course, Bolivia itself is named after Simon Bolivar, which I think we talked about in a previous video. I can't remember anymore. Future Patrick, while animating this video, will find out for you. And that is the story of how a country in South America ended up being named after a city in Italy, due to the similarities between a water-filled village there and a water-filled city in Italy. And of course the name Amerigo Vespucci was Italian himself, so I think that gives it another reason as to why it was named after Venice. I personally like to think that if an English person discovered it, the country to this day would still be called Little Birmingham. Explain. Off the southeastern coast of India lies the island nation of Sri Lanka, a nation full of ancient temples, amazing train journeys and many elephants. This island is home to a huge amount of history too, of course, and what's interesting about its history is that throughout all this time the nation has gone by a lot of different names. In fact, despite how ancient the country is, the name Sri Lanka as it's seen today only came about in 1972. So what is the earliest known name we have for the island? Well, it's simply that. Island, which might seem weird, just call it an island, but its name comes from an epic Indian poem named the Ramayana, so I guess to an Indian poet, Sri Lanka would have just been seen as this island off the coast of India. I mean, it's definitely the largest island off the coast of the nation anyway, though of course it wasn't called just island in English. They used the word island but from an ancient language, possibly Sanskrit, and in this language the word for island was Lanka, which as we know is a name that the nation would eventually come back to. Yet it would take some time for the nation to come back to this name. It's thought that the Ramayana was written in the 5th century BC, and it was also in the 5th century BC that Prince Vayala landed on the island. He set up his own kingdom on the island, however he didn't keep with the name Lanka. When he first landed on the island, he noticed the beautiful sand on the shore, more specifically the copper-like colour of it. This copper-coloured sand inspired him to name the island Tambampani, which means copper in Sanskrit. As the island became more known to the Western world, this name changed too. In Greek, the name Tambopani became Traprabana by the 4th century BC. It would stay with this name for quite some time. However, another name came into popularity with the nation, one of Arabic origin, Serendip. This name was formed from the Sanskrit term Simhaladavipa. This means a dwelling place of Lions Island, which is odd as lions haven't been present on the island since the extinction of the Panthera leosinhaleus, a species of lion that is thought to have gone extinct around 37,000 BC. Nevertheless, there's still a lion on their flag, with this lion representing the Sinhalese people who make up the majority of the population of Sri Lanka. However, there is something else really interesting about the name Serendip and how it was used in the creation of a whole new word. As you know, there have been many fairy tales created throughout the world, with one popular Persian tale being called the Three Princes of Serendip. In their tales, these three princes would often make discoveries by chance. This story resonated in the 18th century with the writer Horace Walpole. Due to how these princes of Serendip would make discoveries by chance, he coined the word serendipity, which means finding interesting or valuable things by chance. Another Arabic term for the island was Sahilan. While this was a name for the island, variations of this Arabic name also became popular throughout the world. Things like Salio in Portuguese, Ceylon in Spanish, and Ceylon in French. However, the most popular variation of this Arabic term was Ceylon, which is the name the island went under while it was under British rule. Ceylon is a name that's still heavily associated with the country. The name was still in use till 1972, so to a lot of people alive today, they would have only have known this name of Ceylon and not Sri Lanka for most of their life. And things that relate to Sri Lanka are still often referred to as Ceylon, perhaps most noticeably one of Sri Lanka's most renowned exports, Ceylon tea. It stayed as British Ceylon from 1850 till 1948, and then from 1948 till 1972 it was the Dominion of Ceylon, but in 72 the nation gained full independence, though still a part of the Commonwealth as it is to this day. And of course the name they took on in 1972 was the one we have to this day, Sri Lanka. Of course the Lanka part of the name relates all the way back to that initial name of the island, from the ancient Indian poem. But why was the Sri part added? This was a title given to the island and it means resplendent. Now I hadn't really heard of this word, so I looked it up, and resplendent means having a very bright or beautiful appearance. And from my time on this resplendent island, as the name would literally translate to, I can safely say that Sri Lanka lives up to this name.
Our planet are broken into continents, and from there they're broken into countries, then regions, then towns, then streets, then, well, you get the idea. However, in some parts of the world there's another way land is broken up, somewhere between continents and countries, and these were various collections of lands that have been given their own names. Europe is littered with places like this. We have Scandinavia, which consists of the countries of Denmark, Norway and Sweden, and the Baltic, which is made up of the nations of Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania. However, these are all quite cold places, so let's look for a collection of countries in Europe that have a much sunnier disposition. And of course that brings us neatly to the topic of today's video, the Iberian Peninsula, or as it's more commonly known as, Iberia. Iberia is the mass of land you'll find just south of France. In fact, tiny portions of France are considered to actually be in Iberia, but we aren't going to be looking into those today. Of course, there are primarily two nations that call Iberia their home, Spain and Portugal. However, that isn't all. There's also the microstate of Andorra tucked away between Spain and France, and it's obviously home to the always sunny, totally definitely Iberian nation of the United Kingdom. Well, kind of. In the south of Spain lies Gibraltar, which is in fact a British overseas territory. If you cast your mind back to December 2018, you may remember my Names of Scandinavia Explained video, where we looked into the nations of Scandinavia and how they and their biggest cities got their names. Well, today it's the names of Iberia's turn to get explained. So let's look into the names of Spain, Portugal, Andorra, Gibraltar and their capital cities, as well as some bonus bits I want to bring up. However, before we look into any of these names, we need to look into the name Iberia itself. This name comes from the time of ancient Greece and Rome, where there were different names in the different languages. It seems that the name Iberia is of Greek origin, coming from the name Hybelia. I read that this name could come from a couple different places, either coming from the Greek Iberus, which was their name for the group of people living in ancient Spain, or the river Ebro that flows through Spain. It's thought that the name of this river could come from the Basque word Iba or Ibar, which means river and valley respectively. The Latin name for this land, however, was Hispania, which is a name we'll cover shortly when talking about the largest nation of modern day Hispania. Though it's also interesting to note that there was another Iberia on our planet, one that was in what is now modern Georgia, which was known as the Kingdom of Iberia to the Greeks and Romans. Why this Iberia had the same name as the other Iberia, however, I'm not too sure. And while not called Iberia, a name that is somewhat similar to Iberia is Ibiza. However, despite their similarities, these names aren't related.
related. I read that this name comes from the Arabic word Yabasa, meaning land, and the island's Catalan name, Ivica. Like I said, it's just a coincidence. So let's look into the nations of Iberia, starting with the biggest nation of Iberia, Spain. As I mentioned, the Romans called Iberia in Latin Hispania, and it's from this name that Spain and the Spanish name for Spain, España, come from. However, where this initial name of Hispania comes from is all kinds of confusing. Spain is a nation with a rich history and with an empire that claimed a huge amount of land. It's safe to say that a nation as powerful and awesome as Spain should only really be named after something equally awesome and powerful. So what is it named after? Well, rabbits. Yeah, the cute things with the floppy ears that bounce around. They aren't quite the powerful thing I had in mind. And it's also only thought to be named after rabbits by some really weird turnabout way. We don't actually know the true etymology of Hispania for sure. This name apparently comes from the Phoenicians, who when they came to the land noticed the rabbits that were living there. The rabbits reminded the Phoenicians of the hyraxes they have in their homeland. And also the Phoenicians would have had to sail there, so without knowing any better they thought this rabbit-filled land was an island. So they went with the name Hispania, which means Isle of Hyraxes, despite the fact it wasn't an island and it wasn't full of hyraxes. Like I said, this is just one idea of how the name came to be. Other ideas range from it being named after the mythological character of Hispan, to it coming from ancient words for distant and far. It's one of those names we just don't really know for sure, but in all honesty I really like the rabbit idea, just because of how cute rabbits are. Spain's capital city of Madrid has too got a just as ambiguous etymology. We don't have one definitive idea as to how the name Madrid came to be, but we have a few ideas. Most of these theories however relate to water, I guess in reference to the river that runs through Madrid, the Manzanares. It's thought to have possibly evolved from the Roman matris, which meant water. However, the more popular idea seems to stem from the Moors, the Muslim inhabitants of Iberia in the 8th century. They named the aforementioned river Al-Maglit, which meant water source in Arabic. In turn, the surrounding area of this river was called a Melit, which comes from another Arabic term meaning water, and from here it's thought the name Malit evolved into Madrid as we know it today, though not all theories are water based. One idea is that the city was founded by the son of a Tuscan king whose wife was called Mantua. He named the city after his wife, and then the name Mantua evolved into Madrid. Personally, I prefer the water ideas. And before we leave Spain behind, I want to throw in this bonus fact. I was looking for a famous thing from Spain and found out that the lollipops Chupa Chups are Spanish. So I looked into them and found out this fun name comes from the Spanish verb chupar, which means to suck, which is logical enough as there isn't much else you do with a lollipop. However, the really fun part is their logo, which was designed by none other than Salvador Dali, which probably makes this his most seen work of art. Soz persistence of memory. Moving away from Spain, we have the nation of Portugal, which I've actually covered in a video all to itself, so please do consider checking that out. However, I'm happy to cover it here again as it's actually one of my favourite nation name origins, and that's because the name comes from a blend of two different languages. Most names and words usually originate from one language and then evolve over languages, but to see two languages come together to form one name is really cool. Well, I find it cool at least. Anyway, what languages went into the naming of Portugal? Well, it was none other than the two ancient languages of Celtic and Latin. At first, it was Celtic people who lived in this land, and they had a settlement called Calais. It's thought that this name might come from the Celtic Calais or Cala, which means port/harbour, as the city of Calais was in fact a harbourside town. Yet of course, as with most things in Europe, the Romans took over, and when they did, they added the Latin word for port, Porto, to the front of the name, dubbing the city Porto Calais. This name of Porto Calais, that came into being from a Latin word and a Celtic word, eventually came together to create the whole new word of Porto Calais, which eventually became the name for not just this city but the nation as a whole, and evolved into the name Portugal we have today. There's just something so nice about this etymology. It reminds me of mixing paints, taking these two very separate things but then mixing them together to create a brand new thing. I don't know, maybe I'm just rambling on now. And that initial city of Porto Calais is still with us. However, it's since chopped off the Calais part of his name and is now just going by Porto. However, this isn't the capital of Portugal. That honour goes to the city of Lisbon. There's actually a pretty popular legend for how this name of the city came to be. This legend goes that it was named by the Greek legendary hero Ulysses. He apparently dubbed it Ulyssipio or Olisipio, which is thought to come from the Phoenician Alis Opo, meaning enchanting port. However, like I said, this is just a legend and probably not true. Wikipedia states it more likely came from ancient Proto-Celtic root like Lissipio. Next up, we have tiny little Andorra, and believe me, it's tiny. It covers 181 square miles and has a population of under 80,000.
For being such a tiny state nestled between France and Spain, it makes you think, why isn't Andorra just a part of either of these nations? The legend goes that it was actually Charlemagne, the first emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, who set up the borders of Andorra after helping the people of the land defend themselves, and since that ancient time Andorra has remained an independent nation, though from what I've read they have a lot of influence from France, Spain and even Portugal, with those three languages being spoken there. However, Catalan is their official language, making it the only country with Catalan as their official language. Well, until the whole Catalonia dependency thing pans out and makes this video outdated, but I'm nowhere near qualified enough to talk about that. But I'm sure there'll be a lively debate about Catalonia independence down in the comments, so go enjoy that. However, we aren't too sure on where this name came from. There are a few ideas and all seem to relate to the geography of Andorra. The earliest mention of the name in any capacity comes from Greek historian and philosopher Polybius, who referred to a tribe who lived in these lands as the Andosins. The most popular idea is that the name comes from the native language word Andulial, which means the land of scrubland and bushes, which I can see, I guess. I mean, I haven't been there myself, but from looking at pictures I see ample scrubland and bushes. Another theory on the origin of the name is that it comes from the time Muslims ruled Iberia, coming from the Arabic phrase Al-Adura, which means the forest. Like I said, whichever one is correct, the name has very natural origins. Andorra's capital, however, has a name that isn't anywhere near as confusing to understand, with it being called Andorra la Vella, which simply means Andorra is a town. This helped differentiate itself from the country as a whole. This is actually quite a common trait in these tiny European countries. The capital of Luxembourg is called Luxembourg City, and the capital of San Marino is simply called the city of San Marino. And finally we have Gibraltar, which like we mentioned isn't actually a country unto itself but a British overseas dependency. Unsurprisingly, Gibraltar was originally owned by the Spanish. However, in a war in 1704 it was captured by the British, with it officially becoming property of the British in 1713 under the Treaty of Utrecht. This treaty even stated that Gibraltar was to be held and enjoyed forever by the British without any exception. However, that hasn't stopped attempts to reclaim the rock, though from what I could tell it still seems hotly debated whether the British should return the rock to the Spanish. That's something you guys can discuss down below. Unlike pretty much everywhere else we've talked about today, we actually seem to know quite definitively where the name Gibraltar comes from. It was once again named by the Muslim Moors of Iberia, who gave it the name Jebel et Talik, which means mountain of Talik, with Talik being one of the Moor leaders. With this rock being taken over by the English, this name was anglicised to the Gibraltar we have to this day. And as for the capital of Gibraltar, well, it's not really the capital, but we have West Side, which is named because, and you guessed it, it is on the west side of the rock. Before we head off, there's one other fun etymological fact I'd love to share about Gibraltar, and that's the idea that the name of Gibraltar helped in the creation of another word. The story goes that the people who lived there spoke an interesting mix of English, Spanish, Arabic and other languages. Outsiders wouldn't be able to understand them. It sounded like the people of Gibraltar were talking gibberish, a word that some think has Gibraltar to thank for its existence. The north of Europe is a cold but interesting part of the world. What's so interesting about it, I find, is there are so many names you'll hear for chunks of it being referred to as. Words like Nordic, Scandinavia and Baltic all spring to mind. Nordic is perhaps the most all-encompassing of these words. The term covers the nations of Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Norway, Sweden and all the extra land these nations have like Greenland and Svalbard. Meanwhile, just Scandinavia refers to just the nations of Denmark, Norway and Sweden. Baltic, the name we're interested in today, however, refers to none of the aforementioned places. Instead, it refers to the three nations of Latvia, Lithuania and Estonia. In all of this, I feel poor Finland loses out the most. While it's a Nordic country, it doesn't belong with either the Scandinavian countries, which many presume, or the Baltic countries, which many presume too. Poor Finland. Anyway, that's enough of being sad for Finland. You guys know what today's video is all about. Today we're going to be looking at the countries that make up the Baltic states, /countries, /republics, /nations as they are known as variously. Honestly though, I kind of just like the Baltic. It has a much nicer ring to it. And we've made videos like this in the past where we've looked at aforementioned Scandinavia and the much warmer Iberia. If you've seen those videos, you will know how this one will go down too. We'll be looking at the countries that make up the Baltic and their capitals and find out how they got their names. Plus, I'd like to dive into some other fun facts about the countries too. However, something I find myself thinking about too is why are these three countries tied together to form the Baltic states? What is the unifying factor between the three of them? There are many countries which reside next to each other on our planet, but you don't hear them forming little groups like this. Well, it seems that the main thing that ties them together is their location, all being next to the Baltic Sea, which we'll talk about soon enough, as their cultures, national identities or even languages aren't that similar. The languages of Latvian and Lithuanian Lithuanian both descend from Balto-Slavic branches, while Estonian is a Finnic language, tying them much closer to Finland, who as we mentioned don't get the chance to be part of this club. And while they do have a shared history, some think this isn't enough to really unite them. I was reading ideas as to if these three nations should unite as one, and many seem to think not. It was interesting to read that while Latvia might share borders with both nations and have some other things in common, that bond isn't there between Lithuania and Estonia. Though this is just me regurgitating from one person I found speaking online. I'm sure there are many Lithuanians and Estonians who live and work together. Nevertheless, a connection has been made between these three countries, and the concept of the Baltic states has endured since. There's even the Baltic Assembly, an intergovernmental organisation between the three nations that aims to find a common position on international issues. Anyway, before we look into the specific names for these nations, let's look into the name of this land there as a whole. Why exactly is it called the Baltic anyway? Well, this region of land is actually named after the sea next to it, the Baltic Sea. And once again, just to make things confusing about why these three countries are called the Baltic, other nations reside on the Baltic Sea too, but aren't considered Baltic. This includes Finland, Russia, Poland, Germany and Sweden, as well as the Baltic countries. Why all these countries aren't considered Baltic, I'll never know. Borders are truly silly things. As for what the name Baltic means, there seems to be a few ideas. Initially it was the medieval Latin Balticus, and this is probably believed to come from one of two origins. It either comes from the Lithuanian Baltas meaning white, or the Scandinavian Balta meaning belt/strait. In all honesty, both of these make sense as the sea and the surrounding land is rather white, what with the snow and all. However, it meaning belt and strait makes sense too. There are other bodies of water that have names like this too, like the Strait of Gibraltar, and the Baltic Sea is narrow like a belt and somewhat straight. Both really could be the correct answer, we just don't know. Though what's interesting is that in Germanic languages like German and Dutch, the sea is named the East Sea, as it's in the east of these countries that call it that. Though this hasn't transitioned over to English, which is weird as English is too a Germanic language and the Baltic is to the east of England. Though, what about the countries that make up the Baltic? First off, let's look into Latvia. Latvia covers an area just over 64,000 kilometers, but within that land are around 2 million residents. While I'm sure for a lot of people snow will come to mind when they think of Latvia, 54% of the country is forest, making it one of the greenest countries in Europe. It even has sandy beaches, though the water is apparently rather chilly, which is understandable. The Latvian flag has been in its current use since 1280, meaning it's one of the oldest flags still in use, the only one older than it being Denmark's. And something I found really interesting, a Latvian man who went by the name Jacob W. Davis when he emigrated to the USA is credited as the inventor of something you may be wearing right now: jeans. As for the name Latvia, it seems to follow the etymology of the countries we see so often, with it being named after a group of people, with this group of people being the ancient tribe of the Latgalians. Where their name comes from, however, seems to remain a mystery. What's interesting, however, is that the name was Latinized to Latgalia, and some languages to this day use names for the country that sound more like this than the English Latvia. Take the German name for the country, Letland, and the Spanish Letonia. In fact, this name has even had effects on the English language too, as another name for the Latvian people in English is the Lets, though I must admit I've never heard this term, and Wikipedia itself claims that the term Lets is becoming obsolete. Latvia's capital Riga is home to about 1/3 of the entire Latvian population. It is also known as the Paris of the North due to how beautiful the city is, and I can vouch for this as it's a part of the world I've actually had the pleasure of visiting. While I can vouch for its nickname, I can't say too much for its actual name, as we don't seem to know too much about it. One idea is it comes from the Livonian language word ringa, which means loop, referring to the natural loop in the river by Riga. Also, the Livonian language belongs to the Livonian people, another group of people who reside in North Latvia and South Estonia. I should have mentioned them earlier. Though, speaking of the Livonians who lived in South Estonia, now is a good time to start talking about Estonia. Estonia is much smaller than Latvia at just over 45,000 kilometers squared, and this is reflected in their population too, of just over 1.3 million people residing in the country. A population this low means that Estonia is actually one of Europe's least crowded countries. Luckily, you can traverse all that space with their free public transport, at least in their capital anyway. And most interestingly, Skype was invented by a team of Estonians. In fact, the people of Estonia are very tech savvy, and the capital has been dubbed the Silicon Valley of Europe due to how many startups have started up there. Now, when it comes to the name Estonia, there's a trap you may fall for, and that's thinking that the name derives from the word east, as Estonia sounds somewhat like east, and Estonia is in the east of Europe. However, that doesn't seem to be the case. Once again, it's a group of people we have to look towards for this name, this time being the Esti people. These people were written about by Roman historian Tacitus in 98 AD. However, there were some major differences between them and modern Estonians. First off, they were believed to be a Baltic people, and as we mentioned, modern Estonians are Finnic. and where Tacitus talked about the Esti people residing does not match up with modern Estonia. So Estonia is named after these people who they have very little in common with, which is pretty odd now that I think about it. Their capital city of Tallinn, however, has a much more interesting story as how its name came to be. And once again, like with Estonia, the name is thought to possibly derive from people not actually native to the land. The name is believed to come from the Old Estonian Tani Lin, which means Danish town/castle, as the castle there and the subsequent town were built by the Danish. However, others have put across the idea the name might also be translated into meaning winter town/castle or even farmstead town/castle. However, this isn't the name the city has always gone by. For a huge amount of history between the 13th and 20th century, the city was known as Reval, and prior to this the city has gone by a slew of different names, primarily because the city has been under control of so many different people. Primarily though, the city has been under control of the Russians, Danish, Germans and finally Estonians. In its history, the city has been known as, and apologies for pronunciation here, Kolavan, Kolivan, Lindanzia, Rafala, and of course Reval as we mentioned. It seems the name Tallinn was brought back when Estonia achieved independence in 1918. And finally we have Lithuania, which is the largest of the Baltic states in size and population at over 65,000 kilometers big and with a population of almost 2.8 million people. From my research it seems that Lithuania is home to some really old stuff. I found that the oldest tree in Europe is in Lithuania and that Lithuanian is one of the oldest languages in the world today. Lithuania is also considered to be at the geographic centre of all of Europe. While it definitely doesn't look like the centre of the continent to myself, apparently this was figured out by using the centre of gravity of the geometric figure of Europe, whatever that means. Though something that will make much more sense to us is the meaning of the name Lithuania. There is a popular belief that the name comes from the Lithuanian lyti, meaning to rain, as it seems the nation is rather rainy. But despite this, there isn't actually any proof that the name comes from this. A more popular theory is that the name relates to the Latin litus, meaning shore, and the name would mean shoreland, which would make sense as the country has over 260 kilometers of coastline, so the name may be water related, just beach water, not rainwater. And Lithuania's capital is called Vilnius. This name too is watery based, being named after the Vilnia river that runs through the city. Though this leaves us with the question, where does this name come from? Well, apparently this means to surge, which makes sense as the waters of rivers do often surge, and I imagine this one is no different. The legendary story as to how this city came to be is fun too. The story goes that the Grand Duke of Lithuania at that time was on a hunting trip in a nearby forest. One night on the trip he had a strange dream that upon a hill where he had recently killed a bison that day stood an iron wolf. On this hill it howled out with its head raised in pride. When he woke, he consulted with one of his priests about this dream, who told him it was a sign to build a town there, and so the town was founded where the iron wolf once stood. Now, you may think this is all the countries of the Baltic covered. However, there's actually one more. Well, kind of. In the capital of Lithuania, we have the neighbourhood of Užupis, which on April 1st, 1998, declared itself independent as the Republic of Užupis. Now, if you couldn't tell by the fact this was on April 1st, then this was done as something of a silly joke. But nevertheless, it has its own government, president, constitution, flag and currency. At less than 1 kilometer square in size, it's one of the smallest republics in the world, but one nonetheless. So let's look into that name. The name actually ties in neatly with Vilnius, as it means beyond the river, or even the other side of the river, as well that's where the republic is. The highlight of this republic, however, has to be their constitution, which includes points such as people have the right to be happy, people have the right to be unhappy, and most importantly, a dog has the right to be a dog. I've been explaining names on YouTube for over 4 years now, which seems like a really long time in YouTube terms. Like seriously, how has this not all caved in on itself yet? But during my etymological explorations on planet Earth, we've uncovered some truly fascinating stories of how the nations of our planet ended up with the names they have today. Take Pakistan, a seriously ancient sounding name that is simply an acronym of the states it's made up of, coined in a small house in England in the 1930s. Or New Zealand's name, which is the name borrowed from a part of the Netherlands. And of course Romania, which clearly has the name of the Romans in its name, despite the fact their homeland is modern day Italy. I shan't go into any more detail on how these nations got their names. They'll have their own videos of the channel, so go check them out if you want to. Now, while these are some really interesting stories as to how these countries got their names, not every etymology is actually that interesting. We're also some really literally named countries on our planet too. The ones that come to mind for me are the ones with cardinal directions in names, like East Timor, North and South Korea, Central African Republic, and of course South Africa. I think if you ask anyone anyone why these countries have their names, they'll be able to give you some sort of correct answer. So we've established that some countries have really interesting stories behind their names, while others aren't as fun. In today's video, however, we're looking at a few countries whose names fall somewhere in the middle of this spectrum, or maybe a bit to the left of this spectrum, as they aren't super interesting like Pakistan, but not super obvious like South Africa. However, to me, that's what makes them so fun and interesting to look at. There's nothing I love more than learning something that's so obvious I feel stupid for not knowing in the first place. There's just something quite enjoyable about it. The way it makes you groan, or roll your eyes, or just sigh, hold your palm to your forehead and go, of course it is. If there's a word for this feeling, then please do let me know, and if there isn't, just make one up for me. You may or may not remember my 10 painstakingly obvious etymologies video, which, yes, by the way, I've since realised I used the words painstakingly completely wrong in the title of the video. It should have been just painfully, but painstakingly worked better because I talked about that word in the video. But anyway, if you've seen that video, you understand just how much I enjoy these obvious kinds of facts. Today's video is very much like that video, but we're focusing on just countries, and there won't be 10 of them, I'm afraid. The names of these countries might not make too much sense at first, especially to English only speakers like myself. However, once you find out what these names mean, the light bulb will light up in your brain, and you'll notice the elements of language you may have seen before tucked away in these names, and feel incredibly stupid but enlightened for not knowing them in the first place. Well, I did anyway. But if you knew these anyway, then congratulations, you are much smarter than me. So here are 3 countries with surprisingly literal names. At least that's what I think I'm going to call this video. Let me know if I didn't. The first country I want to talk about is the South American nation of Ecuador. Ecuador has a population of over 17 million, and while Spanish is the official language, 13 additional indigenous languages are also recognized by the state too. Their capital city of Quito is not only the highest official capital city on the planet at 2,850 meters above sea level, but was also on the first ever UNESCO World Heritage Site, along with another famous part of Ecuador, the Galapagos Islands, made famous by Charles Darwin and seen as the birthplace for his theory of evolution. Also, a really random fact that I found out about Ecuador, it's one of the only 2 countries in South America that doesn't share a border with Brazil, the other being Chile, which is really obvious now that I look at a map. How had I not seen that already? It's one of those things that are really stupidly obvious once you know the answer, much like with Ecuador's name. So where does this name come from? Well, take a look at where Ecuador is on the globe. It's very much in the middle of the map, meaning it lies on the equator. Yep, Ecuador is simply the Spanish word for equator, as Ecuador is on the equator. Like I said, this is seriously obvious once you know the answer. Even to someone who speaks no Spanish like myself, it's criminally easy to see the similarities between the Spanish Ecuador and the English equator. Though, how did it end up with that name? There are many countries that the equator run over, and they aren't all simply named equator in their language, which is handy for us as that would make things rather confusing. But it would have given me an awesome video explaining why all these countries have such similar names. Anyway, the reason it has this name is due to the history that's taken place here. Initially, it wasn't called Ecuador at all. Initially, around the year 1000 AD, the whole area that is now Ecuador was part of the Kingdom of Quito. This name derives from the capital city of Ecuador, which of course still bears this name. This city has this name as founded by the Quito people, the now extinct indigenous people of the land. The Kingdom of Quito, however, would change hands during history, eventually being absorbed into the Inca Empire. However, Spanish conquistador Francisco Pizarro conquered the land in 1532. Unlike with so much of South America, it became part of the Spanish Empire. It was around this time that the modern name of Ecuador came into popularity. Instead of using the native name for the land, Spanish colonists would simply brand the land as El Ecuador, which obviously means the equator, as the land is on the equator. In 1819, Ecuador was joined up with the nations of Colombia, Panama, Venezuela, and parts of Peru, Guyana, and Brazil to create the state which is now known as Gran Colombia. Gran Colombia was formed by political leader Simon Bolivar. He wished for South America to be free from Spanish rule and liberated these nations. When he did free these 3 nations from the Spanish control, he united them into one large country, Gran Colombia. His hope was to unite all of South America into one independent nation, though as we can see from a modern map that really didn't happen. Gran Colombia eventually started to fall apart, eventually collapsing in 1830. It was in this year the nation became independent and stuck with the name given to them by the Spanish, Ecuador. So why don't we move away from South America for a moment and go to Europe, specifically the European country of Montenegro. With a population of just over 600,000, you can see this country is a lot smaller than the aforementioned Ecuador. However, from what I can see, it looks just as beautiful, reportedly full of beautiful beaches, birds, and of course mountains. And it's those mountains that we'll be looking into today, as now you're more in the mindset of trying to figure out these surprisingly literal names names, perhaps this one's leaping out to you a bit more. If you haven't figured it out, then no worries, I wouldn't have either. The name means Black Mountain, and now that I've said that, I'm hoping it makes a lot more sense to you. Now knowing it means Black Mountain, I'm sure you'll be able to spot the two words in this name that gives this away. Mont meaning mountain and negro meaning black. Though why is it called Montenegro? The whole idea of a black mountain sounds very Middle Earth to me. And while there is a single mountain the name Montenegro is believed to derive from, it's nowhere near as menacing as anything in Mordor. The name is first mentioned in a charter for the King Mutlin in 1276. The Black Mountain of Montenegro is believed to be Mount Lovchen, which has forests and woodlands growing on it. The story goes that this woodland would become so thick the dark green leaves of the trees would seem black from afar and completely cover the mountain, in turn meaning the mountain will look completely black. And it was this one forest covered mountain the entire nation eventually became named after. However, if you are familiar with languages, then these two words may sound very Italian / Latin / Romance, which is rather odd for a nation where the majority of its official languages are from the Slavic branch, and in fact this country isn't even called this in Montenegrin. Instead it is called Zelena Gola, which still means Black Mountain. So why does a Slavic speaking country have such an Italian sounding name? Well, this is because this name of Montenegro comes from a time in history when the land was ruled by the Kingdom of Venice. These people would have spoke Venetian, a variation of Italian, so the name they gave the land would have sounded Italian. Over history the land would be ruled by the Venetians and become part of Yugoslavia, finally becoming the independent nation it is today in just 2006. So despite the fact they are no longer ruled by Venice, it was this name that stuck around in English, and variations of it appear in many other languages. Finally, for the last nation I'd like to talk about today, let's go back to the Americas, Central America to be exact, and talk about the country of Costa Rica. With around 5 million residents, Costa Rica too is a Spanish speaking nation like Ecuador. Perhaps the most amazing thing about Costa Rica, however, is its wildlife and its biodiversity. In fact, I read that Costa Rica has more than 5% of the entire planet's biodiversity, despite the fact its landmass only takes up 0.03% of the entire planet. That's a huge amount of diversity in such a small place. In fact, just off the coast of Costa Rica is Isla Nublar, an island home to the most amazing wildlife on our planet. Anyway, me rapping about their wildlife isn't going to explain their name, and you've probably been thinking about this name for some time now too. You know it's going to be really literal, so what could it be? Well, I'm sure Spanish speakers will know. The Costa part means coast and the Rica part means rich, so the name means coast rich, rich coast I should say. Though of course, why is this the case? Well, you can see from a map of the country the nation has two huge coasts, one going from north to east and one going from west to south. Though what exactly are these coasts rich in? Well, the classic idea is gold and precious metals. This name is believed to have been given to the land by Christopher Columbus when he discovered it in 1502. I've read two ideas as to why he gave it this name, one of those being simply because he believed the land to be full of precious metals, and the other being because he saw how much gold jewelry the natives at the time were wearing. However, I've also read that this may not be the case. Some believe Conquistador Francisco Hernandez de Cordoba actually coined the name as he explored way more of the country than Columbus, and I also read it's thought to derive from some native words too. All we seem to know for sure is that it first appeared in an official document in 1539, and the name has stuck around, simply meaning rich coast. Unlike with the aforementioned Ecuador meaning equator and Montenegro meaning Black Mountain, it's a surprisingly literal name. Well, once you know the etymology anyway. The origins of the names of country are usually steeped in deep history, forming over long periods of time and changing. However, this isn't always the case. Some countries are named by just one singular person. What's even rarer is when one of these nation namers are still alive to this day. However, the country name we'll be looking at today was not only coined by just one person, but that one person is actually still alive. There's something I find so cool about this. Imagine being able to say, yeah, I named the country. I'm of course talking about the African nation of Namibia. However, it wasn't actually always called this. To start with, the land that makes up the modern nation of Namibia was very creatively called Southwest Africa. So yes, this isn't the most interesting name, but it does fit nicely with the name of its southerly neighbour, South Africa. And there is a reason why these names are so similar, and that's because they aren't names given to the land by natives from ancient roots, but were names thrust upon these lands by European settlers. In the case of South Africa, it was a mix of the English and Dutch settlers who came up with the name South Africa. We covered this in our own South Africa video. And in the case of Southwest Africa, it was the Germans who came up with that name. Namibia became a German colony under the watch of Otto von Bismarck in 1884. This would have been as part of the scramble for Africa. This was a period of history roughly from 1881 to 1914, in which many European countries claimed huge swaths of land on the continent. They did this for a variety of reasons, some because of the resources that lay untouched on the continent, some for the national pride of claiming land, and some simply to stop others from taking it. This was the case with German Southwest Africa. The Germans were concerned about how much land the British were taking, so claimed this part of Africa for themselves. Southwest Africa stayed under German rule until 1915. Germany lost control of the land due to the First World War, when the land was invaded by South Africa. This led to South Africa having control over Southwest Africa, and they carried on using that name, though obviously dropped the German part of it, and it stayed under the rule of South Africa until 1990, when in that year it was granted full independence and officially took on the name of Namibia. And while it was in 1990 that the name was changed, the name was present way before that. The UN were using it as early as the 1960s, and as mentioned, the name of Namibia was coined by a single person. Though, who was it? Well, that honour goes to Mbumbra Karina, a Namibian politician, academic and author. Born on the 6th of June 1932 in the town of Tsumeb, which would have been in Southwest Africa. He was actually born with the name Eric William Getzen, however changed it when he was older. He said on the matter, "I was given that name by missionaries when my rights as a baby were not recognised, but when I became politically conscious, I divorced that name and became known as Mbumba." As a child, Mbumba was rather quiet and kept himself to himself. He didn't speak much to anyone else, and people actually thought he was deaf. While he went on to become an academic, he actually struggled with schooling to start with, having to repeat grades multiple times. He's talked about how pastors helped guide his life and education, especially Reverend Michael Scott, no relation, who was also an anti-apartheid activist and spoke to the UN on the issues people were facing in South Africa and Southwest Africa. It was thanks to this guidance that Mbumba was able to get his educational life on track, and as his grades improved, he was allowed to study all over the world. He studied in the States for some time. However, between 1960 to 1962, he did a PhD in Indonesia, and funnily enough, it was in Indonesia where he got the ball rolling on finding a new name for his homeland. Somehow during his studies, he met with the president of Indonesia at the time, Sukarno. I'm not too sure how he managed this. Some sources I read say that he was in an audience with him, while other sources I read said that Sukarno invited Mbumba to his house for tea. Either way, the two were together, and Sukarno asked Mbumba what the name of his country was, and he responded with, of course, Southwest Africa. This led to Indonesian President Sukarno saying something that would have a lasting effect on the young Mbumba. "That's not a name, that is a geographical area. My son, slaves and dogs are named by their masters. Free men name themselves." And after hearing these words, Mbumba set off to find a unique name for his nation. However, this wasn't the only reason as to why he wanted a name for the country. It was around this time that South Africa were trying to make Southwest Africa just another province in their nation. Mbumba thought that if he could coin a name for their nation that would give it its own identity, it would stop it from becoming just another part of South Africa. After thinking for some time, Mbumba published an essay explaining how the country should be known as the Republic of the Namib. Eventually this evolved into Namibia. The name became popular, the UN accepted and used it as mentioned, and it has stuck around ever since. Though where exactly did Mbumba actually get this name from? Well, he didn't just pull it out of thin air. In fact, he named his country in a way many other countries have been named, after a geographical feature, with that geographical feature being none other than the Namib Desert, which makes up a huge area of the country of Namibia. Mbumba clearly thought that this desert was unique enough to the country, and that the land should be named after it. The name Namib actually comes from Nama origins and simply means a vast place, which makes a ton of sense as well. Deserts tend to be vast places, and the Namib Desert is no exception. However, the craziest thing from all of this is that Mbumba never actually visited the Namib Desert while campaigning to have his homelands named after it. In fact, for the longest time he didn't visit there. It was only in 2016, at the age of 83 years old, that Professor Mbumbra Karina visited the Namib Desert for the very first time in his life. And at the time of this video going live, he's 87 years old, and is quite possibly the only living person to have named a country. In the past, we made a whole video about a variety of countries that are named after actual people who existed on this very planet. In example, the country of Bolivia is named after the famed South American liberator Simon Bolivar, and the Philippines are named after King Philip II of Spain. Today's video, however, is going to be taking an approach that is far more legendary. There are many countries on our planet that are named after figures from history whose actual existence is somewhat up for debate, and that's not me saying that the people I'm covering today definitely did or didn't exist. That's the whole point of legends. We don't really know where the facts and fiction start with them. The OED has many definitions for what legendary means, and my favourite one is the one that reads a person, event, etc., whose existence or occurrence has no historical foundation, because I really think that succinctly explains what it means for something to be legendary, as the word has lost some of its meaning in recent times. I feel sometimes now legendary is simply used to talk about something that's really good, e.g. that video game is legendary or that night out was legendary. Anyway, that's going a tad off topic. We aren't talking about legendary nights out, but rather legendary figures, and legendary people can range from a wide array of categories. It could be someone who was real, but over time their life or actions have become legendary, leader of a tribe who we aren't sure if they were real or not, to outright gods of various religions and mythologies. And I must add something of a disclaimer here, and apologise if I mention someone of importance to you here, and you perceive I'm labelling them as not real. Most if not all legends are founded on something real, whether we know what that real thing is or not. Legends happen when human wonder fills in the gaps when we weren't able to explain things otherwise. That's my definition of legendary. I understand it's a bit more washy than the OEDs, but I like it. So let's look into some countries, find out who they were named after, who exactly those people were, and why that land is named after them. Also, I must mention that you may have heard some of these before in videos on this channel unto themselves, but every video could be someone's first time on the channel, so if that's you, then why not stick around? We're so close to 250,000 subs and I really want to get there, so please help a guy out. And speaking of countries I've already talked about, I want to talk about a specific country etymology that crops up in so many places, and I've covered in a fair few videos. In fact, if you Google how did countries get their names, you'll see many articles explaining how most countries in the world are named after one of 4 things, with one of these 4 things being tribe names. I shan't tell you the other 3, as I'll probably make a video about this in the future with a clickbait title called something like how every country got its name, and just talk about these 4 ideas, so remember to be surprised / angry when that video comes out in the future. The thing about a lot of these countries that are named after tribes is that a lot of these tribes are named after their legendary founders. In example, we have videos about Czechia and Russia on the channel, and in those videos I mentioned that each country are named after the Czech tribal people and the Rus tribal people respectively. However, these 2 tribes are named after their founders of Czech and Rus, who were actually brothers. Not only this, but they actually had a 3rd brother too, Lech. There are variations of the legend surrounding these 3 brothers, but by and large it goes that the 3 split in their homelands to find new lands for themselves, with Czech founding the Czech tribe, which would go on to become modern Czechia, Rus founding the Rus tribe and would eventually lead to the creation of Russia, and Lech would go on to find Lechia, an old legendary name for Poland. Of course, as we also mentioned in a previous video, Belarus is named Russia too, kind of, translating into Right Russia. So it's a country named after another country, named after a tribe, named after a legendary person, which is a seriously roundabout way of being named after a legendary person, but named after one nonetheless. And likewise, we talked about how Denmark was named after the Danes in our Scandinavian video, how the Danes are believed to be named after one of their earliest legendary kings, King Dan or King Halfdan. And of course, we did a video about how Romania is weirdly named after the Romans, while Italy, their homeland, isn't. And the Romans are named after their legendary founder too, Romulus. As mentioned, a lot of these have been covered in videos already, so check them out, they'll be linked down below. A country I don't believe we've talked about before, however, is El Salvador. El Salvador is the smallest nation within Central America, being about the same size as Wales. However, with a population of around 7 million, it is the most densely populated country in all of the Americas. In recent history, the country has been in the midst of a civil war, but with that now behind them, it seems El Salvador wants to be best known as a tourist destination, with their beautiful beaches. El Salvador was named by Spanish conquistador Pedro de Alvarado. Of course, the Spanish were extremely religious, and gave many names relating to Christianity to places they found across the Americas. While many of these places were named after the saints of Christianity, El Salvador was named after the big cheese of the entire religion. In English, El Salvador translates into meaning the Saviour, and of course, this Saviour is none other than Jesus Christ. As mentioned, it makes all the sense in the world for a conquistador of this time to name somewhere after Jesus. There isn't too much mystery surrounding this one. And once again, I just want to say that because I'm labeling Jesus as a legendary person doesn't mean I'm saying he doesn't exist. We went into detail on the real historical Jesus in an episode of my podcast AD History, which you should go check out. A country that is more or less just as small as El Salvador is the tiny African nation of Djibouti. In fact, it is the 8th smallest country in all of Africa by land area. What it lacks in size, however, it makes up for in women, as the country has a much higher ratio of women women when compared to men for some reason. However, there's something big this nation lacks too: trees. Less than 1% of the entire nation is covered by trees, making a very sparse nation. And as for that name, well, one theory has this named after an Egyptian god, with the name meaning Land of Tehuti, or Land of Tehut, who is the ancient Egyptian god of writing, magic, and the moon. Why this land was named after him, however, I couldn't find out. In fact, despite how this fits into our video about legendary figures naming countries, I couldn't find too much to back up this idea beyond Wikipedia. But there are other theories as to how this country got its name. One idea says it's named after a beast called Buti, which translates into bear, and there are even other ideas like it meaning the boat has arrived as it's right by the sea, to it meaning metal cooking pot for some reason. Over in Asia, we have the nation of Cambodia. This Southeast Asian nation has a somewhat volatile recent history too, resulting in the current population of the nation being rather young. Around half the population is 15 years old or younger, and is of course home to Angkor Wat, the largest religious building in the world and the reason many visit the country. In fact, it is so synonymous with the nation that it's on their flag, making the flag of Cambodia the only country flag with a building on it. As for the name Cambodia, well, that's only its English name, which derives from the French Cambodge. In their own tongue, the nation is called Kampuchea, and this name is thought to come from the Sanskrit name for the tribe who lived in the area, the Kamboja. And of course, this tribe is named after their legendary leader, Kambu Swayambhuva. So once again, we have a nation named after a tribe, named after a legendary leader. Very near to Cambodia is Laos. Perhaps the most interesting thing I found out about Laos is that despite the fact that it is a landlocked country, it is known for having over 4,000 islands. This is in the south with Si Phan Don, a river archipelago that is apparently ideal for anyone wanting a beach getaway without having to actually go to the beach. And of course, Laos has some amazing diversity when it comes to animal life, from snakes to gibbons to tigers and even the wonderfully odd looking Irrawaddy dolphins. But what about that name? Well, Laos is once again named after the Laos people, but who were they named after? Well, we aren't too sure. However, one theory is that they're named after a character from the Hindu epic the Ramayana, that character being called lava. However, this character's name has nothing to do with actual lava that spews out of volcanoes. That comes from the Latin word lava, meaning to wash, as lava washes over the land, and lava is still used in that sense today when we talk about soap. Anyway, that's way off topic, and I must mention that Laos being named after lava is very much just a theory. There doesn't seem to be much evidence backing it up. Finally, away from Asia, we have Ireland. How the name Ireland is kind of confusing as it applies to many things. If you were to say this, and this are all called Ireland, then you would be correct. This island geographically as a whole is called Ireland, and on the island of Ireland are kinda two countries that are both called Ireland as well. There's the independent nation of the Republic of Ireland, which is officially just called Ireland and makes up the majority of the island of Ireland, and in the north of the island of Ireland lies Northern Ireland, which has been described as a country, province and a region. Whatever you want to call it, it's one of the parts of the United Kingdom along with England, Scotland and Wales. So there's Ireland the country, and Northern Ireland the kind of country. I've definitely said Ireland and Ireland way too much now. So instead of saying Ireland, let's say the Irish name for Ireland, Iarla. Unsurprisingly, this name comes from a legendary figure. I'd be shocked if you hadn't realised that by now. Iarla's name comes from Éilú, with Éilú being the matron goddess of Irish mythology and somewhat the female personification for the land. The reason she became the personification from the land is due to one of the legends surrounding her, in which she stopped a series of invaders from taking over Ireland. And from the Irish name of Éile for the land, we got the English island by simply removing the E at the start and adding land to the end. However, there was another idea for the name that came from Scottish Gaelic, and explained that the name Ireland comes from their language and meant Westland Isle. And while that would make sense as Ireland is west of Scotland, this doesn't seem to actually be the case. And on that note, we've covered more than enough legendary named nations for now. However, there are more out there, so let me know about the ones I may have missed out on, and let me know if you live in one of these countries named after a legendary person. Poor old Central America. For some reason, these nations always seem to get forgotten when nations of the New World are talked about. When people think of America, their minds may automatically go to the USA, Canada and Mexico, or even think about the nations of South America like Brazil and Argentina. Though this small sliver of land sitting between these juggernauts is full of nations with their own rich histories, cultures and breathtaking scenery. Central America comprises of all the nations between Mexico and Colombia. Many even view Central America as its own region, the third America if you will. However, it seems officially, according to Wiki anyway, Central America is a sub-region / subcontinent of the larger continent of North America. I'm sure you can figure out for yourself why this region is called Central America. It's in the center of the Americas. However, you may have also heard another name for this part of the world that crops up often, that being Mesoamerica. Mesoamerica refers to the civilizations and cultures that originated from this part of the world. Tribes like the Olmec, Maya, and Aztecs all originated from Mesoamerica. The land area that is usually seen as being Mesoamerica doesn't actually line up with Central America, however, as it overlaps the southern half of Mexico and dips into Costa Rica at its southernmost point. And despite sounding a tad more exotic than Central America, Mesoamerica simply means Middle America, coming from the Greek prefix for middle, meso. Anyway, despite looking like the single piece of thread that's holding together the masses of North and South America, Central America is home to 7 different nations. Of the 10 nations on mainland North America, 7 are in this area. These are the nations of Guatemala, Belize, Honduras, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and Panama. In the past, I believe I've only looked into a few of these nations before, so today let's give Central America the love and attention it deserves. We've looked into regions of the world in the past like Scandinavia, Iberia, and the Baltic and done big specials on how not only these nations got their names, but their capitals too. So today it's Central America's turn to get the name explained treatment, as we look into how these nations and their capitals got their names. And I'll sprinkle in some extra etymological fun facts too, though a bit of pre-warning, the names of a lot of these capital cities aren't that unique, shall we say. And you will see that this is the case with the nation of Guatemala. This nation is best known for its volcanic landscape, Mayan culture, delicious coffee, and being the birthplace of chocolate. The land has been inhabited for well over 20,000 years, vastly predating Columbus, and while Spanish is the official language, there are 21 recognized indigenous languages in the land too. The name Guatemala is believed to derive from one of these native languages, Nahuatl to be exact. It's believed to come from their word Cuatalamalan, which means land of many trees. The natives of course called it this as there are in fact many trees in the land, and as European settlers came along they corrupted it into Guatemala. And as for Guatemala's capital city, well, it's simply called Guatemala City. I did warn you some of these wouldn't be too interesting. However, I did find out another fun name related fact in this nation, and that's with their currency's name. The Guatemalan currency is called the Quetzal, and this is also the name for the nation's national bird. The money is named after the bird not only because they like the animal there, but because in Mayan culture the feathers of these birds were supposedly used as currency, so it's fitting that in the land where Mayan culture was prominent, their money still bears the bird's name. To the east of Guatemala lies the nation of Belize. This small nation has faced a troubled history with their neighbour, however it seems they're slowly building up their tourism industry and things are getting safer there. What draws many people to this nation is their amazing beaches with a more Caribbean vibe than the rest of Central America. The nation was formerly part of the British Empire and the UK's last piece of land on mainland America up until 1981. This has left Belize as the only Central American nation with English as their official language. While it was part of the UK, it was called British Honduras. More on that name shortly. The name of Belize, however, is actually debated with many possible origins, though it seems that the most popular theory comes from the Mayan word Balish, which means muddy waters, which references the Belize River, though the other theory is that it's named after the Scottish buccaneer Peter Wallace. He used his name of Wallace, then that got corrupted into Wallace, then Vallis, then Ballas, and then Belize. Belize's capital was called Belize City, but was is the key word in all this, as this former capital city was almost completely destroyed in a 1961 hurricane. While this seemingly is back on its feet now, in the fallout of this natural disaster, the capital was moved to the city of Belmopan, which is one of the smallest capital cities in the world. This name of Belmopan is actually a combination of 2 other words. The first half of the name comes from the name Belize, unsurprisingly, and the latter half of the name comes from the name Mopan, the name of a river in this area. Perhaps one day Belize City will be this nation's capital once again. Also, I wonder if Belize City is the only city to share its name with the nation it is in and not be the capital of that nation. I haven't researched that, but let me know down below if that is the case or not. And as I mentioned, we will be looking into the name Honduras, which is one of the larger nations of Central America. Like other parts of Central America, Honduras is named for its ancient sites, landscape and wildlife. In fact, it's its underwater wildlife that draws so many people, as off the coast of Honduras and Belize is the second largest barrier reef on the planet, which is known as either the Belize Barrier Reef or the Mesoamerican Barrier Reef. It's safe to say that with this reef, the waters around Honduras get pretty deep, and it's from these deep waters where the name comes from, as in Spanish Honduras means the depths/great depths, referencing these deep waters on the nation's east coast. There's even a story saying that this name comes from Columbus saying, "Thank God we came out of these depths," in Spanish of course, when leaving the country, and that the nation came from this statement specifically, but that seems to be more folktale than fact. Honduras' capital is called Tegucigalpa, but is commonly shortened to just Tegus, which is good for me because I'm terrible at the pronunciation of easy words, let alone complex ones like this. This name was initially thought to be of native origin, meaning Silver Hill, as the hills around this city were mined for silver, but the issue with this is that the natives didn't mine the silver in these hills, so why would they have named it that if they didn't know of the silver? More recent ideas have the name meaning place of painted stones, due to the stones decorated by the natives in this land, which I think sounds more accurate. However, there is another name that was given to Honduras that has since been used for other nations too, and that is the title of a banana republic. A banana republic is a term used for a nation with an unstable economy that is reliant on a single product or resource. Honduras was the original banana republic, as for some time their economy did pretty much rely solely on the growth, trade and export of their bananas. The term was coined in 1901 by American writer O. Henry when talking about how Honduras was being exploited by the American-owned United Fruit Company for their bananas. Eventually this term got applied to other nations, even when their product wasn't bananas. And yes, there's even a clothing store called Banana Republic too. Next up, we have the smallest Central American nation by land, El Salvador. Though despite being the smallest, it's the fourth largest population. Just under 6.5 million people call this land their home. This makes El Salvador the most densely populated nation in the Americas. It is also the only Central American nation without a coast on the Atlantic Ocean. I'm sure many of you will be able to see what this name means. It's a Spanish name and simply translates into the Savior in English. This Savior is of course Jesus Christ. The land was named by Conquistador Pedro de Alvarado, and originally its full name was Provincia del Nuestro Señor Jesus Cristo El Salvador del Mundo, which in English means Province of our Lord Jesus Christ, the Savior of the world. Luckily for people like myself who suck at pronouncing Spanish, this was shortened to just El Salvador. El Salvador's capital is simply called San Salvador, meaning Saint Savior / Holy Savior, so not the most interesting of names. However, a fun name from this land is the nickname their residents have. Officially, some of them El Salvador is called Salvadorian / Salvadoran, but their nickname is Guanaco. This is also the name of a type of llama-like mammal that lives in South America. I've heard that the nickname comes from this animal, or that comes from a native word meaning brotherhood. I've also read it's a nickname that is not beloved by people from the nation, so apologies if I upset anyone with my use of it. Let me know down below how the word is perceived if you are from El Salvador. I'd love to know. And from the smallest nation of Central America to the biggest, we have Nicaragua. This nation is home to the largest lake in Central America and Central America's oldest city, Granada, though this isn't their capital. However, Granada was founded by Conquistador Francisco Hernandez de Cordoba, who lent his name to their currency too, the Cordoba. Their actual capital is called Managua, and this name derives from a Nahuatl phrase meaning adjacent to the water, as the city is adjacent to one of the nation's large lakes. Anyway, what about the nation's name itself? Well, there seems to be a couple ideas as to where this name came from. The more popular one is that it's a combination of two words, these being the word Nicaro, a supposed native chief who apparently lived on these lands, and the Spanish agua, meaning water, once again a reference to the huge lakes in this nation. The second theory is that it comes from the Nahuatl phrase Nik Anawak, which means either Anawak reached this far or the Nahuas came this far. Anawak is the name for the court of the Aztecs Mexico, and Nahuas is the name for a native tribe. So if either of these are true, it implies that Nicaragua was as far as this region reached, or these people stretched out to. Next up, we have Costa Rica. This is a nation best known for its wildlife and biodiversity. It's incredible just how much wildlife resides in this small mass of land. In fact, it's thought that Costa Rica makes up 5 to 6% of the world's entire biodiversity, with it being home to more than 500,000 different animal species. They have no army, and you can watch the sun rise across the Caribbean and then set in the Pacific all in the same day. It's no surprise it's considered one of the happiest countries in the world. The land is rich in animals, sunrises and sunsets, and happiness, so it's not surprising that rich is part of its name. From just looking at this name, I'm sure you can get a good idea as to what it means. It means rich coast and was once again supposedly named by Columbus, as he thought that the coast here would be rich in precious metals. It's a very literal name, surprisingly literal some might say. Costa Rica's capital city is called San Jose, named in honor of St. Joseph. This also happens to be the most popular place name in the world, primarily due to it being used across so much land that is / was under Spanish influence. And finally, we have the southernmost nation of Central America and the gateway to South America, Panama. This nation is way more than just a canal, though said canal does generate about 1/3 of the nation's income. This bendy little nation is home to almost 1,000 bird species and over 10,000 different plant species, and the world's oldest still in use train line. But yes, that canal does allow travel from the Atlantic to the Pacific and vice versa, without having to go around the entire continent, so it is pretty handy. There's a few ideas as to where the name Panama actually comes from, one of those being that it means abundance of fish, as it was initially the name of a native fishing village to start with. However, I've also read theories that means abundance of butterflies and not fish, or that it's named after a type of tree called the Panama tree, though the tree may be named after the nation. And of course, the capital of Panama is simply called Panama City, which isn't the most interesting of names. Something else to have the name Panama is a kind of hat called a Panama hat. However, the silly thing about these hats is they don't even originate from Panama, but from Ecuador. Still, as they gained popularity in the nation, the hats were named after it. Anyway, whether you're diving into the depths of Honduras, enjoying the rich coast of Costa Rica, or traversing the many trees of Guatemala, now you have a better etymological understanding of this often overlooked part of the world.
Places have a habit of changing their name. That's just a thing that has been well and truly established by now here on Name Explain. However, some places not only change their name, but then change them back again, which might seem pretty silly, but hey, it gives me something to talk about, that's for sure. It seems that a key reason as to why many places change their name and then change them back again revolves around a change in that place's opinion or attitude. A name was changed for a certain reason in a certain time in history, but then that time in history passes and the name is no longer wanted, so the old name is once again put in place. A great example of this is with a certain Russian city. You and I know this city as St. Petersburg, and so do the people currently living there. This is a name that would have also been used by the original settlers of the city too, all the way back in 1703. Yet between 1924 and 1991, this city went by a different name entirely, Leningrad, named after a Mr. Vladimir Lenin, of course. Lenin died in 1924, hence it was named after him in this year. And it makes all the sense in the world to rename the city after him at this time in history, as the changes he made to the nation were so monumental. However, a lot changed in Russia between 1924 and 1991. Most noticeably, the Soviet Union, which Lenin helped establish, dissolved in that year. Russia's time as the USSR had left a bad taste in the mouth of many Russian people, and people wanted traces of this time in Russian history gone. Of course, the name Leningrad was a clear example of the time of the USSR. So in 1991, the city reverted back to the name of St. Petersburg. 1924 to 1991 might seem like a small time in history in the grand scheme of things. However, many people would have lived a huge chunk of their life, or possibly their entire life, with the city having this name. In fact, this is such a recent name change that there are probably people still alive today who still know this city more as Leningrad. This is a great example of a place changing its name and then reverting it due to a shift in public opinion. However, St. Petersburg is just a city. What if there was an entire nation that changed its name and then went back to its old name? Well, while yes, I guess Russia could be a prime example of this, there's actually somewhere else I want to talk about today. Somewhere a bit more warmer than Russia, that's for sure. I am of course talking about the African nation that now goes by the full name of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, which is often shortened to the likes of DR Congo, the DROC, the Congo, or just Congo. And for most of its history, the word Congo has been present in the land's name somewhere or another, though for a large chunk of the 20th century, this country went by a different name entirely, that being Zaire. It was only in 1997 that the word Congo was once again used in the nation's name. So how did this nation in the heart of Africa go from Congo to Zaire and back to Congo? This is obviously a part of the world with some seriously ancient history. It's believed that there were humans living in this part of the world at least 90,000 years ago. We know this thanks to harpoon heads found in the land that date back to this time. Suffice to say, that's a darn long time ago. We need to come a bit more forward in time, however, until we find the name Congo being used, and that is with the Kingdom of Congo, which covered the western part of the modern nation as well as other surrounding modern African nations. We aren't sure when exactly this kingdom was initially formed, but it seems to date back somewhere between the 13th and 14th century. This kingdom seems to be the furthest back the name Congo dates back to. Before this kingdom, this land was split into smaller kingdoms with different names. So where did the name Congo come from? Well, we aren't exactly sure. As mentioned, this is an ancient part of the world, so the etymology remains somewhat of a mystery, though we have some ideas as to where the name comes from. The general consensus seems to be that this is yet another nation named after a river that runs through it, that being the Congo River, and one idea is that the river's name means mountain, as the river originates from the mountains, though I also read that the river was named after the kingdom there, which creates something of an etymological paradox of the river being named after the kingdom and the kingdom being named after the river. The river being named after the kingdom makes more sense if we follow the etymology that explains that the name Congo comes from the Congo people, with their name coming from a local word meaning hunter. If one of these two etymologies is to be believed, it means the Congo, like many other place names, derive from either a geographic feature or a tribe of people. Either way, this kingdom was doing its own thing until 1482, when Europeans first made contact with them. This was the Portuguese, who eventually set up ties and connections with the kingdom. And it seemingly stayed this way for many years. It wouldn't be until the late 19th century in which another European power would be interested in the Kingdom of Congo, that being Belgium of all places. I'll be honest, Belgium doesn't come up often when talking about European nations colonizing other parts of the world, and minus some other small areas, it seems that what would become the DROC is the full extent of their quote-unquote empire. It was specifically the King of Belgium who took a particular interest in the land, that being King Leopold II. In 1878, he helped out set a committee for studies of the Upper Congo along with other European financial backers. It was in the following year that the European powers made more connections with the local chiefs, and locals even agreed to combine their chiefdoms and set up trading points down the Congo River. One of those trading points went on to become Leopoldville, the future capital of the nation, named after the Belgian king who got the ball rolling. It was at this point that the land took on a new name, that being the International Association of the Congo. This name makes sense as it was an international group of European powers working in association with one another in the Congo. And it's also here you may have noticed a big change with the name Congo. This is where the name went from being spelt with a K to being spelt with a C. This seems to be a quirk of the language that became the official tongue in the land, French. While the French alphabet does now contain the letter K, it is not however native to the language, with most words now containing the letter in French being words borrowed from other languages. K was only officially added to the French alphabet in the mid-19th century. The letter was used before this, however, just unofficially. The International Association of the Congo was set up by the French-speaking Belgium and other nations in the mid to late 19th century, so it makes sense as to why they would have adapted the name to start with a C, which was more commonplace in their native tongue, then continued with using the K. While it seems to be spelt with a C in most cases now, Congo is still spelt with a K when using it as the name of the Congo language, which is also known as Kikongo. And yes, the K spelling also went on to inspire the name of a couple famous gorillas. Anyway, it seems that the Belgian King Leopold II took a vested interest in the land, and soon enough he was declared the sole ruler of the area. This is when it took on its next name. It went from being the International Association of the Congo to being the Congo Free State in 1885. The biggest difference here is that the land wasn't now a part of a European association. It didn't even belong to the Belgian state as a whole. The land was now privately owned by King Leopold II, and from many accounts, he used the land as his own private playground. One source even said that he was particularly brutal, even by the cruel and deeply racist standards of European colonialism in Africa. He looted ivory and rubber in the land and tortured/killed millions who got in his way. There's literally a whole Wikipedia page called Atrocities in the Congo Free State if you want to go read for yourself. It seems that Leopold's legacy in the land is still debated. As mentioned, the capital was named after him, and many other places in the land still are. Leopold's tyranny in the land seems to have come to a breaking point in 1908, when an international committee demanded the land be taken out of his private control and instead placed in the hands of the Belgian state. And so in 1908 began the next chapter of the nation's history, along with a fresh new name,
Belgian Congo. This name is pretty easy to understand. It was the same old Congo, but now formally under Belgian rule, not just their king's sandbox. And while it seems things weren't as bad in the nation as they were under the rule of Leopold, the natives were still not treated perfectly. Belgium seemed to project an image of a parent-child relationship between themselves/Europe and the natives. Natives there had no role in legislation. They were treated very much like kids. After the First World War, Europe and American businesses set up shop in the nation, creating large plantations and mines. It was of course the locals who worked in these areas. Some were even forced into labor. There were of course resistances to this by the natives, and it seems that this anger came to a breaking point in 1959 when riots broke out in the capital. While Belgium had insisted that independence would not be possible, at the sight of these riots they made a quick 180, and just a year later, on the 30th of June 1960, Belgian Congo became an independent republic. This means yet another name change. As an independent nation, they couldn't really have Belgian in their name anymore. They became the Republic of the Congo. They were also known as Congo Leopoldville/Kinshasa in reference to their capital and its name change. The name First Congolese Republic was also used between 1960 and 1965. However, this name wouldn't stick around for long, as by 1971, a completely different name was being used for the nation. It was in 1971 that the name Zaire came into use. The nation became Zaire when a man by the name of Joseph Désiré Mobutu took over the land in a coup. Mobutu was little more than a harsh dictator. He despised what Belgium and the rest of Europe had done to his land, and believed the only way for his nation to move forward was by eradicating all European influence on the land. He wanted the nation to celebrate its African roots, which of course includes names. He wanted all European-inspired names gone from the nation. This included his own name, which he changed to Mobutu Sese Seko. The name Congo itself was seen as a European name too, at first with that corruption from K to C thanks to the French language, but in general it was seen as the name the Portuguese put on the land, at least to Mobutu anyway. As mentioned, the name Congo roots to the name of the river Congo, and another name is seen as the traditional African name for this river, that being Zaire. This name of Zaire is thought to come from the Congo language. In the tongue, the river is often referred to as Nzadi or Nzir, which means the river that swallows rivers, due to how large it is and its many tributaries. Zaire is believed to be a Portuguese mispronunciation of the latter part of this name. So funnily enough, Zaire is also a name of European influence. Some sources say that Mobutu wanted the name to be the traditional African Nzir, but instead chose the Portuguese corruption, as his advisors explained that was easier to pronounce. Nevertheless, Mobutu demanded places in the nation take on traditional African names. This meant that the Congo River be renamed Zaire, which in turn renamed the nation Zaire too. Zaire would remain under the harsh rule of Mobutu from 1971 all the way until 1997. By this time he was getting ill and his powers were waning at the hands of rebels. He died in exile in that year, and it was also in this year that the name of Zaire died too. The nation went back to the name of the Republic of the Congo, which it had before Mobutu took over. However, it added democratic to the start of the name too, I guess in celebration of no longer being ruled by a dictator, and since 1997 the name the Democratic Republic of the Congo has been used, and that is pretty much all the names the nation has gone by, from Zaire to the many different Congo names with different words thrown into the mix before and after it. This really is one of those nations that's history can be tracked by seeing what name it was going under at the time. And it can get pretty confusing keeping track of all these different Congo names, believe me. So to make matters more confusing, the country right next to the Democratic Republic of the Congo is also called the Republic of the Congo. I very much omitted talking about this Congo, which I'm sure many of you have noticed. Why we have two countries both called Congo right next to each other, however, is a story for another time. We already split the world into continents and continents into countries. However, sometimes we also like to group together countries and parts of continents into smaller regions. These regions of continents usually have a shared history, culture, or even language. Take the likes of Scandinavia up in Northern Europe, or Central America in, well,
Central America. The region of the world we are looking into today, however, is located in the southeast of Europe, and these countries are collectively known as the Balkans. Unlike other regions, however, like the aforementioned Scandinavia and Central America, which are pretty defined borders, what is and isn't Balkan doesn't seem to be as universally agreed upon. While some nations are seen as pretty much 100% Balkan, others are a bit more up for debate. The two most debated Balkan nations are Greece and Turkey. While geographically part of these two countries are in the Balkan Peninsula, they just aren't as linked to this part of the world. This seems to be the case for a couple reasons. As mentioned, these regions of the world are often linked together in history, and Greece and Turkey just don't share as much common history with the other nations, especially considering that neither of them were once part of Yugoslavia, whereas 7 of the countries we'll be talking about today are. Like I said, what is and isn't Balkan is really up for debate. Even Italy is debated sometimes as being a Balkan state. I have no doubt you guys will be talking about it down in the comments. In this video, however, we'll be covering the nations that are most universally agreed upon as being Balkan. I'm going in particular with the ones Encyclopedia Britannica go with too, so don't blame me if you're annoyed. Blame them. By their definition, the Balkans are usually characterized as consisting of Romania, Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro, Serbia, Kosovo, Bulgaria, North Macedonia, and Albania. It's these 10 countries we'll be looking into today, so we won't be looking into Greece or Turkey, I'm afraid. But have no fear, as we've already covered these two nations in videos unto themselves. In fact, I may have actually already covered all these names in videos in one way or another previously on the channel, whether that be because these countries were featured in part of another video, or they had videos unto themselves. But you may have not been interested in those videos, which is fair enough. This video format is popular here on the channel, so why not cover them like this too? And what format is this exactly, I hear you asking? Well, it's when we take a region of the world and look into the origins of not only the nation's names, but the capital's names too, and see if we can find some extra etymological fun facts along the way as well. But before we look into the names of the countries, we ought to look into the name Balkan unto itself. The peninsula as a whole is actually named after the Balkan Mountains. This mountain range runs across Bulgaria and Serbia. As to where its name comes from, we have a few ideas. In Turkish, Balkan literally means chain of wooded mountains, so it might come from this, while another idea is that it comes from an old Bulgarian word simply meaning mountain, while another idea is that it comes from Persian roots meaning either swampy forest or even high proud house. It's one of those names we just aren't too sure about, but there's definitely a wide range of ideas for it, that's for sure. The largest of the Balkan states we'll be looking into today is Romania, and just by looking at this name, I'm sure you'll start to get a good idea as to where it comes from. The word Roman is quite clearly in the name Romania. This unsurprisingly relates to the empire, as the land that now makes up Romania was once upon a time part of the Roman Empire. It became Roman in the early 2nd century AD thanks to Emperor Trajan's conquest of the land. Before this, the corresponding land was called Dacia, and despite Rome giving up the land in around 270 AD, their impact there had been not only left in the land's name, but also in the language, as Romanian itself is a Romance language in the middle of Slavic-speaking Europe. The tongue has more in common with the likes of French and Spanish than it does with its neighbouring nations. The nation's capital is Bucharest, and this name doesn't come from a group of people, but one legendary figure, that being the legendary farmer slash shepherd Bucur. It was him who supposedly founded the city many years ago, and in turn it's named after him. However, other ideas imply that it comes from Dacian origins and means city of joy, as the modern word for joy in the Romanian language is Bucuria. Next up we have Slovenia, which is a name that relates to the people who live there, as it simply means land of the Slavs. Slovakia means pretty much the same thing too, as they are both nations home to Slavic people, hence why their names are similar. However, they are home to different kinds of Slavic people. Slovenia is a South Slavic nation, while Slovakia is a West Slavic nation, and this geographic difference affected them enough to slightly change the names of their respective nations, yet still leave them sounding slightly similar. Luckily, these two nations don't have similar sounding capitals. In fact, Slovenia's capital has the rather unique name of Ljubljana. L and J's don't have a habit of appearing next to each other in English words, so it's pretty cool to see it here twice in a single word. There's a few ideas as to what this name means. One is that it too traces back to the Romans, possibly coming from their word alluviana, meaning flooding river. I guess the river in the city flooded often in the past. While the other idea is that it comes from the Slovene word Ljubljana, meaning beloved, as the city is beloved.
Croatia is too thought to derive from the people who live there, with the name meaning land of the Croats. Their name is thought to possibly come from ancient Russian roots, meaning things like mountain or even mountain chain, I guess in relation to the mountains in the nation. One of Croatia's historic regions is called Dalmatia, and it was of course this region where certain spotted dog came from and was named after. Croatia's capital of Zagreb has a name with an unclear etymology. One idea is that it comes from ancient roots meaning hill, however it has a popular folk etymology too which is worth sharing. This folk etymology is that the name of the city means to scoop/dig, and the accompanying story explains that a young girl scooped up water from this area to rehydrate her thirsty city governor, and from where she scooped up the water, the city grew. I would say however Croatia's most popular city is Dubrovnik, and this name means oakwood, as the city was surrounded by oak trees in the past. Next up, Bosnia and Herzegovina, the one nation with two names. These two names reference two regions of the country, and instead of the nation having one unique name, it just went with the two of them. It's rather interesting but not unique, as we have other nations like Trinidad and Tobago that have this trait too. The Bosnia part of the name comes from the river Bosna, and this name is thought to mean current, as rivers do have currents. The Herzegovina part however comes from Old Serbian and means dukedom, as this land was once run by a duke. This explains why it sounds so much like the modern German word for duke too, Herzog. The nation's capital Sarajevo comes from Turkish roots and means palace on the river Bosna, which makes sense as there are some amazing looking palaces/castles/fortresses in the nation. Montenegro up next, and while this name might seem complex and hard to understand at first glance, it's pretty darn obvious once you look at it a little while longer. It comes from Romance root and simply means black mountain. Just look at the name, it's quite clearly there with the Monte part meaning mountain and the Negro part meaning black. The specific black mountain the name is thought to allude to is Lofsen, which was fully covered in thick dark green trees once upon a time. So dark in fact the mountain would have looked completely black. The capital's name is also somewhat literal too, that naming Podgorica. Podgorica simply means place below Gorica, with Gorica being the name of the nearby hill the city was built in the shadow of. I'd love to know if all the names in the nation are somewhat literal like this. With Serbia we have another ear name, with it meaning land of the Serbs, with Serbs being the people who live there. As to where their name came from however, there's a few ideas. One is that it simply comes from ancient roots meaning man, while there are other ideas that might come from words meaning slave, or even cypress as in the type of trees. It's one of those words we just aren't too sure of, I'm afraid. Serbia's capital is called Belgrade. The latter part of this name is a variation of the ever popular grad suffix we see with many cities and towns. In fact, Belgrade is the only capital city in the world with it, and when Petrograd reassumed the name St. Petersburg, it became the biggest grad too. This suffix simply means town/city, and the former part of the name means white, so the name means white city. The white in this name may relate to the White Serbs, a Slavic tribe from this part of the world. And south of Serbia is Kosovo, which yes I know is debated as to whether it's a country or not, meaning mentioning it here will anger people, but I'm from the UK. The UK recognises Kosovo's independence, so I recognise the nation. The nation's name is rather unique. It means a field of blackbirds. This is in reference to the Battle of Kosovo, which took place in the late 14th century on Kosovo Field, with Kosovo Field being a large plain in the nation. Why it relates to blackbirds however I'm not too sure. Perhaps there were literal blackbirds on the field, or maybe blackbird is a nickname for soldiers. The capital's name of Pristina however is thought to mean things like to splash or spray due to water in the area, which makes it a really playful name I suppose. Bulgaria's name once again comes from the people who live there, that being the Bulgars. Their name is possibly thought to come from origins meaning to disturb or revolt or even rebel, which are pretty interesting terms that's for sure. However, another idea is that the name means men from the Volga, with Volga being an old name for the river Volga, the longest river in Europe. The nation's capital has the rather pleasant name of Sofia. The city was named after someone called Sophia. The name Sophia didn't come from the city it would seem, that specific Sophia being St. Sophia. When the St. Sophia Church set up a shop in the capital, eventually the whole city was named after it. Sophia as a name means wisdom, so it's pretty cool to have that name for a city too. North Macedonia has only recently acquired this name. Before this it was known as just Macedonia, and even the former Yugoslavian Republic of Macedonia. This all relates to a naming dispute between the nation and its southern neighbour of Greece about who has the right to that name. We covered it a while back when the debate was still going on. on. Macedonia comes from the Macedonians fittingly. Their name is thought to mean things like tall ones and highlanders. I love how these two ideas don't match up perfectly, like you don't have to be tall to be a highlander, but as both high and tall are words meaning something that goes up a long way, these two ideas have become mixed. It's a fun idea of how words and languages can get muddled up over time. North Macedonia's capital is Skopje, and this city's name simply means outpost or guard post. I guess perhaps the city began life as a watch outpost for soldiers. And finally we have Albania. This is often one of the first countries talked about, due to coming second when all nations are sorted alphabetically, so it's fun to see it talked about last here. The nation has a completely different name in its incredibly unique tongue, that being Shipolis, which means the land of eagles, hence why there's an eagle on their flag. The name we use in English, however, is thought to relate to hills, possibly meaning land of hills, hence why the first part of the name sounds somewhat like Alps. And as for their capital, Tirana, it's only fitting that the last name we look at once again remains a mystery, though as I've said a lot in this video, we have a few theories. One idea is that it means fallen material. One idea is that it means fallen material in relation to nearby weathered mountains, or that it may come from an old Greek word meaning dairy, as the land was once a place farmers would gather to trade dairy. We just aren't too sure. Nevertheless, that's the names of the Balkans explained. If you ever want to make a noun sound more legitimate and important, there is one simple way in which you can do that, and that's by adding one simple word to the start of the noun, that being the all-important word of the, which, yes I know, thanks to my speech impediment I can't say properly. Tell me I suck at speaking down below if that helps you sleep at night. Anyway, while we use the word the in multiple ways across the English language, one specific way in which we use it has its own name, that name being the definite article. The definite article is when we use the word the to define something specific among many things. A great example is with the Dick Dastardly spin-off series. He wasn't trying to catch a pigeon, he was trying to catch the pigeon. Also, the show is actually called Dastardly and Muttley and Their Flying Machines, not Catch the Pigeon as I and many others thought it was in their childhood. Shocking, I know. Tangent aside, this shows us just how the definite article can elevate a noun in a sentence and give it more credence and importance. The definite article can be used in a variety of ways. Some of the nations on our planet get one, with some being more well known of than others. However, not every country is allowed a definite article. I am allowed to say Bahamas, but not the India. Likewise, I can't just say Philippines. So what gives? Why do some countries get to use the definite article, but others don't? Well, after searching through every country that is commonly seen as containing a definite article in some form or another, I found a handful of reasons as to why this is the case. Most nations on our planet that use the definite article can fit into a certain category. I've broken these into two categories, with one of these categories breaking further into two subcategories. Let's start with that category that breaks into two subcategories. Countries that fit into this category are nations that are made up of a series of things. We use the definite article in this case to grammatically connect this series of things together into one entity. It's something of a linguistic lasso. As for the subcategories for this one, the first of those are countries that use the definite article that are a series of islands. This is probably the most prevalent way in which the definite article appears in country names. Think of countries like the Bahamas, the Philippines, or the Maldives. These nations are all made up of multiple similar sized islands. This fact is important as there are island nations we don't give the definite article to. In example, we don't call Iceland the Iceland. This is because Iceland is primarily one large island. Plurals also seem to help us in deciding if we use the definite article or not, as most of these island nations that use one are pluralized, meaning they end with an S. Plurals and definite articles tend to go hand in hand across English language in general. In example, look at dogs doesn't make as much grammatical sense as look at the dogs. However, these rules of consisting of multiple islands or ending with an S aren't very consistent. In example, we have Indonesia, a country made up of a huge amount of islands of varying sizes, yet it does not use the definite article. Likewise, we have Barbados too, which ends with an S but doesn't start with a the. Also, Barbados is primarily one single island too, it would seem. A couple other interesting island names I want to point out are St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This name has the definite article in the middle, which is pretty rare.
especially in location names. This is because the nation is formed of the large single island of St. Vincent and the smaller chain of islands, the Grenadines. It's a very interesting one, that's for sure. Another one of interest is also the Isle of Man. This one is a real outlier and doesn't quite fit into either of my categories. The Isle of Man is not a plural, and while it is an island, it's primarily just one large island. So why does it get the definite article? Well, it's because it features another grammatical feature, that being the possessive of. When there's a possessive of in the name, they usually get a definite article too. This is seen in other geographic features too, like the Isle of Wight or the Cape of Good Hope. The Isle of Man is just the only nation with a possessive of, however, and yes, it is its own nation, despite what some think. Though not all countries that feature the definite article are a series of islands, however they're still a series of things. Subcategory 2 of category 1 are those nations that are a series of certain entities. A great example is with the United States of America. Instead of islands being the plural and multiple of here, it's states, so it still holds true to the formula. The two other huge examples that will most likely come to mind for most people are the United Kingdom and the United Arab Emirates. The USA isn't the only country to be made up of states, however. Most countries break down into some sort of small entity. They just don't all hint towards it in their name. Well, at least in their short names anyway. This is something we've talked about in the past in way more detail, but if by chance you are not familiar, most countries actually have two names. These two names are their short name and their official long name. Some countries have the definite article in both their short and official name, like the short name of the USA and the official name of the United States of America. Many, however, only have the definite article in their official long name. Take France an example. That's the nation's short name. Its official name is the French Republic. Likewise, we have the short name of Mexico and its official name being the United Mexican States. It's in these official names we find more possessive ofs too, such as the Republic of Latvia or the Sultanate of Oman. Once we delve into these not as common but nevertheless official names for countries, a load more definite articles make themselves present to us, with a lot of them referring to the fact that these countries are made up of multiple things, whether those be states, kingdoms, or something else entirely. So that covers category 1, but what about the aforementioned category 2 of definite article names? There aren't as many of these, but there are some I find highly interesting. The second kind of countries that use the definite article are countries that have what I like to call descriptive names. A great example of this is with the Netherlands. This country's name means things along the lines of the lowlands, so it makes more grammatical sense to use a definite article with it. It would not be grammatically correct to say something like I'm going to lowlands. However, saying I'm going to the lowlands is correct, hence why the definite article is used with the Netherlands. You may also notice that the Netherlands is pluralized too, which gives us more reason to use it, unlike most other countries that end with land like Finland or Poland. What isn't pluralized, however, is the Ivory Coast, yet this name is still a descriptive one. This country has this name as it does in fact have a coast and historically traded in ivory, hence why it fits so neatly into this category. Historically, other parts of West Africa had descriptive coast-based names centered around what they exported, which featured the definite article too. We had the Gold Coast, the Pepper Coast, and the much more unpleasantly titled Slave Coast. One of the most talked about definite article nations is with the Ukraine. Calling it the Ukraine does seem strange at first, as this word is not a plural, nor does the Ukraine at first seem like a series of things. Ukraine, however, is once again another descriptive name. This is because Ukraine translates into meaning borderland, so calling it the borderland is much more grammatically correct than just calling it borderland. However, in more recent times, people have started to say that we should not be using the definite article with Ukraine. The use of the with Ukraine comes from its past ties with the Soviet Union, in which it was quite literally the borderlands of that union. Now, as an independent nation, it is no longer just a borderland, but its own distinct place, hence why people wish for the definite article at the start of this name to be dropped. It seems that this isn't the only definite article to disappear in history. I was rather surprised to hear that in the past, Argentina was known as the Argentine in English. This was a name I'd never heard of for the nation in the past, so it
was truly surprised to see. Perhaps in the future, some of these definite articles will disappear, or maybe more will come into existence. One definite article that completely bucks the trend and doesn't fit into any of my categories, however, is the Gambia. The Gambia is not a collection of things, nor is it a plural, nor is the name descriptive. So why does the Gambia get that definite article? Well, simply because they wanted one. The Gambia has a very similar name to another African nation, Zambia. We have a whole video about it, unsurprisingly. For a long time, this country was known as just Gambia. However, many often confused Gambia with Zambia. This understandably annoyed many people. Someone who was immensely annoyed by it was Gambia's Prime Minister in 1963, Sir Dada K. Jawara. So upset by this confusion, he wrote to the United Nations to formally declare that going forward, his country would be known as the Gambia, to help differentiate it from Zambia. Since then, the Gambia has become the nation's official title, so it seems you could ignore grammar rules altogether and just insist that your country starts with the. The Gambia part of this name, however, comes from the river Gambia that flows through the nation. Many countries are named after rivers that are in them, and this allows us to neatly segue into other geographical features that do and don't include definite articles. When we take a wider look at what kinds of things do and don't get a definite article, it gets really interesting. Some follow a similar pattern to what's already been established with countries, while others just do their own thing. It also seems to be less pick and choose with our features. Unlike countries where some do and don't have it, things either all have them or don't. But I'm happy to be proven wrong on that one, so let me know if I've missed anything. In example, all mountain ranges get the definite article, however no single mountains use it, e.g. the Himalayas and Mount Everest. Also, chains of islands get a definite article, but no single island themselves don't. Well, unless that island has a possessive of, or is its own nation, which kind of messes things up. E.g. we have the Dodecanese islands of Greece with individual names like roads. While these examples make some sense, that logic quickly disappears when we look into the names of bodies of water. Lakes don't get a definite article, however rivers, seas and oceans do. Why this is the case, I have no idea. Likewise, continents, streets, towns and cities and states lack definite articles, but points on the globe like the North Pole or Equator, deserts and peninsulas do get definite articles attached to them. Cardinal directions are interesting too. They can be used without definite articles when describing a route, e.g. go north for 10 miles. However, they need it when being used as a location name, e.g. I am in the West. Like most things in the world of English grammar, there is very little rhyme or reason. One last country I want to cover is the Seychelles. Or is it just Seychelles? That's why I want to cover it here. This small island nation is off the coast of Africa and is named after Jean Moreau de Seychelles, the 1756 French Minister of Finance. While that's all well and good and agreed upon, something that is not as agreed upon, however, is if this nation should get the definite article. The country is made up of a series of islands and is even plural, but many sources say that its shortened name is just Seychelles, though likewise many other sources do call it the Seychelles. I personally kind of lean towards the latter, but where exactly do you think the definite article lands for this nation's name? Ocean off the eastern coast of the island nation of Madagascar resides an even smaller island nation, that being the country of Mauritius. This tiny island nation has a total area of just over 2,000 square kilometers. However, it has a population of 1.265 million people. This makes it the most densely populated country in Africa. Well, Mayotte is actually more populated, however that's not an independent nation but a territory of France, so it doesn't quite count. However, don't let this dense population give you the idea that Mauritius is little more than a tiny rock in the Indian Ocean crammed full of people, as that's really not the case. The nation seems to be thriving in ways many other African nations are not. It's the only African nation to have a very high level of human development, according to the Human Development Index. It was also ranked as the most peaceful African nation a few years back too. It even has things like free public transport for people like students, the elderly and the disabled. And of course, the nation has breathtaking natural beauty, whether that be its natural surroundings or the animal inhabitants of the island. Its most notable animal resident, however, is infamously no longer with us, as Mauritius was the only place in the world in which dodos were found, and we all know what became of them. Despite sounding like a slice of paradise off the coast of Africa, it certainly took a long time to get to that point. Mauritius has had quite the history. Many different nations have laid claim to this small island. Its location in the world and its land good for farming made it desirable by a few different empires. What's interesting, however,
however, is that these foreign powers like to give the island different names. This has resulted in this tiny island having quite a large selection of titles it has gone by over the years. While it is by no means the only country to have different names in the past, what's so interesting about Mauritius's different names is they somewhat reflect the island's history at that time. The island's history can really be traced through the island's names. We can see this in other parts of the world too. Places like Czechia and its long history of different names come to mind, and even the Democratic Republic of the Congo and its flip-flop between that name and Zaire. So today, let's look into the names and the history of the country of Mauritius. It seems that one of the key reasons as to why this nation has had so many names over the years is because unlike other places that got renamed by foreign empires, there were no native people on this land in the first place who had already given it a name, meaning they couldn't argue to have that name reinstated like we've seen in the past with other parts of the world. For a staggeringly huge amount of time, this little island remained unknown to the larger world and uninhabited. We believe that human interaction on this island most likely started in the Middle Ages, which while is a long time ago, in the grand scheme of human existence is fairly recent. However, by the Middle Ages, people were not setting up shop there by any means. It would have just been sailors and merchants who stumbled across it on their voyages. It's believed that Arab sailors who were trading with people on the east coast of Africa in the Middle Ages were the first to lay eyes on this island, as well as being the first to give it a name, with the first known name of the island being the Arabic Dina Olobi. The earliest recorded evidence we have of this name comes from a 1502 world map by Italian cartographer Alberto Cantino. This name is believed to simply mean abandoned island. This makes quite a bit of sense, that's for sure. This was a completely uninhabited island, so it's easy to see why sailors would consider it abandoned. It would stay abandoned for quite a bit longer, however, though towards the end of the 15th century, more European powers were starting to eye up land in the east of Africa and in the Indian Ocean. It was becoming apparent that it would be wise to have a base of operations in this part of the world. By the early 16th century, European claim was underway. It was the Portuguese who first made themselves present in this part of the world, and in turn became the first to apply European name to the island. It was specifically the Portuguese explorer Diogo Fernandes who was considered the first European to set foot on the island. He landed there in 1507, and it was of course in this year that he named it too. He gave the island the name of Ilha do Cerne/Cerne. These names now translate into English to mean either Swan Island or simply just Swan. While you may think he named this island after swans he spotted there, that actually isn't the case. He named this island after his ship, which was also just called the Swan. Why this ship had this name, however, I'm not too sure. I guess it's just because Swan is a pretty good name for a boat. They both spend a lot of time on water. While this is most likely the reason why it was given this name, one source pointed out that it was named after the birds on the island. Not actual swans, however, but the island's beloved extinct resident of the dodo, who look nothing like swans now that I think about it, but still. Maybe having an abundance of birds on the island gave Diego more reason to name the island after his avian named ship. Despite finding it and naming it, the Portuguese never actually settled the island. This is because it didn't really contain anything they were particularly interested in. So instead of setting up shop there, they would use it as something of a pit stop, stopping there to gather some food and water in the middle of their travels. I imagine this is when the dodo's numbers started to dwindle. It was not specifically Portuguese territory, but everyone kind of agreed that it was their possession. Perhaps the biggest Portuguese impact on the island is in the name not of Mauritius itself, but for this part of the world as a whole. The chain of islands that consists of the modern day nations of Mauritius and the French Overseas Department of Reunion is called the Mascarenhas Islands. This is in fact a Portuguese name. The name comes from Portuguese explorer Dom Pedro Mascarenhas, due to the fact that he explored this part of the world in 1512, just 5 years after the Portuguese first landed in Mauritius. As mentioned, despite having deep links with the Portuguese, it was never technically their land. This meant anyone could actually turn up and claim it for themselves. And in 1598, that is exactly what happened. It was on the 17th of September of that year in which a fleet of 5 ships from the Netherlands docked on the island. Like the Portuguese, they wanted land in this part of the world too and used this island. Also, like the Portuguese, they used it as a pit stop to rest and refuel on further travels. It wouldn't be until 40 years later, in 1638, that the Dutch actually tried to settle and make a permanent residence on the island, which unfortunately didn't seem to work out too well for them, so it stayed as just a pit stop for them all the way until 1710. While it might seem like the Dutch didn't make too much of an impact on the island, they actually did some things. They introduced sugarcane and domestic animals to the island. It was also under their regime where it's believed the poor dodo finally became extinct. Poor thing never really stood a chance. However, they made another huge impact on the island too, one that is of extreme importance to us. They were the ones who bestowed the name Mauritius onto the island. The Dutch named this island after Maurice, Prince of Orange. He was a stadtholder for pretty much the entire Dutch Republic at the time. Without going into the nitty gritty of what the stadtholder was and what the Dutch Republic was, I will say he was a pretty big deal at the time, and it makes all the sense in the world as to why Dutch explorers would name an island after him. This means that Mauritius is one of the dozen or so nations to be named after a real person, along the likes of the Philippines and Bolivia. And so, the island got that name of Mauritius that it still has to this very day. Though that's not quite the end of the story. You know I needed to hit that 8/10 minute mark so I could put adverts in the middle of this video. Luckily for myself and for YouTube's advertising system, there's quite a bit more to this story. While the island was given this name in 1598, it wouldn't stick with this name for all that time up until now. As I said, the Dutch actually gave up on Mauritius in 1710. Left abandoned once again, it was 5 years later when another European power claimed the land, this time the French. They claimed the island in September of 1715. They once again used it as an important pit stop on their ways to India to begin with. However, 20 years later, in 1735, they were able to do something neither the Portuguese or Dutch could. They successfully settled the island. Under the watch of the French governor Maher de la Baudouin, many buildings were erected on the island and became something of a shipbuilding hub. What helped with their expansion is the fact that the island of Reunion was nearby and already under their control, making it something of a launching point for the settlement of Mauritius. Of course, the French ditched that Dutch name of Mauritius and instead called it something a bit more French, though perhaps this name is a bit too French. They simply called it Île de France, which literally translates into the island of France. As I hinted towards, it's a bit on the nose. While it could have been given this name simply because it was an island that belonged to France, it could have also possibly been named after the Île de France in actual France, which isn't an actual island but one of its regions which houses the nation's capital, Paris. Perhaps the island was named after this region in ode to their homeland. From this land, the French launched several successful raids on British ships. This, however, came to a breaking point in 1810 when the British had had enough and launched its own raid on the island, under instructions to capture it. With its strategic location, ability to grow sugar, and growth in population, Britain had actually been eyeing up the island for some time. These raids gave them a valid enough reason to claim the island. The British military and intelligence they had gathered on the island made easy work of the French. The island changed from French control to British control in 1814. And the British ditched the French name and reinstated the name of Mauritius. Why they didn't give the island a suitably more British name, however, is beyond me. Under British rule, the island began to expand and grow even more so. With the abolishment of slavery in 1835, it meant workers were brought over from India. This had an impact that is still seen today, with Hinduism being the nation's most popular religion, and the language of Bhojpuri, which comes from India, being pretty widely spoken across the island too. Growth continued, and Mauritius under British control started to morph into the nation we know today. They finally achieved independence in 1968, and they decided to stick with that name of Mauritius also, much like the British did. I guess people were so fond of this name as it's the name it had for the longest period of time in modern history. It was under Dutch rule of this name for over 100 years, while it was Île de France for just under 100 years. And like I said, that name is really a little bit too on the nose. Also, like I said, the island never had any indigenous names due to never having a native population when first settled by Europeans. We see so many former empire locations revert to native names when they become independent. That just couldn't happen with Mauritius, however, as the native population didn't exist. I guess Mauritius could be seen as its native name, as the Dutch were actually the first to settle the island, though not very well. They could be seen as the island's native inhabitants. I guess we should probably have asked the Dodos what they called the island, but we kind of killed them all before we got the chance to. Though despite giving the island a bit of a too direct name, French has maintained a strong presence on the island.
While the nation has no official language, French as well as English is widely spoken there. In French, the island is called Maurice. On top of this, a native Creole language has emerged here thanks to the diverse group of people who have lived here, and it's heavily based on French. In the Mauritian Creole, the nation is simply called Maurice. Something I've also failed to mention thus far is that the nation of Mauritius is made up of way more than just a single island of Mauritius. A couple smaller islands are part of this nation too. They are called Rodrigues, Agaliga, and St. Brandon. Rodrigues is named after the Portuguese explorer Diogo Rodrigues, who was the first European to set foot on the island. Agaliga's name isn't too clear to us, but is thought to be of Spanish or Portuguese origin, possibly coming from the name of a ship, the Spanish region of Galicia, or the strong gales of the island. And likewise, St. Brandon may be named after St. Brendan, though may even come with the Portuguese baixo, meaning low/shallow. Nevertheless, even the names of these islands reflect this island nation's interesting history. 13th of December 1642, a ship that set sail from modern-day Jakarta with the intentions of finding a southern sea route to Chile came across something they were not perhaps expecting. Aboard this ship was the Dutch explorer Abel Tasman, who is seen as being the first European to sight a landmass that no other European had laid eyes on. Tasman, however, thought that it was the south tip of South America he had spotted. It would come to light that this wasn't a part of the Americas, however, but a whole new land, which was eventually named after the Zeeland region of the Netherlands. Tasman was Dutch after all. The name of Nova Zealandia would eventually, however, get anglicised into the name New Zealand that we all know it as today, when the land became a formal British colony in 1840. And from this moment, New Zealand began to be shaped into the modern independent nation that it is to this day. Though while the dominant language of New Zealand may now be English, and its largest ethnic group be of European descent, a key element from New Zealand's history was missed off in that short history lesson. That being the fact that New Zealand already had a human population way before Abel Tasman sighted the land and the British claimed it as their own. These people obviously had their own language and names for places too. I'm of course talking about the Maori. The Maori are believed to have arrived in New Zealand over 1,000 years ago, though other sources pinpoint their arrival to the early to mid 14th century. They are believed to have arrived from their mythical homeland, known as Hawaii. They are of course a Polynesian people, relating to other peoples from Polynesia like the Samoans, Tahitians and even native Hawaiians. It's believed they arrived from the islands of New Zealand via long sea travels in boats called wakas. While we don't know their exact origins, what we darn well know for sure is that they have been in the lands way before any Europeans, and they still live in the lands today. According to Wikipedia, there are over 775,000 Maori people living in New Zealand today. That equates to 1 in 7 Kiwis identifying as Maori. Maori society is broken down into social units which are called iwis, and while it seems that different iwis all speak the same Maori language, they may use some different names for various places, as we shall see. Speaking of language, that is also simply called Maori too. It is also known as Te Reo, simply meaning the language. Like the people, this is a Polynesian language, with its closest relative being the likes of Tahitian. This language has gone on a bit of a roller coaster. Unsurprisingly, when the English set up shop on the island, English became the dominant language, and the native Maori tongue started to die off. Luckily, however, in the 1980s, the language and Maori culture as a whole saw something of a revival, meaning more people started to once again learn and talk the language. It was in 1987 that Maori became an official language in New Zealand along with English. Today, there are believed to be around 50,000 people who can speak the language well. This revival of the tongue has meant that more Maori place names are starting to become commonplace, including with the geography of the land. Let's cover the geography of the land, shall we? New Zealand is of course an island nation. It is primarily comprised of 2 main islands. However, there are many small islands too with varying degrees of habitability. While many of these islands look incredible, their names aren't as impressive. The main culprits in all of this are of course those 2 largest islands. They are officially called in English North Island and South Island. This is because one is in the north and the other is in the south. Like I said, these are really not the most exciting of names to talk about. And likewise, many of the smaller islands have pretty mundane names of equally mundane origins. Luckily, however, they are only the names that have been thrust upon these islands by European settlers. Thankfully, the native Maoris gave these islands much more exciting and vibrant names that also tie into their own history and culture. And while these names are incredible, they can also prove tricky to pronounce, especially if you're like myself
yourself and struggle to say words in your native language correctly. So I just want to say my usual apology for my inevitable butchering of some or all of these place names. Despite what it sounds like, I do check how to pronounce these names. The great website of Forvo is my usual site of choice when it comes to pronunciation. However, I often still get these wrong. If you are annoyed with how I say things, please take these steps. Check out how the word is written on the screen, try and pronounce it yourself, and then check how to pronounce it correctly online. If all of these fail to satisfy you, then, and only then, may you go to abuse me down in the comment section. Okay? Cool. Also, it's worth mentioning that while New Zealand is believed to consist of roughly 600 islands, I definitely will not be explaining 600 names. Instead, I'm going to focus on just a small handful of islands, primarily the islands with sizable populations. If you happen to be watching from one of those islands, then please do let me know down below. If we are looking at the more populated islands of New Zealand, then there's no better place to start than North Island, the most populated island of all of New Zealand, being home to just under 4 million people. Obviously, this name simply comes from the fact that it's more northern of the two main islands, and if I had to say anything about this name, well, I'll say it gets the job done, that's for sure. Luckily, where the Europeans failed to give this island a cool name, the Maori language succeeded. In Maori, the island is called Te Ika a Maui. I did warn you these names would be tricky for me to say. This name means the fish of Maui and relates to one of the many stories about the Maori mythological figure of Maui. This demigod plays a central role in Maori culture, so this definitely won't be the last we hear of him. In one story, he snuck under the floorboards of his brother's canoe as he was not allowed to go fishing with them. Once they were out at sea, not only did he reveal himself, but he also revealed his hook, made from the jawbone of an ancestor. He threw his hook into the ocean's depths and before too long, realized he had something on the line. He pulled and pulled on his catch, and upon reaching the water's surface, Maui and his brothers found out it was not a fish at all but a huge piece of land. Nevertheless, he caught it with his fishing hook, so it was still dubbed a fish. This quote-unquote fish of Maui was the North Island, hence why it bears that name in Maori. Despite being way bigger, South Island has a far smaller population, with just under 1.2 million people calling it home. The island's official Maori name is Te Waiponamu. This name is believed to mean either the place of greenstone or the waters of greenstone. Either way, it relates to greenstone. Greenstone is a highly valued mineral in New Zealand for the Maori people, often carved into pendants and necklaces. It's incredibly pretty looking, and I can understand why it'd be so valued. Though you may remember I mentioned that different iwis sometimes use different names for places. This has led to the South Island having a second Maori name too, that second name being Te Waka a Maui. Two of these words I've already mentioned. We have Maui the demigod once again, and Waka, as we said, is a type of Maori canoe. This name simply means Maui's canoe, and the legend goes that this island is actually the remains of the canoe Maui and his brothers used on their fishing trips, and of course the one they used to lift the northern island out to sea with. I don't think it's that much of a stretch to say that these names are just a little bit more interesting than North and South Island. And despite how long these names have been around for, they only became official names for these islands in 2013. As we depart from these two islands, the population drops greatly. New Zealand's third most populated island has a population of just under 10,000. Thankfully for us, however, this island has one name, and that's its Maori name of Waiheke. While this is a Maori name, it was adapted by Europeans. Initially, the Maori name was Motu Waiheke, and Europeans simplified it into just Waiheke. This name means island of trickling water, which relates to the geography of the island. Though even before it had this name, the Maori of the island supposedly had a completely different Maori name, that being Te Motu Alaroa. This name means the long sheltering island, which once again must relate to what the island is like. Populations drop even further with the Great Barrier Island, which has a population of just 850 or so. This island was named by none other than Captain James Cook himself. He named this island as it served as something of a barrier from the harsher waters of the Pacific Ocean. This name is pretty plain and descriptive. However, the Maori name for the island is also pretty descriptive too, as in Maori the island is called Aotea,
which means white cloud. It got this name in the language as did the people on the larger islands. This small island looked like little more than a white cloud far off in the distance. The Chatham Islands lie off the eastern coast of New Zealand's South Island. While they are a collection of islands, its largest island is simply called Chatham Island. This European name comes from the HMS Chatham, the boat that first surveyed these islands. This island does have a Maori name, Wakuri. This means curry house, and why it has this name we don't seem to be too sure. However, what's more interesting about this island is that's the homeland of the Moriori people. The Moriori are a much smaller native tribe who are believed to have originated from the Maori of New Zealand who sailed to the Chatham Islands to live in further isolation. This allowed them to become a distinct group of people with their own language. Unfortunately, however, their numbers are much smaller than that of the Maori, with there supposedly being around just 700 of them. In the Moriori language, the island is called Rikohu, meaning misty skies. This name comes from the fact that it's around these islands the cold Antarctic waters meet warmer waters, meaning mist is created in the skies. A much prettier name in my opinion, as opposed to being named after a silly old boat. At New Zealand's southern tip we have Stewart Island, the nation's third largest island, though it only has a population of around 400. This island is obviously named after someone called Stewart. In this case, however, Stewart was a last name. William Stewart was a sailor who helped charter this land. Not the finest name origin. Its Maori name of Rakaua, however, means glowing skies. This is a reference to the southern lights that can be viewed all the way down there. And while this might be what the specific islands of New Zealand are called by the Maoris, what about the entire nation itself? Surely they are not calling it New Zealand. Well, of course they're not. The Maori name for the nation as a whole is Aotearoa. This name was supposedly once just for the North Island, but has since gone on to refer to the entire nation. Several translations as to what this means has been suggested, but the most popular idea is that it means land of the long white cloud. The reason the Maori have given it this name is supposedly because of cloud formations that the Maori people used in the past to help with navigating these islands they call home. Or Kainga, I ought to say, as that's the Maori word for home. The island of Tonga lies in the southern Pacific Ocean, just north of New Zealand. It is an archipelago made up of around 170 islands, with just 39 of those being permanently inhabited by us humans. The nation is thought to have a population of just over 100,000 people. Tonga has some other pretty unique features under its belt too, like it being the last remaining monarchy across all of Polynesia, and the fact that it is the only island nation to never be formally colonized. Though from 1900 to 1970 it was a protected state of the United Kingdom. And famously, due to the immense popularity of Christianity on the island, it is actually illegal to do certain things on a Sunday, including things like conduct certain businesses, play sports, and even certain chores are not allowed. The day is instead reserved more for rest, eating, and spending time with family. Tonga is without a doubt a seriously interesting nation tucked away towards the bottom of our planet. Though of course at the time of this video going live, that being the 26th of January 2022 for anyone who has stumbled upon this video in the future, this small island nation has been facing the aftermath of what scientists are already calling the largest volcanic eruption of the 21st century. On the 14th of July 2022, the submarine volcano of Hunga Tonga Hapai, named after the two islands it is formed between, started to erupt, sending plumes of ash and smoke into the sky. This huge eruption also led to tsunamis affecting nations as far as New Zealand, Japan, the USA, Russia, Chile, and Peru. This volcano, however, is just 40 miles north of the main island of Tonga, so it's this small nation that has been worse affected by all of this. There have been multiple people reported dead, injured, and missing, with that number likely to rise, and images of the destruction this volcano has caused are starting to surface. This was a huge eruption, with some claiming it was 500 times more powerful than the atomic bomb that landed on Hiroshima, and the smoke is thought to have reached halfway into space. It would be careless for me to financially gain from this nation's history while it is going through such a crisis and not even mention how we can help these people out. Various charities have set up appeals to help these people, including the likes of CARE, Red Cross, Save the Children, and UNICEF. There will be links to these charities down below, so if you can, please do consider donating. Thank you very much. Though, what about that name of Tonga? I imagine to many of us the name Tonga is quintessentially and definitively Polynesian. When many of us from outside the area think of Polynesia, this exotic sounding name must come to mind. So of course it is a name of Polynesian roots, more specifically from the Tongan language. While Tongan is its own language, the word of Tonga kind of appears across multiple Polynesian languages. This is in the form of the word Whakatonga, which means southwards. Tonga had this direction-based word made its name due to the fact that the Tongan archipelago are the southernmost islands of central Polynesia. So despite Tonga having an exotic sounding name for those of us who do not speak the language, it is actually a relatively straightforward one. This name also means that it's one of the many nations on our planet to have a name deriving from a cardinal direction, meaning it gets to join the likes of South Africa, Norway, North and South Korea, and the Central African Republic with their cardinal based names too. That aside, I think we can all agree that Tonga is a suitably Polynesian name for this suitably Polynesian nation. And thankfully, this nation is littered with wonderfully Polynesian names, from the names of its many islands and their groups including the likes of Tonga Tapu, Ha'apai, Varau, Toku, and Neotopu-Atupu, to the nation's capital of Nuku'alofa. Looking at any map of this nation reveals even more wonderful Tongan names. Also, apologies for pronunciation there. I did try and research how to say some of those names, but I'm still most likely slipped up on a few. Though regardless, these are wonderfully Tongan names. However, like so much of Polynesia, these islands have a past steeped in colonization and interference from foreign powers, though as mentioned the nation was never formally colonized. However, with foreign powers, as we've seen so often on Name Explain, comes foreign names. This has led to Tonga having a few other names in its past. Tonga is believed to have been initially settled around 3,000 years ago by ancestors of the Lapita people. These Lapita people are believed to have initially come from parts of East Asia like Taiwan. They lived in isolation, creating their own language and culture. This development would go undisturbed until the 17th century. It was in this century that the Dutch first came across this island, in 1616 to be exact. It was not until a few decades later that Dutch names got applied to them. It was in 1643 that Dutch explorer Abel Tasman first arrived on these islands and gave them suitably Dutch names. Tasman named the Tongan islands of Ill and Tonga Tapu, Middelburg and Amsterdam respectively. These were of course also both names of cities in the Netherlands. However, the reason Tonga Tapu was named after Amsterdam specifically was because it was abundant with supplies for him and his men, much like Amsterdam itself was. These names today, however, aren't in any official usage. Another name concocted by Tasman has had a bit more staying power, however, that being the name of New Zealand, named after the Dutch province of Zeeland. And of course the island of Tasmania is also named in his honour. As for a foreign name with more sticking power for Tonga itself, well, it seems that would emerge during the next century. It was a name not of Dutch origins, however, but of British origins instead, and I suppose it's more a nickname than an actual name for the islands. I'm of course referring to the nickname of the Friendly Islands. This was a nickname given to the lands by none other than Captain James Cook of the British Navy. He's a figure we've talked about in the past and is certainly a divisive man to say the least. We've talked about him before as he named other places in this part of the world, and he certainly had a specific way of naming things, it would seem. In example, it was he who named New Zealand's Bay of Plenty and Bay of Poverty, as one of these bays offered him lots of supplies and the other did not. I'm sure you can guess which was which. James Cook gave Tonga the name of the Friendly Islands for a very similar reason. Cook famously went on 3 voyages across the southern hemisphere, ranging from 1768 all the way until 1780, though he actually died in 1779 before the final voyage was complete. While he charted and named so much during these travels, it was only on his second voyage that he actually landed in Tonga, in the latter months of 1773 to be exact. By this time, it was already known of to Europe thanks to Tasman's previous voyages, but this was the first time the British arrived there. The story goes that when he and his crew arrived on the islands, they were met with an incredibly warm reception and welcomed on the islands with food and celebrations. In his log, Cook spoke of this arrival travels, saying he was welcomed ashore by acclamations from an immense crowd of men and women, not one of which had so much as a stick in their hands. Cook enjoyed the reception he got on these islands so much that he returned there on his way back from New Zealand in 1774 and stayed for a few days. Once again, during this second visit, he received an equally warm welcome, with celebrations and plenty of food. It was on this second visit of his second voyage that Cook had such a wonderful time on these islands and enjoyed the reception he got from the people so much that he was compelled to give these islands a new name, that being the title of the Friendly Islands. Years later, during his third voyage, he returned to Tonga once again, and this time stayed for months, from April 1777 to August of the same year. He really enjoyed himself here, it would seem, and how friendly the people were to him. This name of the Friendly Islands for Tonga seems incredibly suitable, especially with Cook's own experiences in the lands. However, there is thought to be something of a dark irony to this name, as while yes, the native Tongans were friendly to Cook, it is thought that behind the scenes, the Tongans actually wanted to kill Cook and his crew and loot their ships. As to how these events actually played out, there seems to be somewhat conflicting reports. Some sources say that these attempts were made during his first visit, and others say his third. Perhaps they tried to do it both times. We have to ask ourselves, why were these people so kind to Cook if they were planning on killing him? Well, one idea is that when Cook arrived on his first visit, it was during a native festival on the island, and he was just invited along. Of course, in Cook's mind, these festivals were put on solely for him. As I said, some believe it was during this first visit they planned on killing him. Other sources point more towards his third, longer visit during his third voyage was when his death was being orchestrated. During this visit, he dropped anchor on the smaller island of Nomuka, whose chief at the time was called Finau. Supposedly, it was this Finau who planned to kill Cook and his men by leading them to more secluded parts of the island and killing them there. This would have been an amazing piece of history, the great James Cook being lulled into a false sense of security and friendliness by these natives, only to meet his demise at their hands. So why didn't these plots pay off? Well, it seems that in this case, the Tongans were their own worst enemies. They supposedly argued amongst themselves about how to execute the plan, and thanks to this, the timing never really worked out for them. James Cook left these islands under the impression that the Tongans were his BFFs. This information only came out years later after Cook's death, when one William Mariner, an Englishman who lived in Tonga from 1806 to 1810, found out about it and published it in his memoir on his time in the island, dubbed An Account of the Natives of the Tongan Islands in the South Pacific Ocean. I feel that the Captain Cook Society website sums up this situation best by saying, "It is perhaps one of the great ironies of history that the land which had inspired such warmth in Cook, as to bestow on it the moniker of the Friendly Islands, was also the site of a plot to kill him." Of course, a lot of this story is up in the air. We have conflicting reports as to when it happened, and the only source we have of this information is the aforementioned William Mariner, though his writings are regarded as some of the most important information on pre-Christian Tonga, and what he said is seen as gospel. Pun intended, maybe. Whatever the case is, this is a deeply fascinating story, and really gives us a glimpse into the world of James Cook, his travels, and the impact he made on the people he visited, for better and worse. Though, please do not let this tale of plot and murder and the plundering of ships shape your view on this nation. This was just one possible case from hundreds of years ago. From what I can gather, the modern nation of Tonga and its people can be pretty darn friendly, taking that title given to them by Cook and wearing it as a badge of honor. So he is hoping that these friendly islands can get a friendly helping hand in their time of need. Really cover current events here at Name Explain. I tend to save topical stories for my Patreon exclusive podcast of Name News. Name News is a monthly release over on the Patreon where I highlight name and language related news stories from the previous months with my own thoughts on the matter. It's a pretty fun time, and if you like the sound of it, please do consider supporting the channel on Patreon. You can listen to the podcast for just $1 a month, and that's on top of other rewards like ad-free videos and a weekly blog. Cheap plug aside, however, sometimes something so big happens in the world of names that I just have to talk about it here on the channel and dedicate a video to it, like when Prince Harry lost his titles, or when Japan changed the name of its era, or when COVID-19 just messes up our entire way of life. Well, in recent days, there seems to have been some pretty big name-related news brewing, and it seems to have recently come to a head. This all has to do with the country of Turkey. Well, the country that was once called Turkey, I ought to say, as on the 2nd of June 2022, the United Nations agreed, after a letter from Turkey, that the nation will be no longer known as Turkey on the world stage, and instead will be known as Turkey to everyone. That's right, a country on our planet has a whole new name. How could I not talk about this? Though this isn't the first time a country has received a new name. As we've established by now on the channel through various videos, countries have changed their name all the time throughout history, and this habit of countries changing name isn't just something for the history books either. Since starting name explaining in late 2015, 4 countries have changed their names, and that's only 4 that come to mind right away. There might be some others I can't quite remember right now. While the name Turkey might sound very new to many of us around the world, to one group of people this name will be very familiar, that being the Turkish themselves, as Turkey is simply what Turkey is called in its native language of Turkish. Turkey is simply the name of the country in English. Other countries have similar sounding names, however, such as the German Türkiye, the French Turki, and even the Japanese Toruko. This name ultimately comes from the people of the Turks, with Turkey and the other names of this nation simply meaning land of the Turks. As to how the Turks themselves got their name, however, we don't seem to be too sure. But why is it now that this nation, that has been known as Turkey to the wider world since they became independent in the early 1920s, has decided to ditch this name and become known as their native name to everyone? Well, there seems to be a few reasons as to why this change is happening now, and they all seemingly relate to the current president of the nation, a man by the name of Recep Tayyip Erdogan. He assumed office in 2014 and has wanted to make this change to the country's name for years. He said on the matter that the name Turkey is the best representation and expression of the Turkish people's culture, civilization and values, and this explanation many saw as a very nationalistic approach. And his critics have claimed that the name change is an absurd move to try and win the populist vote in the nation's upcoming election in 2023. Though many do believe that this name change is a good thing, Turkey is fundamentally a foreign name in the land, and many feel that the nation should be known by a name from its own language. Countries shifting to a native indigenous name is a very common reason as to why many countries have changed their name over the years. To many, it presents a sense of national pride and independence. These countries don't want to use the name foreign powers placed on them. This is especially the case in many African nations when they gained independence from European powers, like Rhodesia becoming Zimbabwe, Nyasaland becoming Malawi, or the Democratic Republic of the Congo becoming Zaire, before becoming the Democratic Republic of the Congo again. It's a whole thing. To countries like this, these name changes reflect a sense of freedom, the idea they are no longer under the influence of a foreign power. This is perhaps somewhat the case for the switch from Turkey to Turkey. However, there is seemingly another reason why the president is thought to want to get rid of the name Turkey on his nation. And while this one isn't confirmed by Erdogan, a lot of insiders believe it to be a big factor in the name change, and it has something to do with a certain species of bird. It's no big surprise that the name of Turkey up until this point has shared its name in the English language with the beloved farmyard bird, known for their plump physique, dangling red neck skin, and being so tasty that their meat is saved exclusively for special occasions like Thanksgiving and Christmas. Though I've actually been a vegetarian for some time now. Is turkey meat actually nice or what? I honestly can't remember. Anyway, the link between the name of this country and the name of the bird is something that has been joked about for years, and is one of the first things people notice about the country. I even made a video about the fact back when my channel was so popular. It is not a coincidence that this country and the bird share a name in English, however. To sum up this link briefly, the nation's name came first, and people in the nation of Turkey used to export a bird from East Africa called the guinea fowl to Europe. This name became so heavily linked with the nation of Turkey and the Turks who exported them that they became known as turkey cocks and turkey hens. The birds we call turkeys today, however, are actually from the Americas, and once the New World was settled, people started bringing these birds back to Europe too. These American birds reminded people in looks and taste of the birds Turkish people were bringing to Europe from Africa, so they got named turkeys too. So the bird that the Turkish weren't exporting got stuck with the name turkey, but the birds that people from Turkey were exporting ended up with the name guinea fowl. Very silly, but names at the best of times are pretty silly anyway. What's really interesting is the huge variety of names that the modern bird we call turkeys have across the globe in different languages, all coming from different origins. For reasons outside the scope of this video, in many countries this bird became heavily linked with India and got names relating to India, such as the Hebrew name of Tanagol Hondu, meaning the rooster of India. In Turkish itself, the name reflects India too, as turkeys in Turkish are called Hindi. Other languages relate to their New World origin, however. In Portuguese, for example, these birds are named after a different country entirely, being called a Peru, because this is where they were found. And then some countries just go screw it, like how in Japanese they're called Shishimencho, which means seven-faced bird. Though whatever name this bird has, it seems that poor turkeys don't have the best public image. Many see them as little more than mindless birds that go gobble gobble, getting fatter and fatter until they're ready to be eaten on Christmas Day. Beyond the bird, however, the name of turkey has other meanings too. One of the other definitions you will find for the word turkey is it relating to dumb people, or as the Oxford English Dictionary puts it, a stupid, slow, inept, or otherwise worthless person. Though turkey also has the really cool meaning of getting 3 strikes in a row in bowling, which is pretty cool if Wii Sports taught me anything. Regardless of that cool meaning and the fact that there is a genuine link between the country and bird's name, it seems that President Erdogan might want to get rid of the name Turkey on the global stage because he didn't want his country to be associated with that fat edible bird or those silly people who are being dubbed turkeys. What's pretty funny, however, is that there was actually a change.org petition trying to get the bird's name changed to Turkia, though the petition seems to have disappeared now, with its creators stating that they removed it because I still want to get served at my local kebab restaurant. And who can argue against that really? There's nothing tastier than a nice meaty kebab. So whether it's out of national pride for their native language or because of the links with the bloated birds, the name Turkey and its various other forms in different languages is being removed in favour of everyone calling it by its native name of Turkiye. However, you don't simply just declare a name change and leave it at that. An awful lot of money and busy work goes into the renaming of a country. Think about all the places the name of a country is likely to appear within a nation. On signs, in official documents like laws and legislation, on passports, in national anthems, on money. Everywhere that name is, it has to be changed. One of the most recent cases of a nation changing its name is with the African nation of Eswatini, which was formerly called Swaziland. Eswatini has an area of just over 17,000 kilometers squared and a population of just over 1 million. It changed its name in 2018 and is estimated by one source to have cost the nation around $6 million to completely change the name. Now, Turkey is a far bit bigger than Eswatini, with an area just shy of 800,000 kilometers squared and a population of just under 85 million. It's safe to assume that this name change is going to cost an awful lot more than Eswatini's did, and I'm sure many could argue that that public money could be better spent elsewhere. Though, on the other hand, this name change affects the world outside of Turkey as opposed to Turkey itself. So perhaps the nation won't have to go around scrubbing out the name Turkey as much as I and many others may have presumed at first. The biggest issue facing the name of Turkey, however, is the possibility of no one actually using it. As I say so often, names only really work as names if everyone agrees to them. You can go around declaring something as something's official correct name, but if no one's going to use it, then does that name even apply to it? There's actually a great modern example of this happening. In 2016, a new name was created for the Czech Republic, that being Czechia. This name was created so the nation could have an official short form name to go by, in the same vein of its neighbour the Slovak Republic, being more commonly known as Slovakia. While this name is officially in use, with it even appearing in places like Google Maps, it seemingly has not caught on too much at all. A lot of people in and out of Czechia have not even heard of this new name for the nation, and many who have simply choose to not use it. The nation's very own Prime Minister didn't find out about the name change until 2020, when he was told about it mid-interview. He said on the name, "I didn't know this, I don't like it at all. We're the Czech Republic, we're Czechs, and I don't know who came up with such a stupid idea." Crazy. It's safe to say that having the nation's own Prime Minister not knowing about the name and then proceeding to call it a stupid idea isn't the best of endorsements for the name Czechia. Could this be the same fate for the name Turkey too? Well, it's too early to tell, that's for sure. As of writing, this name change literally happened days ago. I've read reports of news outlets using the name, though also slipping up on occasion out of habit. Though the real challenge is going to be making normal everyday people use it and spell it. This is a name change primarily aimed at the English language, as that's the language that has the deepest connection between the nation and the bird. However, this name is going to prove a challenge to the English-speaking world, and that's primarily to do with the second letter of this name, the accented U. This accented U doesn't really appear in the English alphabet, although it really should, so getting English people to say it correctly first try is going to be a challenge. Even on the standard English keyboard, accented letters aren't that easy to access. I know how to get them on Apple products with holding down keys, but on other platforms I literally have no idea. It's going to be a challenge to get English speaking people to use this name when they aren't even going to be able to spell it or say it correctly easily. But on the other side, that could be seen as the English speaking world's problem. They're the ones who should learn other countries' languages. President Erdogan can change the name all he wants, but only the people can decide to use it or not. So, is the name Turkey's goose cooked? Well, only time will tell. Western Europe, known for windmills, clogs, tulips, and being resoundingly flat, has for quite some time been known under two different names, those being the Netherlands and Holland. The name Netherlands comes from the word of never, which is of Germanic root and means lower and downwards. This is because this nation is, as mentioned, very flat, and ergo low to the ground. Hence why this name of the Netherlands simply means the lowlands. This name has been around in some form or another for an incredibly long time. In fact, the modern nation of the Netherlands, as well as modern nations like Belgium and Luxembourg, have been collectively known as the lowlands for ages, dubbed this by people from other parts of Europe, like Austria in example, because this part of the continent is far less mountainous than what they are used to. Many think that the name Holland is also similar in origins too, coming from hollow land, as the land is so hollow and flat. This, however, is a folk etymology, and Holland actually derives from the Old Dutch Hotland, meaning woodland, due to the forests in the nation. Like with Netherlands, Holland is a word that has been around for quite some time too. Even a part of the Holy Roman Empire was dubbed Holland. Holland has actually become a surname too, though not in Dutch, but rather in English. The English surname of Holland comes from the Old English hoch, meaning ridge, so this last name means ridgeland. I suppose the initial bearers of this name lived on ridges. It's perhaps most famously attached to musician Jules Holland and web slinger Tom Holland. According to the Wikipedia page for the last name, there was just one famous Dutch person with the last name Holland, that being Deirdre Holland, who seems to represent her nation in a very specific industry. Good for her. Jules, Toms, and Deirdre's aside, why does this nation have two names that is seemingly equally known under? Well, the actual name for this country is the Netherlands. The more full official name for this nation is the Kingdom of the Netherlands, as well, they have a king. This kingdom also includes Aruba, Curaçao, Sint Maarten, Bonaire, Sint Eustatius, and Saba, all within the Caribbean Sea. So if the country's correct name is in fact the Netherlands, where on earth did the name Holland come from? Well, it is not some previous name for the country people of a certain generation is still latching onto, like how Myanmar used to be called Burma or Thailand used to be called Siam. The Netherlands, like pretty much all other nations on our planet, is split into smaller regions. In this case, it is split into provinces. Two of those provinces on the nation's west coast are called North Holland and South Holland. Of course, in the past, these two provinces were just one larger province dubbed Holland too. When you think about it, it is pretty odd that these two provinces have had their name attached to the entirety of the nation. It's kind of like if all of Italy was known
known as Lombardy, or if the entire United Kingdom was known as Worcestershire. I'm pretty sure that's the only word I can say correctly that the rest of the world struggles with. Go me. The reason these two provinces of North and South Holland have been held in higher regards than the Netherlands' 10 other provinces, and in turn had their name applied to the nations as a whole, is because of the history that has taken place, specifically in the Holland provinces. The land that makes up the modern Netherlands/Holland has been under the rule of various different groups in the past, from the Romans to the Spanish. It was in 1588 when the nation first became an independent nation ruled by the Dutch. This nation that was formed was called by all manner of names, including the United Provinces of the Netherlands, the United Provinces/the Seven United Provinces, the Republic of the Seven United Netherlands, or more simply just the Dutch Republic, which we'll be using for the rest of this video. If you couldn't tell from this amalgamation of names, this country was made up of 7 Dutch provinces that were united. This republic, however, lasted just over 200 years, as in 1795 they would find themselves yet again under the rule of a foreign power, this time the French. Under French rule, this land got a whole new name, that being the Batavian Republic. I must admit, I've never heard of this name in reference to this land. It seems like Batavia is another old name for the land we now call the Netherlands. It is Latin in origin, I imagine, for a couple of reasons. First off, because of the ear suffix at the end being the trademark of Latin place names, and secondly because the name comes from a Germanic tribe who lived here, the Batavi. It was pretty common for the Romans to name places after the people they found there. I guess what's interesting here is that places being named after natives is probably the most common way in which country names are formed in Europe. The Netherlands is a bit of an outlier in Europe for having a name that relates to geography. If the Netherlands followed the more conventional route of being named after its natives, then it might still be called Batavia to this day. Netherlands natives are now called Dutch, which is a whole thing we've covered before. Interestingly, Jakarta, Indonesia's capital, was called Batavia from 1612 until 1942 due to the Dutch ties in history there. It makes sense that the French would use this name for the land. As mentioned, it's highly likely that Batavia is a name of Latin creation, and with French being the descendant of Latin, it is only logical that they would use a Latin-inspired name for the land. The Batavian Republic name, however, only lasted from 1795 until 1801. That's because in 1801, a certain Napoleon Bonaparte changed the way in which the land was governed. No longer a republic, it became the Batavian Commonwealth. Between the various names it had when it was the Dutch Republic and then what it became with the Batavian Republic/Commonwealth, you probably noticed that the word Holland was nowhere to be found in any of these names. Though the word Holland was around, one of the 7 provinces of the Dutch Republic was called Holland and matched up somewhat closely with today's 2 Hollands. And when the land became the Batavian Republic, those 7 provinces became 8 departments, with one of those departments being Holland yet again. Not only was the name Holland being used to refer to a part of this land in the past, but the area dubbed Holland was thriving. The Holland province/department became the focal point of the nation and where the majority of the nation's economic wealth came from. This meant that more people lived here than in other parts of the nation, and in turn bigger settlements sprung up here. To this day, the nation's 3 largest cities of Amsterdam, Rotterdam and The Hague are in North and South Holland. The Holland area became such a powerhouse in the Netherlands/Batavian Commonwealth, as it was known at the time, that when Napoleon in 1806 decided to make his brother Louis king of the land, he called the entire area the Kingdom of Holland. This was the first time that Holland applied to the entire country that we now call the Netherlands, and it was in an official capacity too. This Napoleonic Kingdom of the Netherlands was relatively short-lived, but it had a huge impact. When the Netherlands became independent once again, the monarchy that had been established by Napoleon paved the way to the modern Dutch monarchy, and of course it helped cement Holland as a name that can be used for the entire country. The Holland region would eventually be split into the 2 provinces of North and South Holland that we have today, but even so, the Holland area had become incredibly culturally important to the Netherlands, not only because of its world-famous cities like Amsterdam, but because many of the classically Dutch things like windmills and tulip fields were found primarily in the Holland area. If tourists wanted the atypical Dutch experience, they could find it all in Holland. This has made the Holland province extremely popular with tourists. Most people who visit the Netherlands will probably just stay within the North and South Holland provinces. Because of its historical importance and the modern popularity of the Holland provinces, it allowed that name name of Holland to become synonymous with the entire country, and for the longest time, the Dutch were more than happy to allow this name to represent them on a global stage. The name Holland could be found all across the nation, and even the Dutch tourism board for the entire country called themselves Holland. The nation was quite happy with being known as just Holland, despite the fact that it was actually called the Netherlands, and that the name Holland only refers to 2 provinces of the entire country. Though you probably noticed that I'm talking in the past tense, the Netherlands was happy with being known as Holland to tourists. For the longest time, this was indeed the case. But since I and others have made videos on the matter saying this, things have actually changed. In late 2019, the Dutch government and tourism board announced that they no longer wish for the entire country to be referred to as Holland, and that the only name people in and out of the nation should use for the country is the Netherlands. This was part of a global rebranding of the nation, costing the Netherlands €200,000. Places like universities, businesses, and even embassies around the globe were instructed to not use the name Holland when referring to the country. Even the aforementioned tourism board, which used Holland, ditched it and now called themselves just Netherlands. This rebrand happened for a couple of reasons. As mentioned, this rebrand was announced in late 2019, and 2020 was due to be a pretty big year on the global stage for the Netherlands. Not only because of the Tokyo Olympics and the Men's Football European Championships, but because they were due to hold the Eurovision Song Contest that year too. These 3 events would make for a great launching point to declare to the world that they are no longer called Holland. Though obviously these 3 big events didn't actually happen in 2020. They instead happened in 2021. That being because of the emergence of the COVID-19 global pandemic that resulted in the cancellation of most major events in 2020. I'm sure you remember. COVID kind of stole the Netherlands name change thunder just a little bit, I suppose. By the time these events actually happened, people were just happy to be out of lockdown and weren't really thinking about the name the Netherlands was using. Though there was a more long-term plan as to why the name Holland was being dropped as opposed to just the 2020 plans, the Dutch government wanted more of the nation to be explored by tourists as opposed to just Amsterdam, Rotterdam, and the Holland provinces. A spokesperson from the Dutch tourism board said on the matter, "It is a little strange to promote only a small part of the Netherlands abroad, that is, only Holland." However, it also seems that the Holland provinces are having a bit of a tourism issue at the moment. Over-tourism is becoming a huge issue in the Netherlands, specifically Amsterdam and the Holland provinces. In 2018, about 18 million people visited the Netherlands. This is a country with a population of just over 17 million people. Compare this to somewhere like England, which has a population of around 56 million people and has around 30 million visitors a year. The majority of these 18 million tourists most likely visited Amsterdam and the Holland provinces. Imagine having pretty much the same amount of people who live in your country descend upon just 1 or 2 cities. Once again, when comparing to England, many tourists do just visit London, but many of them go to places like Cornwall and the Lake District. I'm sure you can imagine that this means that places like Amsterdam get pretty busy and chaotic. This all means that many cheap flights descend upon the city, which isn't great for the planet too. The Dutch government want tourists to explore the rest of the country, to take that strain off of Amsterdam and the Holland provinces. There is also the belief that the Holland provinces have a certain image in the eyes of many tourists, that being the image that Amsterdam conjures up for many people. A city world-renowned for certain things being legal which aren't legal in other parts of the world. Basically, the country want less people visiting just Amsterdam and less people thinking that all there is to do in the Netherlands is legally use a certain recreational drug and legally frequent people of a certain profession. And the Dutch government think that by de-emphasizing the name Holland and instead highlighting the entire Netherlands by using that name, it will hopefully change the minds of a lot of people and what they think about in regards to the country. And I really hope it works out for them. I have been able to visit many parts of the Netherlands, and it is a seriously lovely place. Though last week at the time of recording, I must admit I was part of the problem and visited just Amsterdam. It was my first time visiting post their announcement about dropping the Holland name, and I was curious to see how it was going. In all honesty, the name Holland can still be found all over the place in lieu of the Netherlands, but Netherlands was apparent too. I imagine COVID really didn't help too much in this rebranding effort, as this rebranding was aimed at tourists in 2020, and there simply weren't any tourists in 2020. Though one of the more noticeable places places where you can see this change is online. The Netherlands tourism website has a page all about the difference between Holland and the Netherlands, and today they're using Netherlands way more frequently. However, if we use the Internet Archive on this page, we can see that in 2019 they were still using Holland more casually as a name for the nation, though the domain name is still holland.com. They should probably change that. So why don't we give this fantastic country a bit of a helping hand and stop calling the Netherlands Holland? The Horn of Africa collectively has a population of just under 1.4 billion people and a land area of over 30 million kilometers square. Make no mistake about it, Africa is a huge and diverse place. There's also a bit of a habit to generalize Africa too, to not recognize the individual cultures of various peoples and nations, and instead see the continent in one specific way, normally the way in which it has been interpreted in various Western cultures. Africa is far from that stereotypical image many of us might have of it, however. Its nations have a huge variety of cultures and influences, from an Arabic influence in the north, to European influence in the south, to a huge variety of native cultures all throughout the nation. And speaking of the nations of Africa, the continent is seen to be made up of 54 nations. There are some nations, however, that are not fully recognised, like Somaliland and the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic, so for ease's sake, we won't be covering nations like this in today's video. Today, let's go on a tour through this fascinating continent and learn how all these nations got their names. This, however, is going to be something of a whistle-stop tour. I'm only going to be spending a small amount of time on each nation's name. However, if you want to know more about one nation or another, there's a chance I may have gone into more detail about it in a video unto itself, or I might cover it in more detail in a video sometime in the future. And before we really delve into this, let's highlight where the name of Africa itself came from, which bluntly, we aren't entirely sure about. A popular theory is that it comes from the Arabic afar, meaning dust, in relation to the dusty sand of North Africa. But another idea is that it comes from the Berber word of Ifli, meaning cave dweller, due to the people found there living in caves. What we know more for sure is that when the Romans started to use this term, they applied it primarily to northern Africa, and the name eventually spread across the entire continent. We shall be going in alphabetical order, which means we'll be starting with the nation of Algeria. This country is named after its capital of Algiers, with its name coming from the Arabic Al-Jazar, meaning the islands, due to the islands found off the coast of this city. Angola is a former Portuguese colony, which means that its name is a Portuguese corruption, coming initially from the native term of Angola, which was a title used in the land to refer to a ruler. Benin was once called Dahomey, but that modern name comes from the city of Benin, which is now in neighbouring Nigeria, which is named after the Bight of Benin, which is named after the Bini people. Botswana's name simply means a land of the Swana, and the largest ethnic group in the land. The two words that make up the name of Burkina Faso come from two different languages, with Burkina meaning things like upright or integrity, and Faso meaning fatherland. So the name is seen as meaning something like the fatherland of people with integrity. Burundi's name is thought to come from the ancient kingdom of Burundi, but we don't know much more about it beyond that. Cameroon is named after shrimp of all things. When the Portuguese sailed down one of the nation's rivers, they noticed a huge amount of shrimp there, so named it Rio dos Camelos, meaning river of shrimp, before it was shortened to just Cameroon. Cape Verde has a name of Portuguese roots too, meaning the Green Cape, in reference to a green cape found off the coast of mainland Africa. The Central African Republic is a republic in the centre of Africa. Pretty self-explanatory really, that one. Chad is simply named after the lake that makes up part of its border, Lake Chad. The islands that make up the nation of Comoros have a name coming from the Arabic word for moon. Why this nation is named after the moon, however, I couldn't figure out. Maybe due to the shape of them. Congo appears in the name of not one but two African nations, the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the Republic of the Congo. These two nations are named after the run river that runs through both of them, the Congo River, which in turn has a name coming from Bantu origins, meaning mountains. There are many theories around how Djibouti got its name, with one theory revolving around the idea of the name coming from a legend of someone killing a bear known as Djibouti. Egypt is an incredibly ancient part of the world, and we aren't sure where exactly that name came from. What we do know is that it comes from the Latin name of Egyptus, which comes from the Greek name of Aegyptos. Eritrea's name comes from Greek too, with it being the ancient Greek name for the Red Sea, which this nation resides against. Eswatini was known as Swaziland until relatively recently. This name comes from a former king of the land, Mswati II. Ethiopia's name comes from Greek once again and roughly translates into meaning the land of people with burnt faces, due to the ancient Greeks never seeing people with such dark skin tones before. Gabon seems to be a name of unknown origins, other than the fact it's named after the river Gabon. The Gambia too is named after a river that runs through it, with this river's name simply meaning river in a native language. Then we have the nation of Ghana, which is seemingly named after an ancient chief in the land. For some time this land was known as the Gold Coast. There are multiple nations in Africa that have the word Guinea in their name. This includes the nation of just Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, and Equatorial Guinea. These three countries are all in the larger Guinea region of Africa, with its name believed to possibly come from an old word meaning black, once again relating to skin tone. The Bissau in Guinea-Bissau's name comes from the nation's capital, which was added to avoid confusion, and Equatorial Guinea comes from the fact that this nation is close to the equator. The Ivory Coast has its name relating to what was once popularly traded in the region, the ivory of elephants. Kenya is named after Mount Kenya, a mountain in the land. This name is thought to mean something along the lines of White Mountain, due to the snow that was seen on top of it. Lesotho's name simply means a land of the Soto people, an ethnic group in the nation. Liberia is a nation that started life as a resettlement project for freed American slaves. Its name relates to this fact, with the former part of the name coming from liberal/liberty, meaning to be free. Libya is a seriously ancient name, being found recorded in hieroglyphs from 2000 BC. This means that we aren't entirely sure where this nation's name came from, I'm afraid. The huge island nation of Madagascar is named after the city of Mogadishu in Somalia. It was named after the city by mistake, due to Marco Polo misreading an Arabic map. Malawi is named after Lake Mawali, which is within it. Mawali simply means lake in Swahili. Mali's name comes from a kingdom that once resided in the land called the Kingdom of Mali, and is seen as meaning the place where the kings live. Mauritania is seemingly named after the Mori people, the name the Romans used for the Berbers in this land. The island nation of Mauritius is named after Prince Maurice van Nassau, the former Dutch Prince of Orange. Morocco's name comes from Arabic origins and means something along the lines of Kingdom to the West, which makes sense as it's the westernmost point of Arabic North Africa. Mozambique's name is a Portuguese corruption of the Arabic term of Musa Malik, meaning King Musa, an early African ruler in this land. Namibia's name simply means Land of the Namib, a large desert in this region of Africa. The desert's name is thought to come from the Nama language and mean vast place, which is fitting as this desert is quite vast. The nation of Niger is named after the river Niger that runs through it, which means something along the lines of river among rivers. The nearby nation of Nigeria is of course also named after this river, with the ear suffix making it mean something like the land of the Niger River. Rwanda's etymology seems to be an unknown, minus the fact it comes from the natives in the land. The island nation of Sao Tome and Principe translates from Portuguese into English to mean St. Thomas and the Prince. These are the names of the two largest islands that make up this nation, and the Portuguese named them after a saint and royalty because that was a common way in which they named various places they colonized. Senegal is named after the Senegal River, which might potentially have a name meaning our canoe, or it might come from a word meaning navigable, which is a reference to how easy it is to navigate this river by boat. The Seychelles, however, were named after a former French finance minister, one Jean Moreau de Seychelles. Sierra Leone has a mighty name meaning Lion Mountain. This isn't thought to reflect actual lions on the mountain, but instead the thunder that roared like lions over the mountains. Somalia is simply named after the Somali people, but we don't know how they got their name. South Africa's name is pretty self-explanatory. The nation takes up the majority of the southern tip of the continent. Sudan's name comes from Arabic and means country of the blacks, once again in relation to the native skin tone here. When the southern tip of of Sudan gained independence from the nation in 2011, it took on the name of South Sudan, which is easy to understand, as it literally was the southern portion of Sudan. Tanzania's name is a combination of the places that came together to form this nation: the land area of Tanganyika and the archipelago of Zanzibar. Togo is named after the settlement of Togoville, with the Togo part meaning something like land beyond the cliffs. Tunisia's name is believed to come from Berber root, meaning things like encampment or to lie down. Why this is the case, however, we don't seem to be too sure. Uganda's name simply means land of the Gandans, an ethnic group in the nation. Where their name came from, however, is, once again, unknown. Zambia is named after the river Zambezi, with Zambezi meaning Grand River. And finally, we have the nation of Zimbabwe. This nation is named after an ancient city that once stood in this land, with its name coming from Bantu origins, meaning something along the lines of houses of stone. I imagine because they use stone to build their houses here. With that, however, we have successfully covered how every nation, well, every fully recognized nation in the continent of Africa got its name. Africa is undoubtedly a continent that many outsiders are curious about and want to know more about. So what better way is there to learn more about Africa than by understanding the names of the continent's nations? Croatia is a nation located in central/southeast Europe. It resides primarily across the northeastern coast of the Adriatic Sea and shares land borders with Slovenia, Hungary, and Bosnia and Herzegovina. The nation is home to around 4 million people with an area of just over 20,000 miles squared. Is it part of the Balkans? Well, that seems to be somewhat debated, and the general consensus is that parts of this nation sit within the Balkans Peninsula. It is also a staggeringly beautiful country, with places like Split, the island of Kirk, and Dubrovnik especially, looking like locations ripped straight out of a fantasy series or something. The nation was also home to the largest truffle ever found, up until 2014 when the record was beaten. This seriously seems to be a point of pride in Croatia, and rightfully so, I suppose. I feel Croatia's biggest claim to fame should be its incredible determination to make sure that Bosnia and Herzegovina got as minimal coastline as possible. In many languages around the world, this country is called Croatia, like in English, or has a name of a similar sound. Take the French name of Croatie, or the German name of Croatian, or the Hindi name of Croatia, or even the Japanese name of Croatia. All these names sound very similar to that name of Croatia. However, a name sounding like this isn't universal for the nation. Many languages use a name for Croatia that sounds nothing like Croatia. The most noticeable example of this being the official language of the nation itself, Croatian. Yep, in Croatian, Croatia isn't called Croatia. It is instead called Hrvatska. This name of Hrvatska looks and sounds nothing like the name of Croatia. This is something in language called an endonym and an exonym. An endonym is the native name for a location used by its native speakers, whereas an exonym is the name used for that area by non-native speakers. So in this case, Hrvatska is the endonym and Croatia is the exonym. Croatia is far from the only country to have different names in different languages. There's Deutschland in Germany, Suomi in Finland, and so on. The early days of Name Explained had a strong focus on these kinds of names, but I haven't talked about them in years, so it felt right to highlight them again. Anyway, Croatian isn't the only language to use a name for the country along the lines of Hrvatska. The languages of Slovenian, Serbian, and Bosnian all use similar names to Hrvatska to refer to the country of Croatia. You would probably notice this, but there is something of a link between these nations that use Hrvatska sounding names. The languages mentioned of Croatian, Slovenian, Serbian, and Bosnian are all Slavic languages. It seems that Slavic languages tend to favor names that sound like Hrvatska, though there are non-Slavic languages that use Hrvatska-inspired names, such as the Turkish name for Croatia of Hrvatistan, or the Hungarian name of Horvatország. I imagine these kinds of names came about due to geographic closeness to Croatia, as opposed to linguistic closeness. What's perhaps most interesting, however, is that many other Slavic languages use names for the country that seem like something of a hybrid between the names of Croatia and Hrvatska. Take the Czech name for the country of Chorvatsko, or the Polish name of Chorvatia. These names that sound like a weird mixture of Croatia and Hrvatska aren't some weird human-made construct made to try and please everybody. There is a reason that they sound like both names, and that's because the names of Croatia and Hrvatska are very much linked together. In fact, they are the exact same name. Often when it comes to endonyms and exonyms, the names are completely different with different origins and etymologies. The aforementioned examples of Germany and Deutschland are a great example of that. These two names mean completely different things with different origins entirely. This is not the case with Croatia and Hrvatska, however. These are the same word with the same meaning, just translated into different languages. In fact, what would be more fitting to say is that Croatia is just the English translation of the name Hrvatska. Yeah, Hrvatska is the original form of this name before it was changed into Croatia, which makes sense considering it's the native name for the land. It would be strange if the name outsiders used came first and the natives adapted it, though countries having names given to them by non-natives isn't an entirely novel concept, I suppose. This name of Hrvatska simply means the land of the Croats, with Croats being the name of this land's native inhabitants, or as the Croats are called in their native Croatian, the Hrvati. Understanding that the Croats are called the Hrvati in their native language should help make the name of Hrvatska make a tad more sense. We can see these people's names in the former part of the name Hrvatska. I believe the ska at the end is a Slavic name-forming element meaning land/land of. We see in the native name of another Slavic-speaking nation too, that being Poland and their native name of Polska. This means that the English name of Croatia also means the land of the Croats too, and this is probably much easier to figure out, I imagine, for many of us. We can clearly see their name at the start of this name, and the ever-present ear suffix means land of, as many of you know, I'm sure. So while we know the country's name means land of the Hrvati/Croats, what we aren't so sure about is how exactly the Hrvati got their name to begin with. Obviously we know it would have been Hrvati initially before being translated into Croat, but beyond that we really aren't too sure. The name is pretty old, most likely coming from the Middle Ages, and annoyingly sometimes this kind of information was never fully recorded or kept track of. Linguists over the years, however, have come up with some potential ideas as to what the name of Hrvati might mean and where it came from. Wikipedia has a whole heap of these ideas, and while we won't highlight all of them, we will focus on a select few. One idea is that it means tree, perhaps in relation to the Hrvati living amongst the trees. Another idea is that it means ranger or Highlander, or that it means freedom or to cut or strike. One idea is that it means well armed or warriors clad with horns, but those ideas aren't thought to be as accurate by today's standards. One of the more popular theories, however, is that it means mountains, relating to the Russian word for mountain chains. I'm sure you get the idea. We really have a minimal clue where exactly the name Hrvati came from, but people have had a good crack at it. What we really know for sure is that they did have this name, and eventually their land got named after them, adopting that name of Hrvatska that it still has today. So who was it that turned Hrvatska into the name of Croatia? Well, it was of course the Romans and their Latin. The land area that is now Croatia came under Roman rule in 32 BC and stayed under Roman rule until around 480 AD. This makes sense as the land is just across the water from the Italian peninsula. Croatia played a large role in the history of Rome too. Perhaps most noticeably, one of the few emperors who actually retired as opposed to died or was killed, Diocletian, retired to the city of Split, which is in modern day Croatia. His palace is still one of the city's most popular landmarks. While they had the land that makes up modern Croatia, they didn't actually call it Croatia to begin with, nor did they call it Hrvatska. Instead, they named it Dalmatia in relation to another tribe who lived in this area. To this day, an area of Croatia is still called Dalmatia. By the time the name of Hrvati and Hrvatska had come into use in the Middle Ages, the Western Roman Empire was long gone, and Latin had transformed into medieval Latin/Vulgar Latin. This was a more corrupt form of Latin spoken across Europe at this time. In fact, most modern Romance languages like French and Spanish actually derived from Vulgar Latin as opposed to the proper OG Latin. At this time, Vulgar Latin was being used as something of a lingua franca across all of Europe, even in parts of the continent that didn't use Romance languages, like in Slavic-speaking parts of the continent. Now, Slavic languages and Romance languages are two very different kettles of fish. Each language featured different sounds and letter orders to each other, which wouldn't fly in the other language. When Latin speakers came across words that didn't fit neatly into their language, they adapted them so they could, and Hrvatska is a clear example of that. This word of Hrvatska didn't gel with Latin speakers at all for a variety of reasons. I mean, just look at it. A cluster of 3 consonants at the start of the word is unheard of in most Romance languages. One of the biggest issues was the first letter, the H. H has a strange history with Latin, from being pronounced to being silent in different time periods. By the Middle Ages, it seems that vulgar Latin speakers were not pronouncing H's. This meant that Latin speakers who encountered this name had to do some altering to it so they could even pronounce it. The first thing they did was add a C to the start of it. CH was a much more acceptable way of starting a word in Latin, so this made the name more manageable. This gave us the name of Hrvatska, though as the H was silent, it disappeared and gave us Hrvatska. The next issue this name faced for Latin speakers was that V between the R and the A. V's do not really appear all that often like this in Latin, making it difficult to say to Latin speakers. To combat this issue, the V was replaced with a vowel to make the word easy to say for Latin speakers. The vowel was of course an O. With this change, you will see we have already arrived at the name of Klocka. The final thing that Latin speakers needed to do was replace the Slavic Landov suffix, ska, with their own Landov suffix, ia, and bingo, we have the name Croatia. This name of Croatia stuck around in Vulgar Latin and made its way across Europe, being adapted into the various forms of the name that we mentioned up top. The nation of Croatia itself, however, stuck with that name of Hrvatska, while over the years since the Middle Ages, the land of Croatia found itself under a variety of different rulers, from the dual monarchy to being part of Yugoslavia, but it held on to that name, using it when the nation took on its modern form in 1991. Despite the fact that the names of Croatia and Hrvatska seem so different at first glance, when we take it step by step to see how one name transformed into another, we can see the change fairly clearly. So, why is Hrvatska called Croatia in English? Well, it's basically because Latin speakers couldn't be bothered to figure out how to pronounce it. Albania is a somewhat smaller country with a population of around 3 million and a land area of about 11,000 square miles tucked away in the Balkans Peninsula, bordered by Greece, North Macedonia, Kosovo and Montenegro. It also seems to be having a bit of a tourism boom at the moment, which is understandable. Its coast looks incredible and its capital of Tirana seems like the perfect spot for a weekend getaway. What I, however, think is the most interesting thing about this land is the language spoken there, Albanian. Being a part of the Balkans, you may think that Albania would use a Slavic tongue or even have similarities with the neighbouring Greek language, but that isn't the case at all. Albanian has no relation to Greek or any Slavic language or even any Romance or Germanic language. While Albania is part of the Indo-European language family, along with the Germanic, Slavic and Romance languages, it has no connection to any of them. It sits on its own separate branch of this language tree. It probably did once upon a time have sibling languages like many other branches of this family do, but they have since all seemingly died off. The only other 2 languages that stand alone on the Indo-European language tree today are Greek and Armenian, which too have no living relatives to speak of. What makes things even more impressive with Albanian is the fact that it has stayed so unique, despite the many foreign powers that have claimed rule over this land. Over history, the landmass that makes up modern Albania has been ruled by various powers, including the Thracians, the Greeks, the Romans and the Byzantines, and even the Ottomans. They only proclaimed independence from the Ottomans in 1912, little over 100 years ago. Yet despite this, they held on to the language and it didn't receive much influence from these other languages. This is starkly different to my own tongue of English, which was influenced by literally every other language that arrived on the island of Great Britain. The little flirt. This uniqueness of the Albanian language is even reflected in the Albanian name for the nation too. In most languages, this country is called Albania, or some slight alteration of that name. Take the French Albany, or the German Albanian, or the Greek Albania, or even the Japanese Arubania. In most parts of the world, this country has a familiar name, but the uniqueness of the Albanian language means that Albania has a completely different native name. It is instead called Shqipëria. Shipolia, sometimes spelled and translated as Shipoli too, but we'll be using the former name in this video. This name is of course very different to the name of Albania and its worldwide alterations, though this makes all the sense in the world. As mentioned, Albania has no relation with any other Indo-European language, so why would it share its name with any of these other languages? Funnily enough, this is a similar case to the other two Indo-European languages with no living relatives. They also have names that are unique to their language, with Armenia being called Hayastan in Armenian and Greece being called Hellas/Allada in Greek. So how did Albania, which is more or less universally known as Albania, end up with the name of Shipolia in its native tongue? It's probably a tad more sensible to start by looking at the name of Albania first, as that's the name many people are much more familiar with. Like many nations in Europe, the name Albania is a product of the Romans. The Romans had a habit of naming land areas after the groups of people they found living in that land, like how Britannia was named after the Bretonnic people, and how the name Greece comes from the Greci people. These were respectively the first tribes the Romans made contact with in their respective lands and named the entire land after these people, despite the fact that other people were living in these lands too, and the fact that the people these lands were named after didn't have rule over the entirety of the lands. This is why many countries in Europe have a name meaning the land of so-and-so, whether it be with the ear suffix meaning land of, or the more literal land suffix. This is of course the case with the name Albania too. We can see the ear suffix at the end there. When the Romans first entered this land, the first tribe they met were ones called the Albanoi. So the name Albania simply means the land of the Albanoi. The Albanoi were an Illyrian tribe who inhabited this land. Their home city has been dubbed Albanopolis. While we aren't sure where this city was, some scholars believe that it was located in one of two villages in modern day Albania. The name Albania was first recorded in around 150 AD by Roman geographer Ptolemy. At this time, however, the land of modern day Albania was in the Roman province of Macedon, so the Romans must have coined this name of Albania prior to the formation of this province and then integrated it into this larger province. The name the Romans used was Albania, which is exactly the same as the modern English name, as well as how it's spelled in other languages. It's impressive that some of the words used by Romans thousands of years ago are still in common use to this day with little to no alteration. So while we know that Albania's name comes from the Albanoi, where exactly did the name of the Albanoi come from? Well, here's the thing, we don't know where the name Albanoi comes from. This is a name belonging to a very ancient group of people who didn't seem to record the origin of their name, and even if they did record it, that information has been long lost. We do thankfully have some theories on the origin of the name Albanoi, but they're little more than just ideas. The main ideas is that it might derive from one of two Proto-Indo-European words. One idea is that it might come from the PIE Alb, meaning hill. This would relate to the landscape of Albania. This is also thought to be the origin of the Alps too, which are also fairly large hills. The other idea is that it comes from the PIE Albhol, which means white, once again relating to the white snow of the mountains of the region. What's interesting about this latter theory on the origin of the Albanoi's name is that it ties the name Albania to the name of another European country on literally the opposite side of the continent. That being Scotland. Scotland, in its native Scottish Gaelic language, goes by the name of Alba. This once again relates to the whitened snow of the land, though Alba was initially named for Britain as a whole before being linked to just Scotland. Whatever the case, if like me you were wondering if there was a link between the name Albania and the Scottish name for Scotland of Alba, the answer is there might be. While that explains to us where the name of Albania comes from, what about the native name of Shipolia? This name has a very different origin and doesn't actually relate to a tribe of people at all. The name means the land of eagles, coming from the Albanian word for the bird, Shqiponja. Eagles have become a key part of the national identity of Albania and are celebrated with pride. There's even a two-headed one on their flag. The two-headed eagle, however, is a symbol that stretches way beyond Albania. It is a symbol of power and strength, dating back thousands of years and seen in places like ancient Greek and the Byzantine Empire. More specifically, specifically linked to Albania, however, is a myth deeply linked with the nation and its origin and the origin of that name, and even involves an eagle. Not a two-headed one, however. The story goes that a long time ago, a young man was hunting in the mountains and saw a large eagle flying over his head with a snake in its mouth. The boy was curious and tracked down the nest of this eagle. At the nest, the boy saw there was an eagle chick in the nest, along with the snake the mother had brought it for food. The snake wasn't actually dead, however, and it seems that instead of the chick eating the snake was going to eat the chick. Feeling compassion to save the baby eagle, the boy stepped in to save the day. The boy drew one of his hunting arrows and took the snake out, then took the baby eagle home with him. On his way home, however, the mother eagle flew down and asked why he had taken her baby. The boy explained that he had taken the baby because it wasn't safe. The eagle bargained with the boy. She wanted her baby back and in return would give the boy the sight and strength of an eagle, which he accepted. With these powers, the young boy grew to be strong and became something of a legend in the land. Even the eagle he saved grew up to be his own hunting partner. The locals loved this legend so much, they dubbed him the son of the eagle and named their land the Land of the Eagles. This is of course quite a tall tale to say the least, but all these kinds of myths start in a grain of truth. Whatever the case, this is the story that many believe led to the country being named after eagles. So it seems that the reason why Shqipolia is named Albania in English and many other languages is because while the wider world follows the suit of the Romans and named the land after one of the tribes of people found there, the natives of the land wanted to take a different approach. They wanted their land to be named after their national animal and tie it into one of their popular mythological stories. They wanted their land to be named after their own symbol of pride. However, there is one other story on where the name Shqipolia comes from. There isn't much evidence on this theory, but I enjoy it nonetheless, hence why I'm covering it here at the end. One idea is that the name Shqipolia comes from an Albanian word, which means to speak intelligibly. This idea for the origin of the name Shqipolia ties into the Albanian language and its uniqueness. I can just imagine some ancient Albanians using their language, which is different to literally every other language around them, and deciding that theirs, and only theirs, is the intelligible one.
There have been human inhabitants in South America for over 10,000 years, but when you look at a modern map of the continent, you'll notice that the majority of countries there today are products of South America's colonial history. This means the names of South America's countries are an interesting mixture of ones that link to the continent's native past and ones that have connections to its relatively more recent history with settlers from other parts of the world. This gives South America's countries a really interesting mixture of names. In fact, in my personal opinion, South America is the continent with the most interesting names. Many of them have interesting stories attached to them, or come from languages that we don't find anywhere else. They are way more interesting than, say, the names of many countries in a continent like Europe, where the case for many nations is they're named after a group of people, and the name origin for that group of people has been lost over time. I mean, they're still interesting, but not as fun to talk about, in my personal opinion anyway. The names of South America's countries, however, give us a fascinating look into the history, geography, and many other things that occurred within them. So let's look into how the nations of this wonderful continent got their names. However, just a reminder that this is something of a whistle-stop tour of country names. If you want to know more about one specific country's name, then I may have already done a video on it in the past, which is somewhere on the channel, or I might end up doing a video on it specifically sometime in the future. And also for ease's sake, I'm not going to be looking to the various islands around the continent that may or may not be part of South America and may or may not be countries. Like Trinidad and Tobago is considered part of North America, despite how close to South America it is. And then we have the Falklands too, which is something of a point of contention. It's just a lot simpler if we stick to what is on continental South America. Though if you really want to know about those two in particular, we have whole videos on them. So let's start with the northernmost country of South America, Colombia. This is a great place to start because this nation is named after someone who is deeply linked with the continent of South America as a whole, that being of course Christopher Columbus. Columbus is seen as the man who discovered the Americas and opened them up for colonization for Europeans, for better or worse. He is seen as a central part of the history of not just South America but North America too, and his name has been used all across these continents in cities
and regions. Colombia, however, is the only country named directly after him. The name Colombia once applied to much more land, however. When the name was first conceived by revolutionary Francisco de Miranda, the intention was for the name to apply to the entire of the Americas, or at least the parts of it ruled over by Spain. It was then used in the name of Gran Colombia, a state that included modern Colombia as well as other nations, but then it broke up and we arrived at the nation of just Colombia that we have today. Something that often catches people out with this name is the spelling of it. It uses two O's instead of an O and a U, as the word Colombia can often be spelled that way too. The reason it uses the two O spelling is because the name of the country derives from Christopher Columbus's name in his native Italian, which is Cristoforo Colombo. To the east of Colombia, we have the nation of Venezuela. This country's name is really interesting and it derives from none other than the explorer of Amerigo Vespucci, who also has the honor of having this entire landmass named in his honor too. The name Venezuela translates roughly into meaning something like Little Venice. Amerigo Vespucci named this land area after the tourist trap in his home nation, because when he was exploring the land, he came across Lake Maracaibo, and the people who lived next to this lake lived in little huts on stilts next to the water. These abodes reminded Vespucci of Venice so much he named the land in its honor, albeit a more condensed little version of the city. Moving eastwards from Venezuela, we arrive at a part of the continent which was historically called the Guianas. This region now includes parts of Venezuela, as well as the nations of Guyana and Suriname, as well as French Guiana, which isn't a country unto itself, but an overseas territory of France. That name of Guyana seems to derive from an unknown Amerindian language. In their language, the name means something along the lines of the land of many waters, which relates to their coastal location, as well as the many other bodies of water found in this land. It seems that when Europeans settled in this part of the land, they simply used the name the natives were using. Once this wider region split into smaller countries, they got new names. The name of Guyana is a simple adaptation of Guyana, while the name of French Guiana is just the word Guyana as it is, with French tacked onto the front of it. Suriname, however, like many European countries, is actually named after the native people that Europeans met when they first arrived in the land, that being the Sulanen people. Also, it's the only country to have the word name in its name, which is fun. Let's go back to the western side of the continent for now, however, as we arrive at the country of Ecuador. Ecuador is one of the most obviously named countries on our planet. The name is simply the Spanish word for equator, the equator being the imaginary line that runs perfectly through the middle of our planet and is the dividing point between the northern and southern hemisphere. Ecuador took on this name after splitting from the aforementioned Gran Colombia, and it makes sense. The equator is very much something worth celebrating, and as the equator goes across the entire planet, it means that other nations lie in its path too. One other nation is even named after it too, that being Equatorial Guinea over in Africa. South of Ecuador we have Peru. There seems to be multiple ideas as to where the name of Peru came from, but most seemingly agree that the name derives from one local native word or another. One idea is that it comes from the pre-Inca name of Veru, which was their word for the land. However, the more popular theory is that the name comes from Beru, with Beru being the name of a native leader or chief in this land. Whatever the case may be, one of these names got picked up on by European settlers and was corrupted into the name of Peru we have for this land today. To Peru's southeast, we have the nation of Bolivia. Like Colombia, Bolivia is too named after an actual person from history, that being Simon Bolivar. He played a huge role in shaping South America into the land it is today and freed huge areas of it from Spanish rule, including the modern nations of Colombia, Venezuela, Ecuador, Peru, and the one that was named after him, Bolivia. As well as freeing these countries, he ruled them too. In fact, he was president of Bolivia, Colombia, and Peru, though not all at the same time seemingly. Make no mistake, this guy is of huge significance in the continent, so it makes sense why a nation would be named after him. Initially, this country was just called the Republic of Bolivar, but some wanted it to have a more country-like sounding name. Supposedly, Congressman in the land, Manuel Martin Cruz, said on the matter that, if from Romulus comes Rome, then from Bolivar comes Bolivia, in regards on how to construct a proper country-sounding name from the name of their liberator. We now move on to the largest country in South America, Brazil. Brazil takes up around 50% of the entire landmass of South America. It's that big. A really neat fact I love about Brazil is that every country in South America shares a border with it, minus Ecuador and Chile. None of that, however, explains where the name came from. When this land was first settled by the Portuguese, it was dubbed Terra de Santa Cruz, meaning Land of the Holy Cross. That name soon changed, however, when they discovered a valuable export in the land. In Europe, a type of red dye was highly valued that could only be created using a tree found in India called the sappanwood or Indian redwood. A relative of this tree, however, was discovered in abundance in this land and could also be used to make this red dye. The Portuguese named this type of tree the pau brasileia, with pau meaning tree and brasileia meaning red/ember. As this tree was so profitable to the Portuguese, they named the entire land they found them in Brazil in honor of those trees. Paraguay and Uruguay have somewhat similar names, specifically the latter part of their names. This is because the Guay at the end of their names both come from the same root word of Guay, from the Guarani language, which means river. This relates to the Uruguay River and Paraguay River, which run through each of their respective countries. The countries are actually named after these rivers. So what about the parts of these names that are different then? Well, the Uru in Uruguay seems to potentially mean a multitude of things. The most popular idea on the matter is that it means either snails or birds. This is in relation to the different kinds of birds and snails that reside within and across the waters of this river. Things get a little bit more confusing with Paraguay, however. Many sources claim that the Guay in Paraguay doesn't mean river at all, but instead means born from, with the para part instead meaning water. So the name means something along the lines of born from water in relation to a tribe who lived along the banks of the river, or might relate specifically to just their ruler. Another idea is that Paraguay means the side of the river, once again relating to a tribe who lived on the side of the Paraguay River. It's all a tad confusing to say the least, but the general consensus is that both names relate to water and rivers in some way, shape or form. What's interesting, however, is that the Guay at the end of Uruguay and Paraguay sounds similar to the start of the Guiana name, used in French Guiana and Guyana. As mentioned, that name means the land of many waters, so it also has an aquatic link to it. This connection is apparent because all of these names come from the aforementioned Amerindian language family, with Paraguay and Uruguay's names coming from the Guarani language, which is an Amerindian language, and Guyana/Guyana coming from an unknown Amerindian language. It's very interesting to see similar name-forming letters reappear in multiple countries, especially considering that these nations own rather different parts of South America. Continuing south, we arrive at Argentina. Argentina is actually named after the precious metal of silver. This comes from the time when Spanish and Portuguese explorers started to venture into this land, and how that the Rio de la Plata, the river that makes up one of modern Argentina's borders, was full of the valuable metal. This river's name also means the river of silver in Spanish. So much silver was found in this land that the land got named the Land of Silver, with Argentina's name derived from the Latin word for silver, as opposed to the Spanish or Portuguese term, with silver in Latin being called argentum. Yeah, this is also why silver is represented with Ag on the periodic table. And finally, we have the nation that makes up a huge part of the continent's western coast, as well as covering the southern tip of the nation, Chile. While we aren't entirely sure as to where the name Chile comes from, we do have a couple of ideas. One idea is that the name is imitative of the call a bird in the land makes, as it makes something of a chili kind of sound. Though another popular idea is that it comes from the Aymara word of Chile, which means where the land ends. This is fitting as the nation is primarily made up of coastline, so in huge parts of the country the land does come to an end. And of course it contains the very end point of South America itself on its southern tip. And fittingly enough, this seems like a good place to end this video. Like I said at the start, South America is home to some really interesting country names, from lands named after local heroes, to countries named after things ranging from silver to snails, and even the city of Venice. And of course, many of the country names are relics of a time in the continent's ancient past, before the arrival of colonial settlers. South America is definitely a part of the world I would like to visit one day, and hopefully that will be happening soon. As the world's most populated country, recently overtaking China, and home to 22 official languages and around 100 more state-level languages, it should probably come as no surprise to find out that India isn't the only name that this nation has. The land that makes up modern-day India has a long, ancient history, being ruled by its native inhabitants as well as being claimed by various outside powers. This has resulted in many different names being formed for the land. India is the English language name for the country, and variations of this name in particular are used in other languages too, such as the French und, the Japanese indo, the Dutch indi, and even the Swedish indian. We call these kinds of names exonyms. An exonym is the name for a place used by its non-natives. A prime example of this is with the name Germany, which is the English language exonym for the land. In German, this country is called Deutschland. This kind of name is called an endonym, meaning the name for a place used by its native inhabitants. I've explained this like a million times in previous videos, but you never know if this is someone's first name explained video. And if it is, please feel free to subscribe and all that jazz. That'd be great. Cool, thanks. Anyway, back to India. And what's interesting about the name India is that it isn't exactly an exonym in the sense of other exonyms. The name of India is actually used fairly regularly within the nation of India itself. This is because the English language is actually pretty popular within the nation. In fact, it is the second most spoken language in the country. It is one of the official languages of the Indian government, but not one of those 22 official languages previously mentioned. Those 22 are referred to as the 8th schedule to the Constitution of India. It's all a bit confusing, and honestly, the legality of various languages in India doesn't really need to be fully understood for the rest of this video. What we do need to address, however, is the most popular language of India. While English takes silver, Hindi is the language that takes gold as India's most used language. Hindi is the other official language of the Indian government, as well as being one of those 22 official languages. In Hindi, India has the name of Balat, which is written in the Devanagari script like this. Balat is very much the endonym for India, coming from a language formed within the land itself. India and Balat are very much the two most popular names for the nation, which are used by its two most popular languages. The country does have a third popular name, however, that being Hindustan. From my research, these three names are used pretty interchangeably within the country, depending on what language is being used as well as the situation. If we look into those 22 official languages of India, we will see that all of them use a variation of either India, Balat, or Hindustan. Hindustan is going to take a bit of a backseat in the rest of this video, as we're going to be focusing more on the names of India and Balat. This is because Hindustan as a name is very much linked with the name of India, as we shall see. Balat, however, isn't all that linked with India in regards to its origins, and the two names sound nothing alike. So why is this nation, known as India or a variation of that name, to a large majority of the world known as Balat in its most popular language? Let's cover the etymology of India first, shall we? India is one of the many countries on our planet that is named after a river that runs through it, that being the Indus River. This river worked as something of a natural border between India and the surrounding area in the past. Today it runs through the nations of India, China, and Pakistan. And of course, Pakistan was once under the same British rule as India, prior to the partition of the two nations in 1947. This river resides in the northwest of India. This means that from a geographical perspective, it would have been the part of the nation that Europeans would have first come across, specifically the Greeks. Greek explorer Skylax of Kalianda is believed to be the one who brought this name to Europe while exploring this land on behalf of the Persians. In Persian, this river is called the Hindu River, and in Sanskrit it is called the Sindhu, both of which are still used today. This name for the river simply means river. Yeah, as mentioned in a recent video, rivers tend to have pretty uninspired names. But as I'm sure you realise from this river's Persian name, it is also the namesake of that third name for India, Hindustan, with the stan suffix coming from Persian meaning country, as we see with other nearby stan nations. That aforementioned explorer of Skylax would have come across the names of Hindu and Sindhu for this river and brought them back to Greece, where it got corrupted into Indos and eventually became India via Greek geographer Herodotus. Indus, using the Latin "ia" suffix meaning country/land of. So the name really means something like the land of the Indus River. And of course, that Persian name for the river gave us the terms of Hindu and Hindi for the nation's popular religion and language respectively. This formation of the Greek name is believed to have happened in the 5th century BC, and our earliest evidence of the name India appearing in the English language comes from the 9th century AD, where the name was used in Old English. So India is a pretty old name to say the least. Balat, however, is a much older name. The name of Balat is believed to come from India's mythological past. The name is believed to come from King Balata, a legendary figure who played a key role in the Mahabharata, an important piece of Sanskrit literature and an epic which details many of the myths of India and the wider area. His name went on to be used for the Bharatas people, who were seen as being the ancestors of the modern day Indian people. In Indian mythology, there are also others with the name Balata, so there is some debate over which Bharata the name of Balat truly derives from. Despite whoever it really was, it means that the name of Balat comes from a mythological figure, another popular naming convention for countries around the world. All of this explains to us why exactly this country has the 2/3 names of India, Hindustan and Balat. India/Hindustan are creations of outsiders who applied a name to the land that fits their needs and what they saw there, with what they saw there primarily being the Indus River. Whereas the name of Balat is of native origins, and an ode to one of the land's most legendary figures. And of course, the reason the name India picked up so much traction within the nation of India itself is because of the period of time the British Empire had rule in the land. They brought their language of English with them and used the name India primarily. It was also known as the British Raj. While the British no longer rule India, the English language stuck around there as their second most popular language as mentioned, meaning the name of India is used in the land, as well as that native name of Balat. While all this explains to us where those 3 popular names of India, Hindustan and Balat came from, India has actually had even more names applied to it in its long history, some derived from within the land and some given to the land by outsiders. Perhaps the oldest known name for the land is Aya Nabuvasa. Apologies for that pronunciation in this part of the video. I'll do my research, but unfortunately I don't have a lifetime of understanding these languages behind me. The first part of this name is actually another name for Brahma, a key god in Hinduism. The latter 2 words mean things like center and space respectively, so the name means something along the lines of Brahma in the center of space, to signify their importance in the land. Another name India had in the past was Jambudvipa. This name comes from Sanskrit and is recorded in texts that predate the name of Balat. It means something along the lines of the Berry Island. I guess they thought the land might have been an island at some point, which happened so often in history before a land was fully discovered. The berry in this name relates to the jamon/jambul fruit, a special kind of fruit that holds a sacred place in Indian culture. Aryavata and Dravida are also names that have been used to refer to specific parts of India in the past too. Aryavata means the land of the nobles, while Dravida means the watery meeting place. Interesting older exonyms for India include Tanju, which was used in China's past to refer to the land and may also be a corruption of the name of the Indus River. And there's also the old Hebrew name for India of Hodu too, which once again is believed to derive from the Indus River. That's just a few examples, but suffice to say, India has had a lot of names. In the present day, however, India has 2 official names, that being India and Balat. The first line of the nation's constitution reads, India, that is Bharat, shall be a union of states, which gives both names equal importance. This, however, could be changing. So this last part of the video relates to events occurring at the time this video goes live, the 15th of September 2023 to be exact. So if you're watching in the future, it might not be all that relevant, but at the time of writing, there are rumblings that India could actually be dropping the name of India and instead be going solely by Bharat to the wider world. This stems from a recent G20 summit that was held in India. At this event, an invite was handed out to guests, which referred to the nation's president, Draupadi Murmu, as the president of Bharat in English, as opposed to the president of India. On the same day, Prime Minister Modi was also referred to as the Prime Minister of Bharat. This has led many to speculate that the current Indian government is planning to remove the name of India from the country officially and just go by Bharat. The believed reason why Modi and his government want to remove the name India is because it has deep links with the nation's colonial past. As we've discussed heavily already, this is very much a name created by outsiders to the nation, and with Bharat being the indigenous name for the land, he wants it to be named solely as this. This is a tactic we've seen with nationalistic leaders in the past, removing names given to places by outsiders and using native names instead. A key example of this is with the DRC, going by the name of Zaire for some time. India has changed many city and place names already, which were given to them by foreign powers and replaced them with native names, like we saw with Bombay becoming Mumbai. It's understandable why a country might want to rid itself of its colonial history, but there are believed to be other motives at play here. Critics of the removal of the name India claim that this change is being made to remove Muslim influence on the country, specifically the influence of the Mughal Empire, a Muslim empire that ruled the land for 300 years in the past and has had a great influence on the nation to this day. The Mughal Empire helped consolidate the land into one empire, have periods of amazing religious tolerance, and even India's most recognizable landmark, the Taj Mahal, is a product of the Mughal Empire. Many of the name changes made in the country so far are names that were created during the time of the Mughal Empire. Many speculate that the current Indian government are trying to erase their influence in the country, with that name of India being the next in their sight, as the Mughal Empire never seemingly used the name of Bharat, instead using terms like Hindustan. It's easy to see both sides of this argument, and I'm sure you all in the comments will have a respectful discussion about it, like I know you can do. What's especially interesting is that the Indian government have announced a special parliamentary session from the 18th to the 22nd of September, days after this video goes out. No agenda has been announced for this session, but many believe it might relate to the removal of the name India. So at the time of writing, we really don't know the outcome of all of this. By the time you're watching, the name might still be around, or it might have been removed. We really have no idea. I just thought I ought to finally make this video, in the event that we lose the name of India. The idea of Arabia is somewhat provocative. Ask many people to conjure up an idea of Arabia in their mind, and I'm sure you'll get images of flying carpets, magical lamps, bustling bazaars, and swashbuckling adventures that will come to mind for many. Basically all the tropes of the Arabian Nights. Yet, that's all in the past. Modern Arabia, more correctly known as the Arabian Peninsula, is not one unified nation or land which houses all of these ideas. It is instead land split into 7 countries. Kind of. There are a couple of other countries which have some land within the Arabian Peninsula, but for this video, we're just going to stick with the nations that are undisputably Arabian. The 7 countries we are focusing on today, however, all have their own unique histories, cultures, and of course, names. Though there's a bit of cross-pollination in a couple of their names. But anyway, let's dive into this portion of the Middle East and find out how the countries of Arabia got their names. And you know what? Let's look into their capitals too, just because I want to, I guess. Though before we look into the nations and the cities, we really ought to understand what the word of Arabia means, right? Anyone somewhat versed in place name origins will be able to tell you that Arabia comes from the name of a group of people. This is obvious due to the "ia" suffix at the end of the name Arabia. The suffix means land of the in Latin and is often seen after the tribe name, the tribe in this case being the Arabs. Arab is probably a term you've heard of before. It started life as a demonym for people who lived in the Arabian Peninsula, but as the Arab world expanded into other parts of Asia and Northern Africa, Arab became a term for anyone who lives here too, or speaks the language of Arabic or a variation of it. Arab as a word in its own right is pretty old, and we have many theories from multiple languages as to where it may ultimately come from. Ideas range from meaning desert, nomad, and merchant, just to name a few ideas in various Semitic languages. These ideas relate to how and where the initial Arabs lived their lives. However the word came into being, it got picked up by the Greeks and then the Romans, who referred to the land they live in as Arabia. In fact, during the time of ancient Rome, the term Arabia was used in the names of 3 different provinces, not all of which equate to land in modern Arabia. One of these were Arabia Petrea, which is located just on the cusp of the modern peninsula. The latter part of this name means stony and relates to the geography of the land. Likewise, Arabia Deserta, meaning desert Arabia, was
used for the main bulk of the peninsula, which is mainly desert. And then they also had Arabia Felix. This means fortunate Arabia or lucky Arabia, and was used for the southern tip of the peninsula. This part was seen as lucky as it had way more greenery and rainfall than the other parts of the land, making it far less inhospitable in the ancient past. Now we have an understanding of where the word Arabia itself comes from. We can cover the largest nation that resides on the peninsula, Saudi Arabia. The latter half of this name of course reflects the fact this nation is in Arabia. The Saudi part of the name reflects the origins of the nation in its many forms. The nation came into being in its current state in 1932. Prior to this, the land was a series of emirates. The person who oversaw the unification of this nation was Abdulaziz bin Abdul Rahman Al Saud, known to many as just Ibn Saud. He was the first king of the nation, and the Saudi part of the nation's name comes from the last part of his name, which is also the name of the royal house he is part of, the House of Saud. This house dates back even further to the 18th century with Muhammad bin Saud al Muqrin. Saudi is simply an adaptation of the Saud name, with that name thought to come from the Arabic Saad, meaning good fortune and happiness. The capital of this nation is Riyadh. This name unsurprisingly comes from Arabic too, from the word of Rahad. This name means gardens or meadows and derives from the fact that this city was built on fertile land amongst the deserts here. It's fertile due to the seasonal river that is nearby. Of course, now Riyadh is hugely urbanized, so the meadows are a tad more difficult to see. A much smaller nation found on the peninsula, however, is Kuwait. Kuwait is one of those fun examples of a nation being named after its capital city, which in this case is called Kuwait City. So the etymology of Kuwait is a real two birds one stone scenario. Once again, it's from Arabic. Just presume everything's from Arabic unless otherwise mentioned. And their word of al-Kuwat, which roughly translates into meaning fortress surrounded by water. This makes sense as the city is by the water. In fact, most of the nation is surrounded by water as it's nestled on the Persian Gulf. According to one source, the area that makes up the nation was once called Curain. There is apparently an area in the nation that still bears this name, called Curain City. And according to Wikipedia, this name means elevated land / hill, which is kind of different to the name Kuwait, which relates to water. While Bahrain is seen as part of Arabia, its land is not actually connected to the peninsula. It is instead an island nation off the eastern coast within the Persian Gulf. It is connected by a series of bridges. The name comes from the term Al-Balan, which means the two seas. This is a bit of an odd one, as the island that houses this nation is firmly within one body of water, the aforementioned Persian Gulf. What the two seas in this name relates to is debated. Some feel it means the east and west bays, while others think it means the north and south bays, while others argue it relates to the fresh water found on the island and the seawater that surrounds it. In all honesty, any of these could be the truth. The name has appeared throughout Arabic history, and in many cases, it is not related to the island. The island's capital is called Manama, which is super fun to say. Manama. Love that. The city's name apparently means the place of rest or the place of dreams. Why exactly it means this, I have no idea, but it's a nice idea to name a city after. I'd love to go somewhere I could just sleep all day. But from the looks of it, this huge city seems anything but restful. Now onto the one nation in Arabia I've actually been to, Qatar. I mean, I was only there for a few hours on a stopover to Sri Lanka, but that counts alright. Qatar is found on a peninsula on the Arabian Peninsula itself, and the name relates to something this part of the world is very well known for. Oil. Oil is one of the key reasons as to why so many of these nations can build such extravagant cities and purchase football players and even whole clubs. While many of these nations are oil rich, Qatar is seemingly the only one named after the stuff. The name comes from Qatran, which means tar / resin. While this could relate to other kinds of thick fluids, why did that sound so wrong to say? It most likely relates to the oil found here. An earlier form of this name can be found with the Roman Catala, which comes from the same root, and I've never really thought about the idea that the Romans knew of oil. It's not like they used it in the way we do now. I looked to see what they did with the stuff, and apparently it was mainly used for lubricating chariots and being mixed with beeswax to help waterproof ships. We can only imagine what would have happened if Rome figured out the combustion engine, right? The nation's capital of Doha, however, comes from the word of Doha, which means roundness. This was in relation to the roundness of the bays that surrounded the city. Heading south of Qatar, however, we have the United Arab Emirates. This is one of the three united nations, along with the kingdom and the states, which are on our globe. This name can simply be explained by saying it's a series of Arab Emirates which united. But we need to pad this video a tad more to get to that 10-minute mark. So why don't we look into that word of emirate? This is a word deeply linked with the Arab world, and it means land under the rule of an emir, a title in the Arabic world. The
word emirate comes from this title, and the title itself comes from the word Amir, meaning commander. This, interestingly enough, is also where we get the word of admiral from too. Dubai is probably the most known city in the nation, but its capital is actually Abu Dhabi. The name of this capital translates to mean the father of the gazelle. This is a really cool name, and it may come from the fact that before the city was established, this land was home to a huge amount of these animals. I imagine this would have specifically been the Arabian sand gazelle. They're really cute animals, though I can't imagine they're that abundant in modern Abu Dhabi. Venturing further south, we arrive in Oman, and Oman. This is a super old name. The earliest mention we have of this name comes from a tomb not in the nation itself, but from the neighbouring nation of UAE. This tomb mentions the King of Oman. From here, however, we aren't entirely sure where it comes from. The leading theory is that it comes from the name of a former ruler. There's even a theory that the name isn't Arabic, but actually of Persian origins instead. The capital's name is thankfully a tad more understood by us. Muscat's name means hidden. This is in relation to the hills that surround the city. Muscat is quite coincidentally the name of a type of wine too. There's no relation between these two, however. And finally, we have Yemen. This is the southernmost nation of the peninsula, and its name reflects this fact. Yemen is believed to literally translate to mean the country of the south. This word comes from the older word of Yaman, which means the right side, as in the opposite of left, not the correct side. I love the fact that this name only really makes sense if you're looking eastward on the peninsula, as the south is to your right if you face that way. Yemen's capital is officially Sana'a. This name simply means well fortified. I say this is the capital officially because it's not actually being used as the capital at the moment. Yemen moved the capital city to Aden in 2014 after a coup in the nation. The name of this city probably means something like plain or lowland, or even just the place. The coup that made Yemen relocate their capital was a very serious matter, to understate it, and to finally address the elephant in the room, the nations on the peninsula as a whole have had their fair share of controversies thrown their way, from human rights violations to the mistreatment of minorities, women and journalists. You don't have to dig too deep to find some ominous news coming from this corner of the globe. Part of me didn't want to highlight these nations in a video due to these facts, yet I want to talk about this part of the world because the decisions made by the people in power, which generate so much of the unwelcome news that comes from here, I genuinely don't feel reflect the views of the many people who live in these nations. And of course, the names of these nations, like all names, are still worth explaining.
The transcontinental nation of Georgia lies within both Eastern Europe and Western Asia in the Caucasus region of the world. It's just under 27,000 square miles in size and has a population of just over 4 million. It's the birthplace of wine, with the oldest evidence of its production being found in the land. The deepest cave in the world can also be found in Georgia too. And famous people from the country include the likes of actor Elena Satin, chess grandmaster Zurab Amaspalashvili, and a guy named Joseph Stalin, who you may have heard of before. Georgia is far from the most well-known of country on the world stage, but from all accounts it seems like a pretty remarkable one. The name Georgia is fairly common for this country in other languages, albeit they have their own spin on it. In German it is called Georgen, while in French it is called Georgie. Even in Japanese it is called Georgia. This name or variations of it are commonplace across the globe, though where you won't find a version of this name is within Georgia itself. In the land's native tongue of Georgian, the nation is instead called Sakartvelo. This name even extends to the native names of the people of the land and their language. The name for its residents in English are Georgians, while in the country they refer to themselves as Kartveli, and they call their language of Georgian Kartuli. This is a very unique language as it's not of Indo-European roots or even Afro-Asiatic roots like many of the other languages spoken around it. The language is instead the most widely spoken member of the Kartvelian language family, which houses much smaller languages like Maz, Mingrelian and Svan. This family even has its own unique scripture that consists of 3 different writing systems. But suffice to say, the names of Georgia and Sakartvelo sound nothing alike. This is another prime example of a nation's endonym and its English exonym not matching up at all, like we see with Germany and Deutschland, Finland and Suomi, and the many others we've covered on this channel over the years. Seriously, how have we not done this one yet? It must have slipped under my radar or something. Between these two names, Sakartvelo is definitely the older of the two. The earliest evidence we have of the name comes from the 8th century. It has ties with the name of the locals. As mentioned, they refer to themselves as the Kartveli. We don't seem to be entirely sure as to where the name for these people came from, but the popular myth is that they are descendants of Katlos, a figure in Christianity who is seen as the founder of these people. He was also the great-great-grandson of Noah, you know, the guy of the ark. However their name came about, it can be seen in that name of Sakartvelo. though it's not a perfect one-to-one. In the country's name, the letters of S and A are added to the start of it, and the I at the end of Kartveli is instead changed to an O. These changes came about due to how words are formed in Georgian. The S, A and O are their way of changing the name of a people into the name of a location, kind of like the ia, land or stan suffixes in other languages. This means that the name Sakartvelo more or less simply means the land of the Kartveli. The name Sakartvelo was initially used to refer to the more central region of the modern nation, where the Kartveli initially originated from. Over time, as the Kartveli became the dominant group in the land, and their land and influence expanded, it came to refer to the wider region as a whole, before settling as the name of the nation today. So despite how exotic the name Sakartvelo might seem initially to English speakers, in reality it's a fairly basic name that derives from the tried and tested formula of using a people's name as a place name with an affix. Perhaps in an alternative timeline, outside people interacted more with the Kartveli and named the land after them too, with their own place name forming suffixes. Maybe it could have become known as Kartvelia or Kartveliland or even Kartvelistan, though this of course did not happen. Instead, tongues around the globe settled on the name Georgia for this country, or at least a variation of that name in their respective languages. Our earliest evidence for this name in any form dates back to just 1320, and I say 1320 like that was yesterday, but relative to the name Sakartvelo, which came about in the 8th century, it seems pretty new. This 1320 appearance of the name can be found on a world map created by Italian cartographer Pietro Visconti. Now, you must remember at this time we didn't have a full grasp of what the world really looked like. Wider European knowledge of the Americas was still a few centuries away. Even Africa and Asia hadn't been fully uncovered yet by European map makers. I preface this so much because the map he made in 1320 looked like this. I'm sure this map was pretty good for its time, and I'm not discrediting Visconti's abilities as a map maker, but with our understanding of the world today, this map more looks like something you'd find at the start of a fantasy book or something. Supposedly Georgia is on here somewhere, but I've spent way too much time looking for it, and I don't have the time to fully track it down. If anyone can pinpoint it, please let me know down below. Supposedly on this map, the land is labelled not as Georgia, but instead by its older Italian name of Georgia. This might seem odd to us now, but G and J have been interchangeable throughout history. Despite only receiving this name in the 14th century, the land has been known of by Europeans for centuries prior. In fact, during the time of ancient Rome when the land was under their rule, they gave it the name of Iberia. This is super odd, as Iberia is also the name for the peninsula in southwest Europe which houses Spain, Portugal and some other smaller nations and areas too. Why did the Romans use this name for two different parts of the world? Beats me. Honestly, that could be a video for another time. Though of course the name Iberia was ditched for this land and it became known as Georgia in Old Italian, which spread across Europe and other nations before becoming Georgia in English. We have a few theories as to where this name originates from. It's thought to ultimately not actually come from any European language, but instead from Persian roots. In Persian, this land and its people were simply known as Gurgan and Gurg respectively. There are two leading theories on what this name could mean. The duller answer is that it means the tillers of the land. This relates to the unique way of farming that the natives did here. This farming clearly confused ancient Persian speakers enough to warrant naming the people and the land after this fact. The second theory is a lot more exciting and has the name meaning the land of the wolves. This probably stems from the fact that wolves can be found in this country. Today, there are thought to just be a few thousand left here, but we can imagine in the past they were much more abundant. Wolves are pretty cool animals, often linked with might and ferocity. I can imagine many people in the land like this etymology better, as being linked with wolves and being the land of them is just pretty rad. The name might not relate to wolves as a whole, but instead just one mythological creature called the Gurg, which supposedly had the head of a wolf. No idea what the rest of its body looked like though. Whatever Gurgan truly means is a mystery, but we have a pretty good understanding as how this Persian name became Georgian in English, and versions of that name across Europe. It's believed that Gurgan became Georgia via Christian missionaries and explorers who went to this land. Those from Western Europe would have heard this name for the country and brought tales of the land back westward with them. By the 14th century, Georgia was already a very Christian country. In fact, it is still incredibly Christian to this very day. Georgia was one of the first nations to adopt Christianity as their official language, happening in 319 AD, even before Rome had adopted it. And for those wondering, nearby Armenia is seen as being the first to actually adopt it back in 301. As these European Christian missionaries knew the land was Christian, and most likely had the religion on the brain themselves, they supposedly mistook the name of Göttingen as an ode to one St. George. St. George is a big deal in Christianity. He is being considered the saint of many countries, including England, where he supposedly killed a big dragon. He has since become linked with Georgia too. It's why the flags of England and Georgia are fairly alike. Once again, we don't actually know if Göttingen is really an ode to St. George, but this was the idea that European explorers liked most, so when they went back to places like Italy and England, it was this etymology they took back with them, which cemented the land with being somewhere deeply linked to St. George and gave them the name of Georgia, which has since been translated into many other languages around the world. One of the more notable translations of the name Georgia is Gluzia, the Russian version of the name, as well as versions of it being used in other Slavic languages. There's some debate whether this is the Slavic translation of Georgia or if the name came about by other means, but either way, this name has become deeply linked with the nation. This is because the nations of Russia and Georgia have had very close ties throughout history. As mentioned up top, one of Russia's most well-known leaders came from the land. On top of this, Georgia throughout its history has been part of not only the Russian Empire, but also the USSR. As the country was under Russian influence for so long, it meant that the Russian name of Gluzia became known across the world too. The nation hasn't been part of Russia or the USSR since 1991, however, when they gained independence. Since this time, the government of Georgia has politely asked other nations to stop referring to it by this name, as they really do not want any ties with Russia anymore. But this all explains to us why this nation is called Georgia, or a variation of it in most parts of the world. But within the nation itself, it goes by that name of Sakartvelo. Its endonym is simply an ode to the natives of the land, while its exonym is potentially a misconstrued Persian ode to a Christian saint who fought a dragon one time. Yet in the same way the countries asked other nations to stop calling it Gluzia, maybe one day in the future it will ask all nations to stop calling it Georgia and instead ask everywhere to refer to it by its endonym of Sakartvelo. That's just me hypothesizing, but we have seen it recently with Turkey asking the world to call it Turkiye, so who knows? At the very least, it would save a lot of us confusing it with a certain US state.
Name Explained depends on viewers like yourself supporting the channel financially on Patreon, so a huge thank you to everyone who does. Donating just $1 a month helps the channel amazingly and gets you bonuses including ad-free videos, exclusive content, the power to request ideas to be made into actual Name Explained videos, and your name at the end of the video with all these awesome people. Visit patreon.com/Name Explain or click the link down below to find out how you too can support the channel. Thank you. Thanks for reaching the end of the video. Why not watch another and subscribe to keep up to date on all things Name Explain. You can find myself on Instagram where I'm Name Explain YT, and join the Facebook group Friends of Name Explain to talk with myself and other name nerds. All that will be linked down below. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this video, and once again, thank you all so much.